现场的朋友们，你们准备好了吗？
There we go. All right, Dove. We are getting ready for our first series of the day. Pretty exciting stuff, of course. We got Team Falcons, the team everybody's scared of, versus Yandex, which is the up-and-coming underdogs.
没有错，我们即将对战的这两支队伍呢，一支是夺冠热门大魔王 Falcons， 一支是在昨天让我们看到了他们夺冠潜力的黑马战队 Yandex。这两支队伍相信一定会非常的激烈。
Now, I am interested in the crowd. Are you guys underdog fans? Can I hear a cheer if you guys think that Yandex deserves to win this one?
我们来问一下现场的观众朋友们吧，你们认为这支黑马战队 Yandex 能否拿下这场比赛的胜利呢？
Okay, all right, we got some underdog lovers. How about Team Falcons? You guys think Falcons should win?
Falcons 呢？
Oh, dang. All right. Well, in the best spirit for both of our contenders, how about we give it up one more time? Chengdu, can you blow the roof off this place for both these teams?
让我们听到你们的声音吧，成都。
All right, well then let's get these players out here.
让我们有请他们登场。 Hard support 5号位 Snaking versus Melody。 Soft support 4号位 Brit versus Zrzka。 Offlane 3号位 ATF versus Noticed。 Mid 2号位 Malrain versus Shira Jr. Carry 1号位 Skitter versus Watson。
Falcons and Yandex. Yandex taken to the stage for the second time here in Chengdu. A lot of cheers in the crowd for different roles. The thing is, when you have both teams walking out at the same time, is it for one side? Is it just for that specific player? But there was a lot of cheers for, I'm going to say Watson's panda hat.
Yeah, I can't get over the fact that Watson also, when he's like face to face with Skinner, death staring him basically, he's just going panda, panda, like just doing the little the ear thing. Like how do you deal with that as your Skinner? You have to just laugh it off. You guys just emoting on him.
Yeah, Watson is peak goober, and I think it's good to have that going into the series, to stay a little light, to not feel too stressed and bogged down if you're Yandex. So you're going into this and it's like, it's fine, I got my panda hat on, you know, we're chilling and we're gonna play some Dota. Like, I think that's the outlook and the vibe you want to have your Yandex going into this.
I feel like both Melody and Watson brings that energy, right? From
Yeah,
watching the interview.
Melody's a goon for sure.
Yeah.
Melody and Snay actually were both having a bit of a chat towards the end of their walk as well. And I like whenever we get to have a hypothetical. What do you think they were talking about?
Are you going to use the bugged ward? Are you going to use the bugged courier? Have you renamed your sentry to be observer ward? Like what little mini games have you done?
I think both of them have already done all those things. I mean, I think they were talking about which stage they were going to. Like
I think so too.
I think Malady was like, wait, which one is it? Or Snake was like,
We're going left, we're going right. Yeah, yeah.
I
Also,
think
be
one-
mentioning how much more people we have here today. It's kind of nice. It's a nice
It's
crowd
very high.
today.
The
But
crowd
they-
was going wild for them.
Yeah.
They're kind of, I'm leaning Falcons, right? For fans and general vibes, right? Because like we had a little bit of a, you know, like a snaking hand
Cheer
raise.
off, yeah.
Yeah, then like I feel like, of course, Falcons did do a little bit of a number on XG recently. So if you are Chinese fans, you probably just go for the team that knocked out your team. So yeah, Falcons probably should be a crowd favorite here.
Yeah, I mean, there was a surprising amount of cheers for Mallory. I think I didn't expect him to be a fan favorite, but I felt like the loudest cheers were for Mallory. I thought it would be for like.
That was actually just you. You were just hearing yourself.
Oh, maybe it was. Yeah, sorry about that.
Calm
Yeah,
down,
no, I scratched that.
No, there were a lot for Valorina as well. And do you guys feel, though, with having so many people in the
Dobré
audience,
ráno,
that
chat.
this helps Falcons, hinders Yandex, vice versa? Is it just doesn't even
Dobré
matter anymore
ránečko
because
vám tu
Falcons
prajem
are so used to
všetkým.
this and Yandex were here yesterday?
Neviem, či to dneska, teda som
Both
rozlepil
teams, honestly.
oči
I think
pomaly
they're
iba,
both pretty excited to play in front of a
ale celku sa
large
teším
crowd
na
like
nejakú
this.
tú poriadnu dotu spolu s vami
What do you
tu.
guys think?
Yeah, I think it's
Sice
just more
akoby
fun,
budem
honestly. I think
dúfať, že
both
sa
of
to
them
pôjde
have
akoby
played
napojiť pekne
enough, like
in-game,
you said,
klasicky,
Yandex have already played
ale
on stage once. They know they're the underdogs. I think they understand that, and so I think having the crowd there just makes it
zistíme,
more fun,
uvidíme,
really. I'm not even sure if
takzvané.
it affects their play as much as it's just like it's just cool, you know. The energy is just great.
I mean, it's just more satisfying, right? Like if you are to get a big moment in the game, or again you win the game in its entirety, just having the crowd there, just to kind of
ešte to tu nemáme.
confirm, like, yes, you did it. You're the team that won, etc. Like, it feels great. One thing I do you have the answer to this? Both in Slam 4 and Slam 5 at the start of the draft.
Vyspinkal som sa celku dobre, chat,
I
ne,
don't
že
see
ne.
ever coach sit on the floor during the start of a draft.
He always sits down though.
Exactly.
doesn't always
Yeah.
sit
Like
down.
coaches either take the main seat of a player or they stand behind the
He doesn't want
player.
to be button
Tak ste
clicker,
sa
I think.
vyspinkali.
Yeah, but again, a floor sitter. That is something I've not seen from coaches.
We can ask him about it later if you are so inclined to get to the
I will
bottom
be
of that
asking
one.
this. Yes.
But we can talk about draft in general and maybe some of the prep that Falcons have been able to do against Yandex. They knew 24 hours ago roughly that they would be facing up against Yandex. Could have started their in-depth prep there. And are there any must-ban out heroes? Because you've already talked about what you have to be wary for from Falcons, but what about for Falcons?
I think maybe the Slaughter is an interesting hero that
Yeah.
I don't think Falcons are looking at too much, but it's a hero that Yandex relies on quite a bit.
Yeah, we saw Notice have a great game on it in the game 3, and I think, to be honest, the first phase bans I think are going to be somewhat the stock standard ones. I think Falcons just going to go down the line and ban the typical broken heroes because, you know, Yandex does play them. I think it's the Slardar. Maybe you think about even banning the Sand King or things like that. I think you're banning the melee jumper flexes that Yandex does have because I don't think they have too many of them. So maybe Falcons is like, okay, you have these 2 or these 3, and we're going to get rid of these.
Yeah, I'd even say potentially the like a Shadow Demon could be a pretty good option for banning out as well.
Yeah.
If you are Falcons banning into the Yandex, it's actually played it a couple times in the group stage. Since then, it's been kind of like an auto ban for most teams. The thing is, when a hero becomes an auto ban, Falcons often will let it into the pool because, like, you know what? If other teams are scared of it, I don't think we should be scared of it. But again, Shadow Demon will be a contested hero, I feel, coming into this first game.
I do know that we've been talking a while before this, and we'll probably be talking a little bit more because I want to let
Týpek si
everyone
tam
know that there
normálne
are some
zobral-
tech issues happening right now,
Týpek
not
si
fully
tam
within our
normálne
control. So we're
zobral
going to try and get the draft as soon as
ďalekohľad.
possible, but if you hear us yapping for
Tak to je
quite a
ale
bit more time,
frajer
just know that that's why.
absolútny.
It's not because we love to hear our own voices, but there is so much more to talk about.
Good thing we launched the Bolt podcast yesterday.
Díky za podporu
Now
Zrska.
we can do
Okay,
episode
but I did hear Quinn did not shave his hair, so therefore I am not shaving mine either.
Welcome to the board. Both Nat and Quinn will be joining us in the board department upon their entry.
You gotta call it Bald Chat.
Bald chat, yeah, it's really good. We can rival them. Yeah, honestly, it's great. We can talk about it after the panel. But I'm really happy the players are grateful enough to have tech issues whilst we're not on the draft panel, right? Now we have 4
Komentujem
people. We have that
dotičku,
extra.
Gabor, čo si
I like
myslíš?
listening to you guys.
Im
I
stáva
don't
do
like
práce,
listening to
ne?
myself.
To be fair, like looking at AOI there on the floor,
I can't see him.
I wouldn't mind sitting down paneling.
Okay, you're welcome to.
It's very cozy, yeah.
Sitting in the Lotus position.
Yeah.
You know.
Lotus position.
Yeah, or
Hello.
whatever you
Cross
call
leg.
it.
Is that's the cross-leg one when you do it the inverse? Well, we've
Guys, he's
dealt
just
with
sitting
it
on the floor.
very quickly.
Whatever. We don't
Yeah.
have to talk about yoga pose.
Yeah, look at XL though, man. He's standing. That's
Yeah.
like he's got more confidence in his draft. He's not having to sit on the floor.
Which
ground
player do you
himself.
think is the best team profile picture?
Well, that's a good question. Oh, the fans can't see this.
I was going to say, no one at home can
No one
see
can
this.
see this.
But we could describe the best one.
I mean, it's obviously a MOUZ, right?
I think
It's
Amar.
just-
I
it's
think
just great.
Amar is
It's actually
classic.
Nostalgia. The man on the screen, right? Of course, we spoke about him to great lengths in this segment, right? He started his career, right? 2021, 4 years later, wins a TI, wins multiple Tier 1 events. Like, yeah.
No, wait, Malreens is the best. It's the photo of him and Amar on the floor from TI.
Oh, that is an iconic picture, to be fair. The gold confetti. Whew.
Konečně dneska se tam ale naplnila ta arena, jako tak
Willow
vidím.
in the woods, and he's had it for years and years and years and years. And I like when people have legacy profile pictures they've had for a long time.
You're just nostalgia pilled.
Yeah.
You've never changed your Steam profile picture.
No, I changed it one time to Hamilton, and I changed it back.
Okay, great.
Look at that
To
Falcon,
najviac epic bolo, keď tam išiel vedľa seba Kerit a
bomber
Saxic.
jacket.
Yeah.
To je možno
Right there.
najlepšie dve
Did it
pozície
all
4
fit
na
the jacket
svete,
now?
proste
I like how
vedľa
he made
seba.
a direct line between the camera as well. We
Akurát,
say
že tam
bomber
bol
jacket,
rozdiel
he goes
dve
bomber
hlavy
jacket.
medzi
Oh, look
nimi.
at Crit's keyboard. That's green. Yo, we have permanent control.
And also using the hand warmers.
Yeah, that's
The
good.
players, of course, are provided to keep their hands warm.
That's good.
It is quite chilly in the arena.
Ah, let's go, camera guy.
Camera guy, yeah, thank you.
I mean, also playing with like, unironically, playing with cold hands is like actually the worst. Like you have to take it in consideration.
Ja
You wear a
súhlasím
jacket,
s
you have hands
Quinom.
in your pockets going into the stadium,
Zo
but you use hand warmers. You
7.
You said you were
To
going under the...
hrať proste
under
o
the-
7
like the
ráno
hot
a keď
water,
tam je
right? The rinse-
yeah,
trošku
like before I go on
zima,
stage, I like run my hands
hrať
under
so
hot water,
studenými
it's really cold,
rukami.
and then I put on my jacket,
Najhoršia
and
vec.
I don't take them out until I'm like ready to play because you
Wait, if we
gotta.
have control T, we could ask. Oh, it's got to go back to the other cameraman, I think. But we could ask
Oni nám
for a close-up
zakývajú,
of Aoi
neboj,
sitting on the
ty
ground.
hajtrič.
We already have.
Už nám kýval Skitter,
No,
nám
we want
kýval
another
pri
one.
nástupe.
We can, there we go. Now we
Neboj,
can see what
neboj.
position. It really was Misery, if you were right.
Show us his legs.
I think he's just normal cross-legged.
That's just a normal, simple
Yeah,
cross
that's
leg.
just a normal, simple
This
cross-legged.
guy, yeah,
Ahoj,
this guy is just
klasicky
doing
proste na
a...
His shoes
zemi.
are cool.
That's nice shoes.
Ready.
Okay, rank the fashion of the 10 players and 2 coaches on stage right now.
I gotta say though, Falcons, like,
Fashion.
you know when we say they're methodical and like they know they're
No, tak to už
fundamentals,
ideme
right?
hodnotiť fashion.
Their uniform, their outfit also kind of
Falconi
fits
vyzerajú
that as
lepšie,
well.
proste,
Like, when I look
sorry,
at it, I'm
ale
like,
it is
that
what
is a
it
very
is.
disciplined looking team. It's not like
Ne, by si
some
zobral
cheap
každú
looking
jednu
jersey,
ženu
a little
sveta, ktorá by si
plasticky
mala
thing,
vybrať
right? It just
medzi
feels
jedným
like
alebo
they are
druhým
a complete
tímom,
team,
ktorý
both in
pôjde
play
pomrdať
and
hneď z
outfit.
rána.
Well, finally, this
Tak si
broadcast
vyberú
is going to be
100%
complete
Falconov.
because our best of 3 is kicking off. A draft for our game number 1 is soon to be underway.
All right, Saxa,
Oh.
let's see who actually carried TR11. I
I
will destroy Falcons today. Because Amar messaged me on
Oliver.
Instagram that, like, beat OG and then I eliminate you later. And I said I will destroy him.
Words I have for Team Yandex. We will send them home before game 1 even finishes.
Tvrdé, chat, už začíná draft. Otázka pravdy, chat, budeme mať dneska watch party. Alebo sa dostaneme in-game.
Game 1 draft of Falcons versus Yandex will be starting very, very shortly. And yeah, we keep talking about Yandex being kind of the underdog in this situation. We gave the percentages earlier, the fact they have this hill to climb. We've mentioned already heroes, but
OK,
again,
chat,
where
no,
would you
budeme
want to
mať
start
dneska zase
relatively
očividne
to
watch
Yandex?
party a
What
očividne
player
asi
is the
celý
focus for this
blástik,
first game draft?
ale to
I mean,
nevadí.
honestly, I think the coolest thing would be if they went the route of leaving everything in the pool and then banning
Poďme
Pegler, banning like
pozrieť.
specific Falcons heroes, leaving all the
Ja vám
stereotypical
občas k
broken
tomu
heroes, like
niečo
leave
pekne
Naga,
poviem,
leave
že jo.
Chen, like leave both, right? They can't take Naga and Chen.
Yeah.
Leave a bunch
No.
of
I was just thinking the same thing. We talked about it in the groups. We haven't seen anyone actually
Yandex
attempt doing this.
Falcons.
Of course, their first
Takže
pick is game, so
Marsiban,
it's less likely that
Huskarban,
they'll actually do it from this position.
Slardarban,
Um,
jasný, ešte by sa toho čakal
yeah.
možno nejakého Shadow
Huskarban,
Demona od
not too
Falconov,
surprising.
zabanovaného
Saw that one
maybe.
earlier.
Yeah, so as soon as they pick it, the game
Jo,
is over.
nechat
So it's good
sneaky
they
go
landed.
Vyčena,
Yep, and there's the Timbersaw.
Timbersaw a Naga.
Yeah, so they did ban the slaughter, like you said. I
Takže
think that makes a lot of
nechali
sense here. Yandex
Shadow
likes a lot of
Demona pre
Falcons. They play
Yandoxov,
off lane
teoreticky pre
sometimes, but
Saxiča.
that's kind of it. They don't really play mid at all, and Namar doesn't super like it.
Again, for Yandex now, it's kind of a discussion on pretty much what, Chen or DK, right? Whichever one they ban, if they don't pick it up themselves, Falcons will probably look towards it, and they do go for the Pangolier ban.
Now
Is that-
DK's in the pool though.
yeah, but you take... Shady, we mentioned Shady earlier. Completely.
Já jsem to vravel. Já jsem to vravel. Bylo jasné, že Success půjde po toho nejlepšího jeho hrdinu teraz.
Falcons would take it. If they ban the Pango, they would take Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon's good against DK.
Zabere
Yandex also doesn't really want to be playing the DK.
Není tam Pango, takže či si teraz zoberu Falconi, ale rovno.
Even though it's bad against Shadow Demon, just because it's strong and it's a flex, or what route they go.
But also, is Shadow Demon really a deterrent to picking Chen, right? You just pick a Chen, you know you're going to win that lane, you can just set up the side lane, so it could also just force Falcons down this lane. Maybe Yandex will be happy with this because they've got a big picture, Shadow Demon bait the Chen out, go from there, but yeah.
So here I think that's very key here for Yandex to look at is the... Or now maybe a little bit less so, but I still think Weaver is a hero that Falcons are going to be looking at into the Shadow Demon. And it's a potential very good ban here in second phase.
Yeah, it's definitely an option.
Of course, the DK now is potentially the Skeeter carry hero, but Malrine has also been playing it quite a lot actually. Maybe even more than Skeeter recently, so I still think Weaver is one of the best carries against Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon being this anti-carry hero, so yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing that banned out.
Yeah, I mean, I think Falcons likely will go for offlane next phase, flex the DK till the end, have this mid carry question mark up in the air.
Bounty Hunter is a little bit out of nowhere. Of course, Falcons has been toying with the bounty, but it's not something they played a lot recently.
It is kind of strange. Normally, it's a response to Chen or Enchantress. I don't know if you necessarily want Ench against DK. I don't think it's particularly good. So if they weren't intending on picking Ench, I'm not. Or maybe Warlock, I guess, is the other one. So maybe they're looking at Warlock. That's a hero that bounty hunters commonly pick against.
Jo, kdyby Shadow Demon Warlock, tak by byl ten bounty proti tomu jako mega dobrý. Že to dává smysl. Že teoreticky Ricky taky jako trošku counter, nazvíme to. Kdybych chtěl hrát něco podobné, Tusky, že jako dává smysl jako bounty-ish.
So Bounty Tusk from the pole position, they can create a lot of tempo and just annoy Shadow Demon running around everywhere, wasting his TP and stuff.
Žádná novinka.
It would be easier for Yandex, of course, to ban here if they saw a series yesterday played by Falcons, right, or something like that. So that's the advantage that Falcon has over Yandex right now.
Díky za podporu Zrzka.
And yeah, these bans do seem a little bit random. They're not selected, I think, too much on Falcons. They're a bit more generic.
Morning vole.
Sure, I think the two bans are generic, but I think at least Yandex is trying to identify small things in pacing for Falcons. If they don't have this type of style, then they will just hit the creeps. They will just slow down, right? Because a lot of the pacing from Falcons comes from, you know, the DK with the Blink Dagger Rush or the Panglia that you mentioned, a support connecting together, right? So
sure. I mean, the supports with DK can also just easily be the Skywrath, the Hoodwinks, right?
Snapfire, yeah.
Follow up, so...
Yeah, I mean, the pick for Falcons coming out of phase feels relatively simple. There's the Jakiro, the Hoodwink, the Snapfire, the Pugner as well. There's a lot of options, of course. Pugner into Shadow Demon, probably not going to happen, but again, it's not as if Yandex is banning out some of the staples of Falcons for sure.
I mean, Falcon's actually taking a long time on this ban, so to me it says that this ban is targeted specifically for maybe even the hero they want on 16-17.
Probably also thinking about the next pick, right?
Yeah.
In that phase as well.
Vstupenka. Vstupenka najzákladnější kameň tejto celej komunity a toho fungovania vôbec tohoto krásneho streamu. Ďakujem nádherný.
Vstupenka! The second spell of Shadow Demon works,
yeah,
right?
That's true.
He's kind of the best hero to throw down.
Ďakujem krásne za kilečko, ty vole, tak to z rána rovno. Ďakujem krásne za takéto ranné dono. Je velice rare záležitosť.
I mean, okay, so yeah, they go for the Sand King, and Jakiro's still in the pool, so you know, kind of a gimme to take that.
Okay.
Yandex heroes, a lot of magic damage. Certainly not bad heroes by any stretch. I think there's pretty good synergies there. This SD is pretty good with Sand King, and I also think, you know, you're playing against Malrine, picking a Sand King mid, just to hit mid hero that's going to chill and be fine, I think makes a lot of sense. You don't try to crush Malrine early game, because I just don't think it's going to happen for Chira Jr., for being honest. And so I think just getting your farm, they have a lot of great stat clears already. I think playing the economy game, getting off on a good footing and being able to take mid-game fights, I think is Yannex's best route.
The thing is that you have to be careful, because Enchantress in these type of games, when you have like overprotective Wisp, the healing, like a drum, like you can soak a lot of this fight, but
Nej, Malrin si povedal, že takže Chiri si ide dať Senda na mid, jo? Dávaj. No jasne, a Crit do Skywrathom. Ale ten Skyward je dobrý trade-off do toho Jakira na linky. Protože tam má furt jakoby tu magic bariéru, takže mu prostě vždycky o trochu méně dá.
But then again, you do kind of need to respect the Shadow Demon hero to some extent. You need to pick something that can actually.
Ale ten Saxičou Shadow Demon jakoby.
And Storm is one of the heroes that can jump the backline.
Sure. I mean, there's going to be back and forth between the two teams, right? Like, who does Falcons jump whilst they're jumping? Are they respecting Shadow Demon? Is Saxter in position to be able to disrupt saves? If you get Vortex Mystic Flare, then now
Disruption combo breaks all of that.
What is the fight for Falcons outside of DK, you know, having the big...
I think there's also a world where they really want to shut down the Sanking and picking Storm and then going inch towards mid with the Sky. So like you can basically try lane mid on this and then shut down this guy completely, right? Even take his stacks out as well.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know if I like Falcon's heroes that much. It's a lot of single target. It's a lot of somewhat on the lower end damage of things. So if Yandex does get to these items, you know, they have last pick here, right? They can still pick a hero that buys pipe, and you know, just tank ability is very good against Storm and Skywrath. I feel like Yandex, they've done well for themselves, and I think if you took away the team names here, I would definitely prefer Yandex draft. Now, it's Falcons, there's always that fear of, like, are they going to snowball lanes, are they going to run over and pick you off across the map? It's definitely possible. If there's no team names, I like Yandex here.
A i proti tým single target jako Burstom, čo tam majú.
Tide and Underlord were the two heroes I was looking for a mob. Kind of like the annoying, I don't die to Terrorblade in lane, and can kind of like awkwardly take over the game with your Amar natural itemization. They ban out Tide themselves because Yandex also need an offlaner. And the awkward damage that you mentioned,
Yandex also needs this type of hero, right?
Exactly,
I think Underlord looks really good for Yandex right now, honestly. It's very good against Storm.
It's great.
And I don't know, it's just amazing, I think,
It's good against DK2.
Underlord je mega good pre Amara, no. Ale na obidve strany. Samozřejmě zabanovaný Marzík, Tide, Doom, Kentaur. Teraz by sa nečudoval, keby zabanovali...
I think that makes a lot of sense.
Honestly, tak nezabanujú toho Underlorda, tak si to zobere podľa mňa Amar.
Makes a lot of sense. And I think it's honestly also really surprising they pick Storm in particular, because I think Malloran is quite a bad win rate on it compared to his other heroes, but also they don't hold the DK flex. It's unusual to me.
What happens if Yandex go for like the noticed offlane Night Stalker here, right? Rather than going for the Aura buyer, just go for more fight, right? You get the early blink, you're silencing Storm, Sky, you always see the fight, it gives your initiation for the Sand King.
I wouldn't mind something like that as well.
Go crazy, right?
I think the problem, not the problem, but the risk taking something like Underlord is that now you are really going all in on
Bristleback je taky jako obvious ban ještě
přesně. Ukrát,
že to můžu brát obidva týmy.
But a Night Stalker will make it more awkward for Falcons to be aggressive actually early on. So that's a different approach, but I also think it could work.
Zajímavý,
no. The Storm thing of BKB and defensive items.
I think Amar's hero here is not... It's not that obvious, honestly, what he's going to be picking here. There's still Bristleback in the pool.
Yeah.
No.
There's stuff like Monkey King.
It's not a great Bristle game, though.
It's not.
Není to dobrá Bristle game proti tomu Démonovi, tové.
Play with a similar tempo to Falcons.
Terrorblade k tomu.
There's also a hero. It's hard to find a hero that kind of.
Yandexovci to mají podle mě silné jako svině.
Right.
Třeba ten Shadow Demon je tam.
If they do get it, would be very
jako
good for that
brutálně
fight.
důležitý.
Plus Crimson, obviously SD can
purchase Crimson, and he can brutálně potáhat tuto hru, si myslím, proti tomu, čo majú.
Someone to reduce TB's damage, reduce Sanking's damage.
They steal it.
Okay. Honestly great for them. Also,
toto je mega dobré, že ukradli toho Underlorda.
This Ursa, maybe they think it would be some offlane Ursa, or they swap lanes around.
Nechceli,
this lane could be too bad. Maybe we get mega snowballed, right? They watched TI finals. They saw what happened in game 4.
What about offlane Slack for Amar? Is that a thing?
Slarka
That's something he actually did against Medusa one time.
Yeah.
Yep. I feel like this is the position where Amar does need to go a little bit creative, right?
Yeah.
Amar může hrát furt nějakého Vipera, Razera, tyhle, kdyby chceli.
I don't think he'll play Darkseer. It doesn't really fit their heroes that much, and he also hates that hero.
Yeah.
Timbersaw is banned. Underlord, those are oftentimes the three big counters.
Všetky sú zabanované. Reálne.
So none of them is as options. Amar may have to get a little creative here, unless there's something we're forgetting. You mentioned the Bristle, but it is honestly quite a crap Bristleback game.
It's not great.
But Falcons does want some team fight. We talked about their single target before, so I'm honestly, I don't know.
Jo, kdybych chcel iba komfort z toho, čo tam ostalo, tak zabere Bristla.
Falcons and then snowball that way.
You definitely are you really got to snowball if you pick a Weaver here. You're running it down to the wire.
You will win your lanes.
It's like 3 seconds after reserve time. Yeah. They're going to have to reveal what they're going for now. And they do pick up the Bristleback. Yeah,
to je jediné, čo tam ostalo,
Falcons' approach is pretty much just get a tanky offlane hero.
Viac sa mi páči ten Yandexovský draft úprimne.
Out the meta, disengage. Once the meta has then gone cooldown,
Úplne úprimne.
look to fight. So they trying to utilize just
tam neostalo akoby nič iné moc na vymýšľanie.
If you took away the team names,
mohol brať takých ako Razerov.
Just feels like it's more cohesive. It has
Mne príde, že Yandexovci majú fakt lepší draft. Falconovci sú ale lepší tým ako by default, ale toto by mohlo byť ako pre Yandexovcov mega dobre.
You know, they come to lanes with full HP. They make sure that the first 10 minutes they have to be clean. They cannot afford to make big mistakes in the early
záleží, no. Takisto Falconi majú presne ten draft, že jakmile tam budú mať ten svoj typický ako trošku gold lead a linky proste tam prelázitujú a všetko, budú mať 1-2k lead. Success by tam mohol túto hru podľa mňa extrémne poťahať. Ten Shadow Demon ich tam ale úplne ako countruje dosť z nich. Maladiáž má svojho number 2 panáčka, by som povedal, možno aj number 1.
I mean, again, to put numbers onto that,
Mid by mal byť ako celku trade-off, aj keď tam Cheerich môže byť trošku behind. Falconi majú svoj štandard, ale nemajú žiadny akoby teamfight moc veľký, no. No na druhej strane sú tam aspoň akoby taký ten Underlord, you know, Sand King, Jakiro a ešte to schovávačka, hlavne ten Demonic Purge. Jo, nám si vlastne vyberú ten target, buď to bude Skitter alebo ATF a sa nepohne a hotovo, no.
Coach of Yandex with Dove and Slacks. Absolutely, here with Axel, and of course we have Dove to translate for our audience here in the arena. Now, Team Falcons, big, scary team, but a lot of information about them. In your draft, you picked a lot of heroes that we've seen before. What specifically were you targeting against Falcons?
Yandex si podľa mňa tento draft vyhrali za mňa.
We wasn't targeting something specifically. I think it's just we focus more on ourselves, picking our heroes, make sure our lineup looks very well rounded, and yeah.
我们并没有针对 Falcons 去做一些针对性的选择，我们只是针对我们自己选择我们舒适的英雄，在我们的阵容里面可以打好的英雄，更加是在我们自己这方面进行了准备和选择。
Did your draft accomplish what you wanted to accomplish? Well, what are your chances for winning this one?
你的这一次的选人是否达到了你预期当中的选人呢？你认为你们的胜率会有多少？
I think our chances are very good. I'm happy with the draft, and it's went better than I expected even.
我觉得我们的这一次的这个胜率还是比较乐观的，然后我觉得我选到了我想要选的人，所以我觉得还是非常不错的。
Ten Storm pick bol prekvapko trochu, ale Malarin si chcel zahrať Storma, no čo no.
Let's find out. It's semi-finals time here in Chengdu. Lacoste, what are you thinking about these two drafts?
Oh boy,
They're looking for a revenge with this type of a draft. Last time they met on land was a month ago during Fisher Playground.
Poďme sa pozrieť, čo nám tu kluci ukážu, aj keď z toho budeme mať zase toto očividne celý túto blástik, budeme mať watch party spoločnú.
What's the key here for Yandex?
Ale aj tak sa teším, že to uvidíme.
I think a lot of stacking. You have Underlord, you have Sanking. We saw Chura Jr. popping off in most of these games when he was playing his Sanking. I want to see more of them because this team with this type of a draft can easily explode and get a dub in this first game.
Ale Yandexovci vždycky prehrávajú prvú, ale majú podľa mňa lepší draft. Uvidíme. Uvidíme, ako sa náš Slováčik pekne vyspal. Hovoril Oliver, že mali trošku problém s akoby prispôsobením tú time zone do toho, že tam jetlag a takéto veci im robili trošku problém a tak. Poďme sa na to pekne pozrieť. Ne. Ešte ne.
So we can deliberate and talk and think about the game and the draft a little bit more, my buddy.
Yeah, Falcons, they have a very Falconish draft. It is a draft that they kind of been
running. Jo, ale zároveň to není zas tak typický.
Draft that they are having panel that talk about, you know,
Na tom Stormovi je podle mě dost velká zodpovědnost tuto hru, ale je to Malrine, jakoby jo, tam neexistuje, že by som tam nemal nějakou jako... Ale nebude to podle mě pro něho jednoduché. Ni hao ma Chengdu, Skitter už tam pěkně ty vole zdraví celou Čínu. Cringe.
Skitter said ni hao ma to Chengdu and Saxa just called him cringe.
Saxa is just fully focused.
Why me?
Saxa at breakfast, I just asked him one thing, are you ready? He said, ready, that's it.
Okay.
He's gonna be in the
One
zone.
Burger King meal, please.
Gonna be able to like get the stacks going. How Falcons is gonna be approaching that, but they're gonna be stealing the stacks and. Yeah, seems like they're hungry. I think Malrine is not just hungry for victory. He also wants to have a burger.
Apparently, yeah. I mean, the Falcons, they're predators, right? They want a bit of meat. They want to try and munch on some of these Yandex heroes. Got to go on the hunt first. You can't just get a
mid by Malrine jako v rukách, no. A myslím si, že ale ten Saxičov Shadow Demon by tuto hru fakt mohl poťahať. Pekne Skitterik tam našel, ale... To je nenápadne sníknutá Varda od Saxiča tam. To jako pri tej rune by som neočakával. Ale... To schovaně nemá jak, no. Tri runy, ale tri runy pre Falconovcov. Dobre sa tam dole natlačil, to je Bristol. Nice. Skitter jako neurobí moc, tu může akorát to tak obísť, ale podle mě ho tam budu čakat. No jasně, no. Jo, Notice, tyhle potřebuje radši vyblokovat tu waveu, jako tam hitovat Skittera. No, on to vytankoval aj tak, nice.
So he knows the ins and outs.
Jo, teraz jako udržet tu waveu vždycky je challenge as fuck. Jeden deny na rangeáka dobrý od Notista, to jako je úplně nepodstatná záležitost. To tradovanie bude vždycky lepší pre toho démona, až když nebudú nejaké krepy a také to podobné záležitosti proti tým, jako nemá ten démon moc čo urobiť. Ale jinak, pekne sneaking ešte zobere kuríra navíc, Saxič si nedal pozor.
Mystic Flare, that's pretty much all your damage, so you need to reset, you need to wait for the cooldowns, and on the side of Yandex, you can just chill. Like, these heroes are very good at resetting the fight as well, coming in, coming out as well.
Yeah, I mean, definitely reliant on Metamorphosis, but you can play around that with your Underlord being able to play globally.
Na midě si myslím, že to bude dost intenzívny trade-off, ale Malrine by to mal mať možno trochu príjemnejšie.
Tabs on him, as Storm does have a minor lead in this lane. Overall, Storm favored?
Yeah, I would say so. Storm already has bottle. Chira Jr. has it on the courier.
Pekne, jo. Jako budou strajkom na láze, not bad.
Storms nowadays, they don't take the point in Electric Vortex in most of the situations. They are just farming or just killing for the farm. Let's see
push the wave.
Yeah, pretty much. Let's see if maybe Malrine finds the opportunity to maybe grab him, but yeah, he sees the bottle on Chira Jr. sees how much CS he managed to get. And again,
dneska ale musím chválit jakoby tam čínské Chengdu, že je víkend a už se to tam jakoby celku naplnilo oproti včerajšku. Včera sa jim ještě cez pracovný den, ich tam nepustili z práce všetkých. Dneska chat, pojďte poriadne zakývať všetci do jedného, ako napríklad poctivo pan Vokurkos. Koľko z nás sa tu nachádza takto na ránečko? O 7 ráno vás to vidie toľkých. To je krás totiž. No to je presne tá vec, že Crit tam jako býva cez tie spely. Tam aspoň vydrží viac, no. Je vás tam zopár, rozkývajte to tam chat. Dneska som tam s vami v chate, rozumíte? Ja som dneska jakoby váš človek. To môžeme baviť celú dobu. OK, pokus akurát tuto vyhnať Notista. Lotus zabezpečený. No, laning phase by nemal byť podľa mňa problém pre Falconovcov. Celkovo. Ale jako Ice on Saxič podľa mňa. Tu Saxič tuto hru může fakt jako klačnout za mě. A Watson to může jako odcarryovat proti tomuto celému, co tam je. Dostává tam Malorine jakoby trošičku, ne, že ne? Pěkný deny na Rangeáka. Okay. 5 creepů, 6 denial navíc pre Malorina. Čírič to zatím jako zvládá dobré, by som povedal. Prelazitovat dole Amara je možno největší challenge, jaký existuje pre hociakého hráča na světě. To se úplně jako nedarí. Dobré ránko ještě raz všetkým. Já vím, že si kýval, já jsem chcel iba teraz to rozkývat jako globálně, rozumíš? Aby jsme tam mali úplně taky jako rozkývaný četíček. Já vím, že každý pěkně poctivo to pozdraví většinou, když přijde. Já milujem vašu slušnost takto. Hytrage už tam mrdá, ty vole, v tom chatě, no každý po svojom, no jako.
Across the board. I just want to point out the 10 denies on Amar though. That's a pretty high value.
No, Amar zase má 21-10, prostě Amareho lázitovanie, to je vole iná liga. Kámo, dostáva tam maladiáž, no, o tom to jsem přesně vravel.
Yeah, Jakiro doesn't want to be zoned out by Sky in a way where he has like 2 arcane bolts running at him, and that's exactly what Crit's doing. Has another one, has a slow and a blood grenade.
Crit.
He might have this, you're right. Malady just did under his own tower. Crit gets the first blood.
Crit.
And Watson being run out by
The
Amar is not
boy.
easy to take either.
A ještě tu metu popli. Falconovci s nimi hrajou dole. Jak se tam s nimi zahrali s chlapcami. Je pravda, Hyter, že tam si to rozkýval těž, no. Rozkýval si skôr také ty jako pánevné dno. Jak se to volá? Je zabanovat. Obidva ty kempy tam zavardil sneaking, not bad. Ještě tornádom skoro pofarmil. Teda už se o to postará Saxič, ale nenašel tu centru. Neviděl tu centrinu tím poisonom. To budu chcet možno postekovat ďalej. Točí, když to tu nakonec jakoby pofarmí, aby se nepovedalo. A nenašli tu centru. No, on to zkoušel skautit. Ale nenašel ju, no.
It is Chiro Jr. though with the Invis rune. Guarded up at top as we saw Malrine try to get the luck of the draw. Unfortunately, it wasn't going to go his way.
No, prostě zase jsme v zóně, no. A je protože na vrchu, jakoby je to 26 proti 25, tam to jako Notice zvládá celkou lázitovat. Mad Golem. Jo, ještě to pak... O jeden hit. O jeden hit. Mad Golem, tyhle, to skoro zvládol. Mini bold guy. OK, počkej, Čírič jde s Invizom, ale... A Mario bude mať problém. S epicentrom straight up, nazdar, OK. Jako, nedali to najideálnější, ale umře aj tak. Tak ne.
I was a little worried there that he might be able to run away from the burrow strike. If that doesn't connect, he might actually be fine.
Ale sneaking na pána, znova zavarděno. Ještě budu tam farmit ty kempy navíc. Falcony si berú podľa mňa zatiaľ viac. Tento kill jakoby pomôže sice určite jako Yandexovcom o dosť. Well. Jo, ta výhoda toho Shadow Demona je většinou jakoby to, že tam fakt jako může jednoducho postekovat obidva ty kempy, hlavně pre toho Senda. A to presne si Falconi postrážili, ale že dokonale.
We said it's very important for Chura Jr. to get a good timing on a blink dagger.
Malorine to bude prostě vypnúť tú waveu čo najskôr pred 8 minutou.
Playing in behind the tower, dragging the wave and farming it just before the 8th minute hits. Let's see who gets the luck this time.
Regen, kámo, procol Číričovi.
Guarded it for Chura Jr. to get the regen.
Jo, to keby mal Malorine, tak sme trošku inde, no ale...
First 8 minutes, guys, slow down. 2 kills.
jak se jo počkali, ale má ten regen. Jo, on to prostě s regenem pofarmí celé. A oni to můžou enchantom ale zrušit, ten regen. Ale well no. Na vrchu, počkat, Skytereče se tam jde pozrieť, dobré. Si neodísť. Prišiel za bránou, tebe za Číričom, not bad. Ešte nachystaným sa, to je dosť ďaleko. Aj tak tam ale ten Sand King pofarmil akoby dobre, celý ten jako enchant stečík.
Put the sentries and block them, then they block them again, then they come in and try to steal them. Shira Jr. Epicenter.
The chain stuns with the epicenter to follow is a lot of damage out of the Sand King and Jakiro. Skinner's done for. 2 core kills in the first 10 minutes here from Yandex. Set themselves up for some success as the laning phase breaks down. Crit and Amar. Quite often with a Scarlet Mage, you want multiple heroes to play with. Bristleback, not really a stunning, catching hero.
No.
So Crit really has to rely on Storm and Dragon Knight to pick up the pieces, which might mean that Skitter's farm could suffer if he has to be the one moving around.
It's already suffering, and seems like he's gonna be going for the real carry build, knowing that they might need to have something else for the game, knowing that this lineup hasn't really managed to succeed kind of what they wanted to do. Maybe gank the mid lane, try to snowball from there. You have Enchantress with the creep, try to push the tower, open up the map, steal some of the ancient creeps as well. Maladich getting initiated on.
Malrine going for solo kill, but it's not a fair fight in a 1 versus 1. It's a chain stun from Chira Jr. and Maladich. A lot of damage onto Malrine. He's zipping around looking for the DD. Another Vanish into the damage, though he's finished off. Yandex just bringing numbers every single engagement to shut down Falcons in their sneaky moves.
Velmi dobrý Irly. Irly od Yandexovců tu ale chat.
The damage to kill the heroes right now, with you did mention Bristleback. He's the type of a hero that's going to be sitting in the lane, farming the ancients, maybe creep skipping, but this is not a hero that's
stále, co se týká networku, je to jako whatever, ale
Scarlet Mage who's only level 4, which is a lot of damage missing.
Jo.
Junior.
Čirič už má blinku, 10. minuta, mega good. Jako Yandexovci to mají rozdohrané úplně podle představ. Mají dokonce něco méně jako 1K lead po laning phase. A ještě si myslím, že Amario je rozsekaný tiež iba na Vocna. Boombác, nazdar. Prostě s Demonic Purgeom jakoby to je easy peasy. Už podle toho draftu bylo jakoby jasné, že se takéto něco jakoby stane a nevychádza to Falconovcom úplně podle představ. Stále tam není ani zdaleka 6 pro toho Skyvreta, je tam blinka na Sandovi, který už si může dobit teraz čo chce. Jaj.
Is going to be providing you with stuns or anything alike. Skeeter as well in this one, not going for his traditional build. No Blink Dagger, so he can't be the one pairing up with Scarlet Mage to try to look for a kill. So it's going to be a bit of a slower game, more farm.
Jo, Oliver teraz poslednú dobu hrál vždycky jakoby tu Madnessku, Armletu až potom Blink. Alebo aspoň jedno druhé, to je taky jako default, by som povedal. Krytíček ale najdený. Easy peasy. Oni mají hrozně simple line-up Yandexovci, ale on je fakt jako extrémně funkčný. A přesně jako som vravel, moje slova se potvrdzují tak rýchlo, že to normálně až nie je pěkné, čo? Na moje slova můžete stavovat baráky normálně. Saxič už teraz prostě to tu ťahá, jako úplný lord s tím Shadow Demonem. Už teraz, by the way, má 4 killy z těch 5. Oh boy.
Like, once you go for Disseminate, this is the newer build on Shadow Demon. You want to make everybody as tanky, get that extra bit of a damage. Plus, you also have tanky cores. You put it on Sand King, who's going in. Even Underlord. Like, we haven't talked about Underlord. Notice, he's been just farming 0-0-0. He's ready to join. Like, the fights are going to be so
again,
much more difficult.
Demonic Purge, může tam být klidně Blade Mail. Nazdar. To je přesně to, mega kill Saxič. Já jsem to koloval hned na začátku, že bude u toho Shadow Demona ještě nakonec si piknout draft, který je slabý proti tomu Shadow Demonovi. Vidíme. Na midě jdu, ale Falconi robiť momentálně move, to vyzerá. Tam pojdu na Maladio. Jako pojdu, no. Tady zpěta, jako by akorát na jednoho by mal být aspoň ten jeden kill. Krydy, ale podle mě hotový, jako. Ten to má spočítané, ten je Thompson. Může robit, čo chce. Žádný objektiv z toho teda nezoberu. Ale začal jako skvělý základ pre Yandexovcov, musím povedať, proti našim tuto chlapcom. Jdeme to bude Pipa z prvej prostě tu, na druhé straně je tam akurát ten Blade Mail na Bristlovi. Oliver jakoby tuto hru bude muset být fakt carry. Ne, jakože...
One is going to be purgeable by Enchantress, that's Crimson, but still, the value that you're getting from it is way too good. You're playing against Dragonite, you're playing against Bristleback, even the right clicks from the Storm Spirit. I think if you go for these two items, Storm Spirit's going to have massive issues, because you're also playing into Pit of Malice, which is going to be the setup, plus the same.
Nějaká illusion runa iba tak jako casual.
Shadow Demon Disruption into Ice Path is something that you need to worry about pre-BKB.
I think that's the first rune Malreen's been able to get his hands on there.
That's a really bad sign for Storm.
And an illusion rune as well. It's an awful rune to get. Just immediately pops it, going to use that to scout things out and see what's going on in that mid lane.
Já jsem pravil, že ten Shadow Demon bude problém.
Shira Jr. level 12 on his Sand King. Having an absolute cracker. Ready to strike.
Ale Shiri Junior hlavně podle mě z toho midu viděl o dost věc, jako by som já předpokládal proti Malreenovi. Ale vyrástli tuto Yandexovci už jako o dost. Zase tu čaká Saxic. Zase jeden easy demonic purge into Thunder. Hotovo 20, no. Unstoppable Saxic, teraz ho konečně možno punishnu. OK, 500 goldov prekryta, not bad. Not bad. Pre Falconovcov.
Like, this is a hero that's gonna have pretty much bullseye throughout the whole game. He's gonna be the saving tool for the combo that they do have, but Amar
Ještě máme na Skitterovi všetko, čo potrebuje. Ještě ta blinka. Většinou okolo nějaké 17 by tam jako mohla být kludně. Ten dráček hlavně, on je jakoby silný carry, ale proti zrovna Terror Bladeovi a tomu Shadow Demonovi přijde, že tu ten scaling mají Yandexovci prostě o dost lepší. A když mají Falconi také ty svoje 3 celku silné kóry, proti tomu, čo majú Yandexovci, to jako vůbec nebude jako easy peasy, aj keby tam mali nějaký goldy navíc. Tome, nevím, kde si viděl jakoby ohlásené odchody Krita i Sneakinga, ani jeden nemá ohlásený odchod. Falconi nemají žádnou jako změnu zostavy. Boli tam také, že já, možno sa jako niečo takéto stane, ale to by ostat spolu.
Yandex waiting for their next items to come online. They want to have Aghanim Scepter on Sand King, Manta Style on TB, plus the Pipe Ready on Underlord. These 3 items, once they bring that to the fight, it's going to be very difficult for Falcons to actually take the fight.
Jo. Jo, teraz je podľa mňa nemožné pre nich vyhrať nejaký fight ako celkový. Za litr budu mať na Sandovi Aghanim celý. To bude mať niekde čajem do 18. minuty, dajme tomu. Ale za mě ten Shadow Demon je stále ten největší problém. Pekně teda Saxic, Tumbler stojí si poskočil, připraví. Nebudu se srát s ničím. Enčka rozsekaná. Po této sérke Salinger.
This was also epicenter with Arcane Rune, so he will be having that one again in another minute. Watson showing up with his shard. Extra bit of damage onto that tower. Very clean so far from Yandex.
Oh, this is where the pressure builds, right? It's been that dead even game in terms of net worth for 15 minutes. Now to 2, probably to 3k. As Yandex takes
toto comebackovat jakoby bez leadu bude pre Falconovcov fakt za trest. To je Krita tu najdu, ten Silent získal trochu času akurát. Jo, jako Malady by mal umřít, no. Malady by mal být hotový.
It was a nice play. Like, he was in the corner trying to get
Celá
on the
to...
high ground. I mean, he's still probably dead because there is a Storm Spirit, but a nice play overall. Where you can actually bounce on the high ground, one of the illusions did.
No, ani jeho by to aj tak nehodilo na ten high ground, si myslím, ten moment. Professional e-athletes. Oblúbené hlášky Lacosteho. Mega dobrý základ zatiaľ pre Yandexovcov. Toľko to fakt sa do tohoto vôbec jednoducho nebude hrať Dota 2. Oni hlavne budú potrebovať akoby vždycky vychytávať toho démona ideálne a to je trošku nemožné. Rage bitch.
Team Yandex on the back foot for a moment there as their aggression was halted by the brick wall put up by the Falcons in that bottom river. Again, giving a bit more wiggle room here for Amar and Skitter to pick up their net worth. Level the playing field. Still around 2k lead for Yandex.
Jo.
This is where Dragon Knight though can start to shine.
A oni to klasicky, oni to neberú akože koľko hodín, ale kedy sa stalo proste a už boli vonku, tak už ako teraz sú ready. Len si vonku. Okej, toto by mohol byť ale huge kill. Nice. To je presne tie pick-offy, ktoré potrebujú, no. Storm plus ten Skywrath plus ako Skitter samozrejme s blinkou, that's it. Tam je čisto akoby otázka, či to budú ako... A nevedieť. Tam pekne použijú tú ilusku na to, aby sa zbavili tej vardičky. Ale pre 20 minútové teraz sú ako podstatný fight možno. Čirič premýšľa. Nejako sú tu pripravení 4, ako keby chceli akoby o to bojovať, ale on tam bude môcť notice prísť bránou. To je šanca. Okej, Čirič. Okej, kryt nájdený hneď ako prvý. Rozmrdaný Vejpul do senda, otočka. Pekné defenzívne schovanie k tomu. Osak si sa postaral síce Skitter, ale ten je proste Demonic pročnutý, ten je hotový. 2 za 2 trade-off.
Yandex pushed them away from the jungle. It's a 2v2 trade,
to je stále akoby OK trade, záleží, čo tu akoby ešte urobí Malrin. Chce akoby ďalej niečo. On za chvíľku bude chodiť, ale teda končí tam meta, takže overall akoby si myslím, že sú na tom ako Falconovci o trochu spokojnejšie teraz. Aj keď to je trade-off 2 za 2, tak tam nie je meta, takže to je overall win pre nich, takisto tam majú positioning na to, aby zobrali teraz toho Tormentrička. OK.
And you have Terrorblade hitting you, which is never going to be in your favor pretty much. This was also a fight where Chira Jr. died without using
Kryt nedal nič v tom fajte, ale veľmi pekne, akoby Skitter, akoby tam, keby stihol zdabiť, on keď bude mať akoby viac damage samozrejme, tak je to OK, proste tam potrebuješ skočiť, chytiť toho démona a nenechať ho dať ten Demonic Purge, no ale není úplne tak príjemné. Sneaking to takzvaně zkusil, ale Epicenter a Ganimovi ten ho vyklepe jako řízeček v nedělu. Lead gold je zase zabezpečený a hlavně tu jako Falconovci můžu zkusit ísť po toho Tormentra. Minus armor od Amara a od Skittera by to jako nemal být úplně zase taky velký problém, by som povedal. Ale už si to tam vyskenovali, už vedia, že toto bude štípať. No a nestihli to nakonec Yandexovci nejak potrestať. Krytovský shard zdarma je good. Dve ďalšie holubičky navíc. Toto je actually huge. Kryt bude jako eskalovat, protože to má Rain, dobré. Vortex, ty vole, cez pol mapy, to schovaníčko, ale tam jako nič jiné není. Čirič, Malrin to tam vychytal jako lord. Ale to bylo úplně out of nowhere. Vůbec Yandexovci nepočítali s tím, že tam bude ten Stormit skákať. Ale to je ten důvod, proč je Malrin Malrinom. Okay, no. Oni hlavně věděli, že tam není meta, tak je to podobné záležitosti, že tam nebudu šeci. A už se začíná hrát rýchla Dota, 2000 gold lead od Falconov a jedem. Vyčmuchaný Watson, myslím, že viděli Watsona. Ale počkej, Malrin si vybral něco jiné, si vybral rovno Saxiča. Tam viděli, že išel jakoby pod tu vežičku, odhadli to dokonalé, Saxič. Ještě to pipou, no za Amara, easy peasy. Watson vyčistil obidvoch tých supportov. Respektíve jednoho a MOUZa má. Terrorblade robí prácu ako sviňa. Watson pôjde aj po túto pána. Hotový sneaking. Toto bol mega deep dive, ako skočiť po Shadow Demona pod tier 2, ešte keď to akoby obchádzali každý z inej strany. To bolo trošku forsnuté akoby od Falconov, takzvané si mysleli, že si môžu dovoliť viac, ako si mohli dovoliť. Ale pekne využitá, akoby tuto taký trošku overextend. Tam chvíľku to vyzeralo, že Falconi teraz mali práve ten 2000 gold lead, ale zase je to na nule. Vidíme ten replay, tam išiel Amar s krytom zľava, ale proste ich tam vychytal Watson. A proste ich tam vymazal obidvoch. A Saxic tiež stiel nahodiť všetko, čo mohol. Pohoda chilla Jazz, no. Toto si ako Saxic užíva, takéto smrte 100%, ne?
I guess Scarth Mage wishing he had a blink dagger or something as well, trying to chase Malrine there as they went very deep.
Your positioning needs to be.
Kde Kaiwa Saints prvej kryt.
Not the easy one. You're playing against Pipe, you're playing against the backline jumper, you're playing against Manta style as well. Pure physical, raw physical damage coming out from him.
Falcons really taking any opportunity they can though. Skitter TPing. Rejoin crit. Three-man smoke to return into that southern jungle where Watson is residing. Terrorblade currently 4-0 and 5.
Áno, Watson to má rozhorané úplne dokonale, no. 16 000 net worth. Falconi majú na mide, ale smouček a čakajú na niečo. Malrine teda tam ako pôjde tlačiť dole, ale tá trojica je tam smouknutá na mide, no. Watson sa tu schováva, oni ho videli, ale cez tú bardu. A Skitter pôjde rovno, OK, stunločík a Watson vymazaný, kde si? Pane Terrorblade! Oh boy. Jo. On si myslel, že tam je schovaný, ale tá vardička ho tam odhalila dobre. A proste zrazu Falconi už vedia, že majú svoj timing, majú BKB na dráčkovi. Reálne Amar túto hru akoby moc toho síce neporobil, ale má tam pipu, pôjde podľa mňa aj ten Crimson, bude skôr taký ako aura gamer. Ale zase na Oliverovi je vidieť, aký je pán. No, vychytá takýto akoby tu target. Dostan loku ešte od toho Storma. Zrazuje z toho Roche. Ego reálne dve pipy budú mať, no a? Why not? Ešte sniper, ten Terrorblade, Kurír. No, zrazu tu Falconi celku doma. Ono, Yandexovci jednak mali to rozhorané extrémne dobre. Ale dostať sa akoby do takéto šlamastiky, keď za chvíľku tam bude aj tá pipe, aj Crimson Guard, Sneaking chce urobiť druhú pipu. Oliver ale našiel niečo ďalšie. Mala by akurát zaplatiť za ten D-ward, ne? On tam ani nedal ten D-ward. On tam nestihol prísť tým kurírom, on si tam dal sentrinu, poslal tam toho kuríra, aby tam videl. Falconovci ich tu rozoberajú jak decká v tom midgame, no. A to ako lepšie nemohli mať ani rozohraný ten laning phase, alebo tých prvých 15-20 minút, alebo 15 dajme tomu. Oliver zrazuje všade. Saxic už tu ide nachystať aspoň minimálne Amara, to je podľa mňa ale celku dobrý jabait. Oliver nakoniec je tu ale trochu staknutý, tam ako nemajú toho Bristla ako zachraňovať, toto je bad as fuck. Stratí ten Aegis, ale tuto boli vlastne pripravení úplne dokonale Číričovci. Oliver môže tak skúsiť dať ako... Fuck! Bol moc zase deep dive. Jego síce ich tu ako rozoberali Falconi, ale... To ako ne, že ne. Máme hen tak nabehnúť proste do pripravených Yandexovcov, a proste Malrine s krytom to pôjdu skúsiť. To je BKB. A niečo podobné teraz tam nie je Watson, ale zoberú si miesto toho kryta. Pred 28, ale veľmi pekne Falconi. A to bylo prostě zase jakoby deep dive jako svině, no. Jako to ale stojí na tom Shadow Demonovi mi přijde, no, vždycky. To začalo už. Prostě Skitter přišel zadu, on nemohl prejít přes tu bránu. A zadu tam byl prostě staknutý, nechcel s prvním životem dávat to BKB, tak si to nechal na ten druhý život, že dá pole BKB a TP out. Ale... Tam bylo ještě damage, ještě jeden hit by mu dal ten teror, jako. To nebylo dost tak close. A hra je mega close. A ten kill nebyl úplně close, ten teror by tam hodil ještě jeden hit, jako navíc tam. To nebylo úplně jako zas tak blízké. Šance možno dole zkusit, ale dobře tam stojí Saxic. On tam stojí, aby to schoval. Je ready. Čakají, co se stane. No, to nechce schovat, není třeba. On schoval seba na pána, aby ho Malrine nemohl otočit. OK. Storm bez money. Oh.
This reaction out of Yandex, 5 members down in the bottom right-hand corner. They kind of feel like they've got to play towards tier 1, and they'd love to get a kill on the way through, but the reset is good from Falcons.
I like the mini games that Amar and Saxa are playing, because I've been looking through the items that they wanted to buy. Amar wanted to go for Crimson Guard, but that one gets purged. Then he's thinking, I need a Lincoln Sphere, and then he sees 2 components of the Aghanim Scepter for Shadow Demon, which would give them 2 charges, so he can actually get a break, even through the Lincoln Sphere, and then he changes his mind, opts to go for a BKB and SNY.
Adaptation at the highest level.
Pretty much, just constantly changing things around, so keeping this Vanguard as just a casual one.
Falcons trying to remedy that
Tam oni
damage
mají
problem.
Kira už aj na Notistovi spolu s tým Aghanimom. Malady tam pracuje na Aghanime tiež. Saxic už má ten Aghanim. Ale náš Oliver má velké krytíčky. Dobré Notice. Odhadol, že tam nebude nič jiné.
Watson and Chira Jr. overlapping a little bit. Grouping up to smoke. In parallel with Noticed.
Oni tam chcú ísť na toho Tormentera na vrchu, no a oni tam hlavne majú tú vardu, oni tam vidia sneaking a podľa mňa tam zahliadli možno aj Skittera, ako tam farmil. Jo, Krytu síce môže ako relaxovať. Tu ale Falconovci neurobia nič iné. Mega vyrovnaná hra zatiaľ. A keď si myslím, že draftovo to majú Yandexovci jako lepšie, ale hrajú proti Falconom, takže to je trošku jako jiná liga. Sjel. Oni tam hlavně vypol tu waveu, aby tam nič nemohli robiť. OK, Malrine je niečo skúšať, ale na druhej strane mapy. Dobrý nápad tam ísť niečo nájsť. Mu sneaking kúpil aj ten gemíček, si myslím, takže... BKB 9 sekundové je tam aj na tom Bristlovi, ten problém je, že Saxic jakoby má, vole, ty 3 Demonic Purge. Jako tam jeden dostane dráček, jeden dostane Bristol a... Jako ten fight je vyhraný defaultně. Dost těsně nestihl sice úplně nájsť tuto nič. Saxic the carry.
Just a couple of pipes.
This has to be like one of the few games where you actually getting double pipe. Well, maybe there are some pub games where you're getting like double, triple pipe and the win rate is probably sub 5%, but in the professional e-gamer territory, this is very rare to see.
Yeah, it's like we can rationalize double AC, double shivers for sure. Double pipe, okay, as long as it's not double mech.
Yeah.
Double mech je bad, no. Double pipe je aspoň na 2 bariéry, jako no. OK, Aghanim pre Malrina. No a nakonec už majú akoby teamfight teraz Falconovci. Majú ten plošný stun. Je 100krát lepšie samozrejme ako iba jeden. Jako ideálne pre neho prostě pre hotfikov z Falconovcov. Ak najdu Shadow Demona, aby nedal ani jeden Demonic Purge, tak to je ten najideálnější začátek pre ich fight. Smokom, Nenašli nikoho tým skenom. Se schovávají jako Yandexovci dobré. Má celý Silver Edge, ty vole, Watson, ale akorát tam běhá pod centrinou a netuší to. Co myslíš, že je tam ty schovaný? Ale to bude možno jabait ještě. Tu Watson ještě může přijít, do Maurina přijde ta otočka. No a Skitter prostě se rozpadl jako hovno. Já vravím, ten Demonic Purge přijde a ten Terrorblade to prostě rozseká jako malé a jedno hovno, druhé, třetí, osmé. Nakonec to byl dokonalý invis jabait. A ještě jdu po Maurina, kterému neostala skoro žádná mana, tu může být Amar, tu může být Sneaking, ale tu otočka do Chiri, že si to dobrá, dal trochu neskoro to BKB, ale jinak jako... Dám ještě... Hej, nakonec pohoda chilla jazz. To ale vravím, draftovo toto jako nepustí. To DKčko dostane Demonic Purge, otočí se do něho ten teror a je to hotovo. A tu dostal hlavně ten Sunder. Oliver prostě nedal to BKB, byla trošku chyba. Mal dát to BKB hned, aby nemohl dostat ten Sunder. Ale ono upřímně aj tak by ten trade-off jako nevyhral, ani keby moc chcel, jakože... Ale urychlilo to jakoby celou tu věc. Byla jaká celou rare chybička, by se podala neodhadnutí jakoby od Olivera.
Map opens up now for Team Yandex.
Dělej divret.
They're able to play through multiple lanes. Saxa has spotted Sneaking.
No jo. Pane Sneaking. Kam jdete, pane Sneaking? Epicenter prostě.
Absolutely worth it to kill off the Enchantress. Stop her from cutting waves.
This is like 5th epicenter that he used on Enchantress this game.
It's personal.
Jako Chiric si povedal no Eng this game. I don't give a fuck.
And now with Ench down, seems like Notice is pretty confident here just to shove into tier 2. Kind of feels like he's alone.
Jo, Falconovci mají podle mě kurva problém, jako. Ty fighty se budou hrát fakt jako hrozně těžko, oni potřebují nějaký outplay prostě. Tady potřebují fakt jako nějaký dobrý náskok, kde najdu toho démona prostě povedzme jako prvého. Jo, s něčím bonusovým or something. Protože to jinak jako vyhrá Saxič solo pomaly. Zdárek jedíč. Bristol rovno. Má to BKB. To stále je forcnuté BKB jakoby k tomu. Saxičovi nenechají toho Shadow Demona už ani za to hovno.
Is Matt the combination between Underlord and Sanking with Shiva's Guard AC? There's gonna be insane amount of damage once they go in, plus the damage reduction. Roshan, he's respawning soon, but seems like Yandex, they might want to go in and
můžu jít skudněji, no. Enčka rozmrdaná jak nič.
Tier 3 tower being demolished.
Jako tu Amar může zkusit jako s Blade Mailom něco udržet, ale to nemají jako udržovat len tak. Easy peasy. No a Bristol otočený k ním, Chiric ho vychytal jako pán. Tu může být triple stun od Maurina, ale kde je ten follow-up, Oliver tu sice přijde, tam není damage, tam je schovaně na toho Terrora, teraz tam budou traja Terror Blade a Oliver podle mě dostane Total Cartago. Falconovci se rozplývají před našimi očami, kurva jako chcanky na zemi. Tu po 36. můžu jít po GG push pomaly. Já jsem vravil, že ten draft jako kurva nepustí, jo, já jsem to vravil, už když jsem to tu jakoby pěkně viděl, ještě tím Saxičovým začátkom, tu to prostě nejde nič, ten to nepustí. Krásně si to Yandexovci ale uvědomují. Tu jakoby můžu robit čo chcú, tu jako prostě reálně se půjde po GG push po 36. minutě tým Yandex. No tak ty můj kokotník ale. No dobré, buyback od Storma, jako minimálně notice, aby se mohli možno zbavit, to bylo jakoby trošku forsnutý play, oni potřebují toho ale viac. A jim pohodě si odjde preč. Čo ďalšie? Aj Saxič odišiel aj s tým gamom. Tri buybacky, crit, Maureen, Skitter. A viac menej jako dobré zachránili jakoby tu hru, ale jinak jsou 20 000 behind. Kámo, ten Terror Blade prostě jich tam vyseká. Teraz vedia sice, že nebude meta, ale on tam má prostě aj tak s tou melee formou, bude ma toho dosť. Čakajú tu na to. Saxič potrebuje mať akurát positioning. No, sneaking bude rovno, ten prvý target už je breaknutý, zabitý na dve rany. Makropyra ešte k tomu. Dobre, štvrtý buyback od Falconovcov. Vy vedia, že to je all-in teraz alebo nikdy. Ak nezvládnu akoby tento Durošfaj, tak je to hotovo 20, ale Amar. No, jako já myslím, že ten plane mail bude jako hovnu, celý bristleback, toho si může strčit tak do svoje rici. Saxič sa pekne zbavil síce skitter, ale aj tak je tam ten Demonic Purge. Prostě ten Terror Blade prostě ho vyseká. On musí, rovno píšu GG, tam nejde nič. Tak sa fucking Shadow Demon, I told you! Já jsem vám to vrabil normálně už, keď jsem to viděl na ten first pick pomaly. A ještě keď jsem viděl celý ten draft, Yandexovci pak jako vyhrali draft a vyhrali jej hru. Tam prostě, tam jako je hrozně ťažké podle mě v takéto situaci vůbec pre Falconov rozmýšlet o vyhranej hre. Protože tam ty musíš jako naskočiť, aby si sa zbavil toho démona. Jediné, čo oni mohli, je, akože, čo chceli robiť, je samozrejme vychytávať tie killy s tým Skyvertom a Stormom, takým tým klasickým duom, ale prostě nechat tam toho Shadow Demona je jako... A mě trošku neštandardně tam nezobrali jakoby toho Amarovou hrdinu skôr a potom tam ostal fakt iba len ten Bristle a hlavně to tam neflexili, mi přišlo, že skoro vždycky u Falconovcov je tam taky ten jako element, že tam máš toho dráčka a povedzme jeden, já nevím, panga, vymyslím si a nevíš jakoby až do konce, či to bude offlane, či to bude mid, či to bude niečo a tím, že tam pikli toho Storma straight up, je viděli toho Sand Kinga, no boj. Cheerič mal takisto dobrú hru, ale za mňa jako Shadow Demon, that's it.
But incredible game from Yandex, right?
Yep.
90-10.
Yeah, I mean 100%. Gentlemen.
Každý jeden fight prostě, Demonic Purgenutý dráček alebo Bristle, Terror Blade sa otočí, toto bol ten fight. Tu prostě Oliver nemal ešte, nezapol to BKB hneď, jako úprimne by to dopadlo veľmi podobne, ale aspoň by tam ten Terror mal predsa len jako tú polovičku. Do triple stun, ale tam nemali do toho nič, tam není jakoby žádný follow-up a Oliver nemůže vyhrať prostě ten súboj. Jo, tam prostě proti tým Terrorbladeom, všetkým možným proti tým schovaniam. Já myslím, že prostě nenechajú prejsť toho démona, ten bol fakt jako démon túto hru. Démon Saxič!
Yeah, I mean, Misery talked about the Pangolier before the series, and you can see, I think, its effect. Like, they picked this DK into Shadow Demon because it's the only flex they have left, right? They want to flex on 9, they're going to pick this DK, but they're picking it into Shadow Demon, which doesn't really make a lot of sense. They save Amar for last pick because they want to counter Watson's, classic 18 pick, and they end up counter-picking themselves really hard. Again, like, it's a horrible Bristle game, but they just don't have any options left going into last pick. And not to mention, it's the Malrain Storm. We've seen it time and time again, and it never fails to disappoint. And I think, honestly, I don't know, Yandex, they looked really solid this game, but I also think they outdrafted Falcons really hard. Like, I think they massively outdrafted them.
Yeah, I agree, sure.
Já souhlasím s Quinom, já jsem to vravil hned po tom draftě prvom, že ten draft vyhrali 100% Yandexovci. Jo, už tam všetci vyberají šušně furt. Ale už druhého jsem viděl.
Is what sets them up to be able to have that long run in that great game.
No, I think Chira Jr. was really impressive this game. He made a couple of great moves. He makes this one at bottom where he TPs with Invisude very early in the game, looking to use his epicenter. Honestly, a super great move, getting active and getting these kills. While it may not, it's a few hundred gold, like it adds up a lot. And then also TPing top here and getting this kill. Like he was making his presence known, not just sitting.
Cheerič robil fakt jako extrémně dobrou robotu tuto hru. Nešetril ani ty epicentry na enčky podobné.
Yeah, another TP down here. Like he was really looking at these spots, and I'm not sure if it's comms or if it's just him being really aware, but going into this, you'd expect Malrain's going to be the one making moves, dictating pace. Yannick is going to be on the back foot, but that was not the case. Chira Jr. was on the ball, and Malrain was kind of just farming.
A hlavně je to naopak pre Yandexovcov. Oni skoro vždycky prehrali teraz Game 1, potom vyhrali 2. Teraz ale jeden Shadow Demon tu môže pomaly poslať ty Falconovcov skoro domov. Aby im to pak nepadalo do klávesnice, jo tak, no, tak to jo, no.
Read when that aggression comes in, because if you stop Amar from farming the offlane, if you put Skitter on this back foot, then these are the motions that you need to...
Jež tam bude dneska toľko Gunners v tom čete, keď uvidia akoby nad túto s odhaleným hrudníkom. Oh god, ani ten main chat ani nejdem zapínať.
More importantly, they were able to match Yandex towards the later part of the game. I want to say about between the 15 and 20 minute mark, right? But they weren't clean moves, T, and that's something that also feels like is not the normal Falcons we see.
Yeah, I was kind of confused with the moves a little bit, because when you see that lineup, it's DK or Storm with Scarface. That's how you initiate. And there's a couple fights near the tier 2 where they just weren't really on the same page. Of course, we have Saxter on the Shadow Demon doing a really good job.
Tento to bolo too much. Toto bolo tak forsnuté. My, pretože Malrine, keď má v rukách moc možností, chápete, akože on má Storma, ktorý môže samozrejme engageovať na oveľa väčší range ako hociaký ako iný panáček. Tak proste ich to Falconovcov vždycky stojí často tú hru, pretože on ide až moc ďaleko, až moc si chce dovoliť, ale občas je to epic. Ale väčšinou, keď vidím Falconov a majú toho Storma a ešte takto, že to není taký nejaký last pick, alebo že by sa to tam mega hodilo, tak je to jeden z tých slabších draftov od Falconovcov proste, no.
I mean, this fight, 27 minutes, they were actually up 4K Falcons, right? They took Roshan, like they were actually in a classic dominating Falcons position. And then they made this move on the tier 2, right? So, you know, had they not done that, had they just farmed a bit more and perhaps gotten more items, maybe we would be talking about different things now. It was just classic Falcons, blah, 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 you know, too bad, you know.
Crazy.
But that didn't happen. And I think now it's up to Falcons to come back in the series. Pressure's on them now.
Yeah, I mean, we saw even there was like a team fight mid at some point where Skitter just doesn't press his BKB and he gets sundered. Like, really sort of strange, uncharacteristic mistakes. We can see it here. Like, they're going on this TB, and in a moment they stun this guy and they jump him. And not only do, you know, they kind of mess up the chain stun here, the DK stun is a little bit late, but Skitter blinks and he stuns the Jakiro, doesn't press BKB, and then he just gets sundered and BKB is after and immediately dies. Like, just super bizarre, to be honest. I think if they chain stun this TB, he just dies there and they win the fight. Like, this is very uncharacteristic mistakes from Falcons.
Ja idem dať pesanom papu, chat, moment, oni sú tu úplne zrušení obidva.
So when you think of that moment, like, they had the damage throughout the entire game. They just need to execute on it. And yeah, Falcons, 3-4 different moments where they just make mistakes. And it's baffling. Not used to seeing it.
I know we chalked it up a little bit towards the draft there. Obviously, not having those disciplined moves, that's what you've coined it there as well, T. But then when you look towards a game number 2, because it's a best of 3, it's elimination or grand finals. They're the only 2 options for your team here. You're either going to make it or not. Where is the shift really going to come from? Because plays were pretty off. Draft felt off as well and felt like they were on a timer.
I mean, I think you have to start at your foundations like Falcons always does and understand that, okay, we're a really good team. We're great individual players. Don't overthink stuff too much. We messed up. It happens. And I think you've got to fix this draft. And I think they also feel like this game was hard. I think they're not going to pick Storm Spirit again. And I think they're not going to give Shadow Demon again. Because this hero was instrumental. Soxa is amazing on this hero. And it's also really good against the heroes Falcons picks. They pick tanky, blobby boys. And SD is really good against all those heroes.
I mean, I also think now Falcons are going to be first pick. It's going to be a very different game right now. The whole idea of pick your poison against Falcons actually applies now, right? And it's kind of Falcons terrain. So in some sense, yeah, Falcons needs to recover from that game 1, but it's also now Yandex. Now is the real test, you know, can you beat the Falcons first pick? Because that's where they are the strongest.
Yeah, and often when they have the DK, right, the DK is layered with other ways to take over the game. When you have Malrine on a 40% win rate hero, Amar on a countered last pick Bristle, these aren't the heroes that amplify a blink dagger skirmishing carry like Skitter. Like, how many times in the fights do we see Skitter jump in, suicide, and this team's like, all right, sure, whatever, right? So I feel like there is a lot of things that Falcons can improve on. So yeah, I think, but they are the adjustment team, right? Aoi, after that game, he already knows exactly what he wants. So game 2 should be more competitive.
Yeah, I mean, I think also, you know, their team fight, honestly, in that game is pretty scarce. We saw the MOUZ get banned out in the last phase, and we talked about it in draft. You look at their first 4 heroes, it's Skywrath, it's DK, it's Storm, it's all guys who want to jump one guy and kill him, and Ench is pretty much a 0 damage hero in general until much later in the game. You follow that up with Bristle, also someone who just hits one guy. Like, you end up with pretty much no team fight playing against an Underlord and a Sanking and all this AoE. Like, you put yourself in a position of high execution. And I think as Falcons, you are probably better laners, if we're being honest here. And I think you should use that laning advantage to get through the lanes with heroes that are just easy and chill to play, because you know, I think pretty clearly a little shaky from this game, right? So you want to simplify things, make it easy for yourself next game.
Well, I mean, if Yandex are to win the series, I would like to see them once again prioritize the Pangolier. Don't give it to Falcons.
Oh, so you think like either ban or take it for themselves?
I mean, you're going to give them the Dragon Knight first pick probably, or some kind of first pick that you know they're going to take. And then you got to take the Pangolier for yourselves or ban it out. I don't want to see the second phase Pangolier for Malrine / Amar again. Haha, Falcons, you know. I don't want to see this type of thing. If you're going to win, I think this is the recipe.
Yeah, and one thing that we haven't spoke about, right, was the fact that in that last game, Snaking and Amar did go for the double pipe, right? We don't see 2 pipes too often. Maybe under the pressure, they were just getting stressed out. Like, we just want a barrier, right? You can apply 2 barriers, not at the same time, but you can like sync
Once
them.
one pipe is...
Exactly, when one's done, the second comes in, but you could clearly feel that under the stress of that game, they were like, we just need something to survive, something to go next. Like, these aren't the items that like push them forward to like crushing a game, but yeah.
I'm curious if the 2 pipes were intentional, or it was a little bit of a slip-up, a rare mistake.
I could see it being intentional, but also there's a decent chance.
There's plenty of items in the game, right? I'm sure you could find something better than 2 pipes. I don't know.
I feel like it's a mistake. I feel like they were honestly a bit stressed and not focused, and they just honestly didn't realize they already had a pipe. Like, it happens before. I've had games where people accidentally buy 2 Shivas or whatever. Like, this happens sometimes.
In competitive?
Yeah, in competitive, I've had it happen on teams before. Like, sometimes people are they're just not looking, and somebody forgets to say, yo, I'm buying this item, and then suddenly you have 2 of them.
I'm in belief. I like barriers. They are silly and OP things, so again, we'll see. If they are to win, easy interview question for the lads.
That's true. I mean, even if they don't, then maybe we could just poke and prod them in a couple days. No.
Losers interview. Hey, guys.
We're getting ahead of ourselves, all right, guys? It's a best of 3.
Yeah,
We've only done game number 1. I do want to open up the floor, though, because before this series, it was only a 5% win rate chance to Yandex, a 10% over from T. After seeing how good game 1 was, are you still doubling down? You think that this is going to go to game 3?
I do think it's going to go to game 3. I think Falcons on first pick is very scary, but I think it's not I'll give them 30%.
Wow, that's so
jako já velice rád tě tu jakoby vždycky vidím, ale nepotřebujeme jakoby vidět, že tě svrbí ryť do piči, alebo něco, kurva, ne, tak jako, kurva, Edo.
Why didn't you just say 30%?
I just changed my mind.
Okay, all right, fair enough. And T?
I'm just going to follow suit. I feel like they have proven that they have earned more percentages. I feel like Falcons' adjustments will scare them a little bit, but yeah, I think give them 10% at the start of the day. They are the underdogs, but they're now, you know, yeah. They should. See, I thought
you guys were going to double down because yesterday Soxa said they always lose game 1 and go on to win the series. Now they've won game 1. Is it just a 2-0? Did they just skip the first
I didn't think about that.
The thing is, we've not pushed them to winning the entire thing. Quinn and I haven't said that, you know, it's 90% to Yandex now. We're still holding true to the Falcons' redemption in game 2.
Well, look, okay, I was just kind of seeing where you guys were at, if there was that change up or not, because a game number 1 going the way of Yandex does mean that we're going to have our game number 2 just after this break.
Every player carries 2 sides within them.
Jdeme pozrieť zase Angel versus Demon.
The fire and
Kto tam je teraz?
And today we're going to find out what really drives them.
Today, they're going to confront to us who they truly are.
And today we'll have to have them choose whether they want the good or the bad. Today, it's your judgment day.
Judgment day.
You seem to be the kind of guy that takes risks, you know? It's all about the adrenaline of the game, getting in there and just having fun, doing whatever you want to do to see if it works.
I think you take calculated risks.
I'm more on the good side right now, but sometimes for me it changes and I can just do some risky stuff and totally ruin games. And maybe sometimes win it. So I think calculated decisions and being precise is the most accurate thing for me.
If I could promise you that you would win if you took big risks, would you prefer to be a guy that took a lot of risks and won most of the time, or are you going to be a dude who is always prepared and always calculated?
If the game goes like too shit, you just have to take a big risk to turn around the game.
I think your confidence in game comes from your ego.
Mal by som si dať nejaké raňajky poctivo, že? Dal som si akoby jednu myslí tyčinku dneska.
Oh my god.
Ego is not my thing. When I play in a team,
Edo, nemôžeš očakávať, že keď tu máme mŕtvý chat väčšinou, aj keď je kurva prime time 20:00 večer,
during the draft
300 ľudí na streame
phase.
skoro, takže tu bude 8:20 normálne sa s tebou niekto ako zhovárať od rána, víš co? Víš, že tam prídeš do chatu a ahoj, Edo, a ako sa máš, bráško? Ako sa má polovička? Čo plánuješ na zajtra? Poďte chat, ideme ako rýchlo, jo. Jak sa ti spalo? Čo sa ti snívalo dnes?
Breaking point. I try to calm myself by saying, you know what, I'm just a guy who plays Dota.
Are you the kind of guy that
Jak sme to tu rozkecali, ale pozri.
Harmony over everything.
Slugs, you're absolutely wrong.
No, come on, that is not, come on.
Of course everything comes in harmony.
Dneska z toho máme všetci túto nejakú peknú poriadnu watch party, takže...
Okay, I mean, that's all cute, but I'm talking like Roche is being taken, somebody's got to start making some calls. That's where a good team comes in.
Imagine you are a support, 1k net worth during this Roshan team fight. Like, you think your 20k net worth carry gonna listen to you? You are the one who should listen to them.
Make me a better person with that, damn you. Well done.
To najlepšie, on to tu Edič chcel ako rozkecať. A dívaj sa, ty vole. A už sme tu, pozri. Nazdárek Majku, nazdárek všetci. Pekné, dobré ránko. Dúfam, že to tu dneska akoby si to tu spolu zase užijeme, aj keď ako in-game to proste fungovať nebude. It is what it is. Fredino, nepapajej to.
So far in the year. But a single best of 3 stops them from getting to a grand finals and potentially only a game now for Yandex.
Very hyped to see what the Yandex chooses to do in the early draft here.
Yeah, they're starting off with I think the guaranteed bans. I think there's no shot you ever give these heroes to Falcons anymore. Like, they've proven you just don't give them. Okay, so they're leaving Naga and Shem. We talked about that in game 1.
Nice. Yeah.
They're saying, you pick the 5, you play the 5, and we're going to, maybe they respond with a Pangolin even, and now they're calling their bluff.
There's SD.
Yep.
There's the
Chen.
There's Naga.
There's DK.
There's Pangolin. I mean, they know. Wait, is there any of these heroes that Yandex does not really play?
Congratulations, Aoi. He now has the chair, by the way.
Yandex doesn't play DK.
Yeah, they will not pick DK.
Klasicky to občas sa stane, že ráno nechce to spapať celé. A Fredin samozrejme ten zožere vždycky všetko a už instantne ide sníkovať. Našťastie teraz ide sníkovať sem. Malý krašník ide sníkovať sem. Ale žiadne sníkovanie, aby si tam papal. Nerušíš niečo, jasný, Fred? Nemôžeš je tam papať tie veľké granule, ty máš svoje dietné. Jo? Že inak by si bol úplne oversized krtík. No to necháva Fredinovi, protože vidí, jak je malý. Ona chce, aby vyrástol akoby do jej výšky, jo? No, Fredino, tak to by si to musel jako velmi snažit, no.
On paper though, isn't Chen still a good answer to Naga, right? Because like you survive through the initial song. When Naga's healing her teammates, Chen will be able to utilize his teammates post song as well. Like it does feel like the battle of the kind of the buff ups, and of course the next 4 heroes of both teams will be very critical. But it doesn't feel like it's like the Naga of it's the perfect Naga.
Okay,
even though, of course, broken hero.
Pre Maladyho je to dobré, jakoby ta Naga, ale proti tomu Chenovi to bude kompletně jiná hra, úplně kompletně rozdílná jako hra, už len podle těch dvou.
Makes a lot of sense based on last game and Shadowfiend with the Naga combo,
Já jsem si chcel dát ještě ranějky nějaké, ale nevím, čo si dám,
chat. I think you can almost guarantee that if Yandex does not ban Pangolin here, Falcons will pick it up.
Yep.
Yeah, it's also quite good.
Ty asi 100 rokov nemá nejaký chlebík s nejakým džemom.
It's very fair. Like it is really important here.
Venčenie psov v zime tiež jeba, jo, to je bombička, no. Dneska som po asi mesiaci a pol nemuseli z ráno so psami, protože išla gábuška. A preto ju milujem.
So potentially protecting one of the offlane picks here.
We noticed so far a lot of his heroes are melee, beefy boys that love to play.
Ukradnutý dráček.
Well, they have left the Pango.
They go with the Dragon Knight, right? And the hero that we...
Najlepší tam je, že stále ten Shadow Demon tam ostal, ale on to je jako jiný draft teraz, no, ale je tam furt.
When you think of Watson.
They have played it in all 3 roles though.
Dívaj sa, Hydrich. Let's go.
Alright, so one of the few teams to play it offlane then.
Yeah.
I do think Watson will probably not play it, so to me this is probably a mid-offlane flex, if anything. I could see it being fine in lane against Chen. You kind of just sit there with your armor and just farm. You don't care about your mana getting burned. Maybe it's a hero that just blobs there and they have the idea that you go and play elsewhere, you know, as an offlane against Chen, something like this. It's a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, if it ends up going offlane, of course, there's a lack of potential team fight and the traditional offlaner, what those heroes provide, right? It's not you want to buy a pipe on Dragon Knight.
Yeah.
So
Falcon just need to make sure that they just have damage, right? To be able to eat through how tanky Naga and DK will become, right, throughout the mid to late game. They need to ensure that they don't put themselves in the same position where they're kind of so critical on having to get these pickoffs and snowball in the game. They do go for Pango. No surprise there at all. The entirety of the group stage, Pangolier was pivotal for them.
Pango je vždycky úplně hrdina, kterou miluju Falconi.
Yeah, maybe Sky or Hoodwink,
Yeah,
like
like
that.
Sky, Ringmaster, Hoodwink, Snapfire, like multiple different options.
Jedno z toho, jako většinou vzpomenuli v Reedě, no.
Going later on with the draft, but this is normally a Crit's position.
Ale vtipné.
Yeah, plenty of fine options.
Yep, they go for the Ringmaster.
Sure. I mean, I wonder for Yandex what core they're picking here. Are they going for carry? Right? Are they assuming Pangolier is offlane? Because I think mid Pango against mid DK is not like super good for Pango. It's fine, you know, but it's not super good. And I think generally they
já myslím, že mu nemáš jakoby prečo závidět, keď tu jako Hydrich podle mě za celý rok poslal tak 400krát jakoby tu hodnotu těch věcí, čo vyhrál. Ale jasný, jakoby můj...
When you put him onto the DK mid, it slows down that game, you know, relying on
Hydrich chcel, místo toho, aby poslal suby, tak si mohl koupit normálně 495 000 vole tam věcí, čo normálně jako vyhrál.
We've talked about it. I don't think DK is particularly good for Yandex. DK is a good hero, but I don't know if it's, you know, the all-time best for them. And I think DK against Chen is also somewhat of a mixed bag because the hero is low damage. You're not playing against a save, you're playing against heals, you're playing against Chen armor, which is obviously very good against the poison DK. Like, it's not super black and white.
Ty blb.
I'm just thinking about
vážně, to byl sarkazm. Já jsem myslel, že si to fakt myslel vážně. Já jsem si fakt myslel celou dobu, že si to myslel vážně.
As well.
Oh, I like that.
You need some follow-up damage when this DK stuns, right? And kind of also he played it really well yesterday as well.
Primal Beast.
Kind of like a double flex situation.
Yeah, it is a little bit. Shira does play this hero. He's pretty comfortable on it, so it could definitely be mid. It's not like one of those players who can't play Pango or Primal like me. It's someone who can actually play Primal, so he can take it mid.
It is pretty scary, right? Because Primal with the Chen is kind of free. You just kind of eat his creep very quickly. You get Shivas as well to anti-heal. Like Primal's natural item path.
Zdar to teraz som sledoval v dvaně. Vám to všetkým jebe, jak si vovaní o 8 ráno, či čo? Tak, dobré no. Sice mi zastrat teraz akurát Fredinko, čo ty na to?
Yeah, Lincolns are Lotus, but it does mess with your
Frede,
item progression on Pango. Like, you want to get
on má ještě špinavou hubu od toho, jako já mu tu dávám pusinky. A on má normálně prostě ještě granulové vousy. Ty máš celou hubu od granulu, Fredy, no.
Wow, that's such a late shadow demon.
Taky prasiatko moje malé.
And it's so good with Primal.
Oni mají znova toho démona.
Yeah, it's very, very clean.
Very strong.
Normally here you'd be looking at like an Ember or something from mid lane just to try and
toto je scary draft as fuck jako od Yandexovců.
Díky za podporu Zrzka. Zaky!
Nie, že granulovu, já vám to ukážem zbližší, já už to bude vidět. Počkej, Freddy, ukážeme jakýsi čistotný base, jo?
But definitely some kind of...
Počkej, tak.
But they're both very different heroes, right? Because the Weaver, you're going for the aggression to try and kill the lane. The Medusa, you're just going full scaling, right? So they do go for the Weaver.
It's also the classic Shadow Demon response, I think.
Yeah.
No, nevím, či to je vidět, alebo není, ale mám prostě celou hubu od granulu.
It gives you this massive amount of aggression and physical damage between Chen, Weaver, and Pangolier. Like, the heroes are very good together. The crowd is getting very hyped.
Yeah, they love Weaver or something. I don't know. I wish I kind of...
Weaver! Get that Weaver!
People in here.
I'm Must be something to... Yeah, okay, anyway, they're really hyped.
Yeah, they're hyped for Weaver, yeah.
I think this draft is much more even. I wouldn't say it's... I don't feel it's sided particularly to one side or the other. I can see angles for both teams. I do think Yandex has got something that's good for them, though. I think they've got something very comfortable.
Fredinček si dostali, ano.
Like, they have a lot of nice heroes, and they've got a Watson last pick coming up, probably.
The thing for Falcons, though, to lean on is they have so many...
Nie, bordel master, ja vo vani robím všelijaké veci, by si sa čudoval. Oh god, ne, nechcem, ne, hlava, nepremýšľaj nad tými vecami, čo on robí vo vani, ne, hlava, prestaň, hlava, nerob to, ne, nerob to, nevymýšľaj si veci, čo môže robiť vo vani, ne, nerob to!
Which he might have against the Weaver. That hero comes on a bit slow, right? You have the DK, the Naga, the SD. These heroes actually don't provide that much damage. So, and then on the other side, you have heroes that are quite hard to kill, you know? Pangolin can jump away, Weaver is hard to kill, you have the saves, you have the heals. So I think this is much more in Falcons, you know, ballpark. I think they like this game a lot more from their point of view, and I think Yandex last pick, if they end up picking another kind of
carry, Weaver je minimálne celku dobré carryčko proti tomu démonovi.
The draft could be pretty slow. And that could be exposed by Falcons.
No, that is definitely true. And also, you know, last time we saw them have the Naga, they went for the Lina. I don't think they'll be doing that this game. It's very bad against Pangolin, and I think it's also pretty bad against Weaver. You'll get ganked like crazy, you'll lose your tower, and your map will fall apart. So they need to try to find some carry hero that balances well.
Carry pre Watsona, čo tam chcú zobrať teraz.
You see the Watson man up and take the DK, and then you end up picking another mid hero with like an Ember Spirit or some kind of damage dealer from mid. I think that would fit their lineup really well, honestly.
The problem with that is Falcons, if they go for like an Amar Tide, you then have complete free farm into Naga DK lane. He becomes unkillable. You got the jump.
You're gonna see the Amar hero first, and then you can decide what kind of hero.
But the fact is, both Ursa and Gyro are banned, which are kind of the big anti-beefy boy offlaners. So I think Amar's going to be pretty comfortable just throwing in whatever he reads on the game, but yeah, I can see him going into Naga DK.
Som kľudne typol, že tam budú chcieť nechať toho...
No, it's interesting. They
to
can go a
môžu
couple
ešte
different
vymeniť
routes on the
všelijak,
NX, whereas I mean, even Falcons, it's not guaranteed if this Pango is offline or mid right now. They have some choices.
Ale už je tam poriadne akoby čínska arena. Všetci tam títo ako polospinkajú, to vyzerá, kým sa začne.
Could you play Queen of Pain maybe? Or Leshrac? Something like that?
Oni môžu piknúť mid, flexnúť Primela, môžu nechať dráčka na carry a flexnúť ho na mid, môžu... Yandexovci môžu robiť na ten last pick trilión vecí.
Yeah, Centaur.
Centaur je...
So going for the beefy blobs. But they now ban out the Watson TA, the Terrorblade, potential lane winners, and as we already mentioned,
no, toto už je od Falconovcov ako brutálnejší draft, by som povedal celkovo.
The traditional meta aggressive carries are gone.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons have a lot of survivability. They have some very tanky heroes. They've got 10 auras to back it up. Like, it is a very... This, to me, is a very classic Falcons draft. They're very comfortable with this, very happy.
Nie, že by som bol stále úplne plne zobudený, ako by tu, ale...
I think if Yandex picks the wrong hero, they can get mega
Kdyby sa tam Lina pozicoval, dal si z toho udelať emote. Aj Tričono, na pozicovanie Fredina pre tú kameru tu pri tom stole, kde sú tu ako vieci a všetko. To není úplne len tak. Ale okej, Morphling. Majú to ale pomalé zrazu. Majú to zrazu ako Yandexovci mi príde veľmi pomalé. Ale vyflexili to dobré. Falconi to majú ale o moc rýchlejší ten line-up. A budú oveľa rýchlejší online. Je tam ako záleží, že tam prežijú Yandexovci ten mid-game. Celé o tom. Jak prežijú ten mid-game a dostanú sa do toho late-u, tak ten Morphling to môže rozsekať. Ale... Mne Kentaur môže ísť proste iba nejaký Blade Mailoš tiež a niečo podobné po dominátorke a podobne.
No, I mean, this Morphling at some point will become the boss of the game. Like, he will kill their heroes, absolutely. To me, it's a matter of, like, I think Cheer Jr. is... you know, much similar to last game. I think he's quite the focus of this game. Like, he is the damage dealer, right? It's him running in with the Disseminate that's going to kill heroes. Otherwise, they're not really killing many heroes. This Weaver is not being touched in this early game, right? So you're fighting around mid, you're fighting around this Morphling in the safe lane, and how these fights go, I think, determines a lot of this early game. Because I think Yandex can get, like, raffle stomped if lanes go bad.
Like a bad blink or a bad initiation, you instantly see it and the ramifications on your team, right? So for Jiro Jr., he has to have the good blink timing. He needs to make sure every item is the correct in the build path, because any mistake from him, it opens the floodgates.
Okay, Aoi už jim tam dává speech.
15k gold lead, and then Watson will be playing from behind. So yeah, normally we put pressure on a player or something in a draft, but I kind of feel like Jiro Jr. really needs to do so much for this team.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit similar situation as last game. You know, if Yandex plays their lanes really well and disciplined, I think they have a really good draft once again. They have insane scale on all 5 of their heroes. Of course, Falcons also have their own scale, and Skeeter as well, like the best Weaver in the world.
Yeah, but let's not forget that Falcons have at least returned to the draft that we've seen them win multiple tournaments with, right? Like they have the Chen, the Pango, crit back on the Ringmaster.
Nových brýlích má ještě, ty vole, jaký mám sluchátka, tak mám bolet, ty vole,
Falcons are back
uši.
to their Falcon style.
Z toho.
To game 1 where they were exploring a little bit with the exposed storm pick and all this shenanigans. But less about that. Slacks is on the stage with Aoi to talk about the game 2 draft.
Thank you so much. Yes, here with the biggest mind in Dota 2, Aoi 2000. Awful draft in the first one. How do you feel like you came back from that?
Nah, I mean, our draft was sort of bad, to be honest. So, like, all right. it was pretty easy reset. I mean, like, I think we thought we could win the game, but if we mess up the early game at all, like, the game's hard, and, like, why, that's just a terrible way to play for us. So, it's easy to reset when you know you just messed up, so.
Taking that credit, of course, Mr. 2000, so generous of you. Pangolier picked up. Panel's talking a lot about this hero, says it's super busted, you know, does so much damage. What are your thoughts? Is this like a first pick, first ban kind of hero in this meta?
Maybe, I don't know. There's a lot of like early first spec heroes, because like you compare it to like Naga, Chen, like all these like Huskars, like I don't know. But Pango's really good, and he's flexible in the draft, so everyone likes him.
All right, fantastic. Speaking of heroes that people like, ATF on that Centaur, is that a hero that he enjoys playing, in your opinion? Because it's kind of like a boring farm, but then have action later where, you know, his Mars and stuff is so impactful.
I mean, Centaur farms a lot, so I think he likes it. But he hated the hero for a long time, and then we started losing to this hero on first spec, and then they would just like scream Centaur whenever like playing the hero, and they started picking it, and both him and Stas like it now. So I think it's, I don't know, I think he likes it. I can't really tell with him.
No one can. All right, well, last question then. What are your chances here? You know, out of 5, 5 being the best, 1 being the worst, what do you think about this victory?
I mean, I think I'm pretty confident I draft this game. I think, to be honest, last game, like our draft was bad, but I think the play level was pretty decent. I think the game was pretty easy for them, so I think pretty confident. So like a 2, you know?
All right, that is a 2 is extremely confident for Aoi 2000 out of 5. We'll see if his prediction is correct as we head over to our casters.
I didn't realize how supple and flexible Slacks was until that little wobble during the interview. Always nice to see how straightforward Aoi is, though, in terms of being humble and understanding their draft wasn't
particularly. By the way, pre Gereta zrovna to musí být jakože pre Gereta jakoby tu napravo, to je pak jakože taky ten jako zase že životný achievement, ale prostě komentovat tam před jakoby čínskou jako arénou někde.
To deal with what the Falcons had.
Já myslím, že ty vole bude spoko as fuck. A aspoň tak to jsem rád, že tam je nějaký zrzek, rozumíte? A jak to není teda ani zdaleka jeden z mojich nějakých oblíbených kastrov, alebo tak, alebo dvojic, ale dobrý. Osobně si myslím teraz, že to Falconi mají o dost rychlejší a že jdeme do 1-1, boys.
Team Falcons against Team Yandex. And here we go, game 2, best of 3 semi-finals. Let's get things off with a bang. Some good luck, have funs in the all chat from Noticed. Mode Skitter, he says, playing the Dragon Knight from the off lane, though.
Does that mean he's gonna be getting the Blink Dagger, getting the potentially Silence as his second item, because they are lacking some of control. Sure, Primal Beast gives you a lot. I think there's going to be a lot
Teraz
of
som si
shoulders.
všimol, že o 2:00 v noci, že mi prišla SMS-ka, že vraj nefungoval internet, ale dobrý, teraz funguje, takže je to OK.
Spirit, who had Nagasarn plus Shadow Demon, I believe, as combo, and an offlaner that doesn't deal damage. They fell apart pretty much in 10 minutes against Paravision, but let's see this
Here
one.
comes Falcons.
Notice.
They're swooping in, looking for first blood, but that onslaught has held them back. Shira Jr., the brick wall, puts his body in harm's way. Banish there will save him as well. Falcons will not be able to take that first kill of the match, but they do invade to block up some camps.
They do. And they're going to be running back to base to heal up. Notice they still have smoke available on him, having that extra bit of a movement speed, which is going to be nice. I want to go back to Primal Beast. I think he's going to be having okay time in the mid lane against this Bango, but also two supports. I want to see them rotate to Chira Jr., understanding that he is the damage dealer. If you look at the other heroes, Morphlick, he needs pretty much 2-3 items to be able to join some of these fights. Or maybe scout things out what's happening in this one, but this is also a lane where Amar is gonna get the free farm. This is not a lane where you can actually get punished. This is Nagasarn, one of the few things that this hero doesn't do too well, especially if she's paired up with a support, with a carry, sorry, that doesn't deal that much damage early on. We saw like
Že sa vôbec pýtaš, Lemone.
Yandex
Sa vôbec pýtaš.
super powerful.
Ale pôjdem. Ja si tu aspoň akoby teraz tieto 3 dní akoby idem očividne ako oddychnúť a pozerať to pekne spolu s vami. Sice to znamená akoby prenesenie, že si idem akoby pre 3 dní bez jakejkoľvek výplaty, pretože ako nepočítam s tým, že tu budete akoby niečo ako posielať alebo hypovať alebo tak. Ale akoby no, mám, že si tu užijeme aspoň nejaký good time, chat.
I was looking at the top lane, some really nice body blocks coming out from Snaking. He's also playing, we saw a couple of Chens in the previous tournaments going for the Hellbeard convert. Instead, he is going for the mana burn. Like, this just seems way superior, especially in a situation you're playing against Dragon. Sure, doesn't use that much mana, but still you would want to have mana to be able to use the stun, make sure that maybe Skitter's not getting all the CS.
Máme tu ale toho najlepšieho vývra na svete. Takže ja si myslím, že Oliver pôjde bomby. Poďme, kluci. Poďme. Není to posledný turnaj roku, ešte bude Dream League, ktorý bude vole 2 týždne. Neboj sa, Majku, tu ešte Dota nekončí nikdy. Dota nemá pauzu. Na Dote neexistuje, že sa nehrá nejaký turnaj. Relax. No jo, aj Trič, to je pravda. Včera ako by som mal výplatu 5 sabov od teba, 5 od Eda tam bolo. A nejaké to kilo tam bolo predsa. Dneska tu máme kilo a 3 saby poctivé. A ne, no tak ono je to akoby jasné, aspoň ja to tak akoby berem, že keď tu akoby aj tu poctivo pre vás stanem a tak a budeme tu ako si užívať nejakú tú dotičku spoločne, tak to není to isté value ako tomu akoby ani nejaká moja snaha alebo všetko, ako keď tu ako komentujem, tu ohľadám kamery a takéto podobné veci. Aj keď to tu ako máme live, že môžeme sa o tom akoby pobaviť takto, tak väčšinou sú ľudia akoby menej motivovaní mi niečo poslať. Samozrejme, čo ako ja celku chápem.
This is also like a big panel touch upon maybe some Pango with the Lincoln Sphere. I want to see Skeeter build the Lincoln Sphere. Usually his itemization is Falcon Blade because it's into the contract. He's playing for Falcons, gotta buy that item at least.
Hlavne chceme, aby tam pekne Falconovci prišli do toho finále. Takže začíname ako poriadne tuto mysleť na nich, jasný chat?
The very limited lockdown. You don't care about Sax's ulti in this game. He had an amazing game in game number 1. And if you build Lincolns, Jura Jr. can't catch you, Nader can notice.
No jasné aj Trič, ale není tu, chápeš, Flavík, ty vole, žiadne tuto gapča emoty neočakávam, alebo gapča alerty, žiadne vyzliekanie, ako neočakávam, vieš, takéto veci, no. Nie, že by som to niekedy vlastne očakával, ale no. Je to víc nahypované, když to komentuješ, no samozrejme, no, ako my. Ale tuto sa nebudeme ako s nimi prekrikovať, rozumieš, že to bude, že Shadow Demon je OK. Takže si mal väčšiu dennú výplatu ako bežný smrteľník. Mi chceš akoby, Lemone, povedať, že ty keď ideš do práce, tak máš za 7-8 hodín tak povím 5 kilo, jakoby. Mi chceš povedať, že to má jako bežný smrt? Nevím.
And something we haven't talked about, like it's such a good Pango game, other than playing against Primal Beast, because he can grab you with the BKB, stop your roll from going up. But once he gets to the Diffusal Blade, you have pretty much 3 perfect heroes to burn mana.
Jo, ten Pangolier bude podle mě pro nich mega problém.
Same goes for Dragon Knight. Plus you also have potential mana burn coming out from Chen and his creeps.
And what a night and day difference in this mid lane for Chira Jr. Game 1, super hot on that Sand King, having a good...
Já si za 10 dní končí tier 3 sub.
Having a good mid game. This time around, having runes denied and being pressured by this Pango non-stop. Empty bottle, low HP and
ale ten pickball tak
useless
víkendový zase. Vyplata! Já jsem to řekl, tu začneme hrát nějaké víkendové pojebané skurvené boky, tak to normálně z toho úplně vyjebe. Absolutně za jedno do toho. Normálně to jako čo tu, jako by mám zalatávat do pičiky, tam jako by nepiknu kluci ani jeden vyjebaný stun, ani jeden vyjebaný damage, ještě tam vyjebané itemy tam stávají. Tak jsou prostě celý vyjebaný. No tak jako čo tam potom mám asi vyjebat? Už jsou vyjebaný dávno, jako tam už nejde to do toho strčit.
Očividně chudobný Němci, když tu posíláš takéto mordy jako 3-2-2 korunové tono. Blázen, pan Lemon, citronový kalašníkov, tuto neskutočné bomby. Zatiaľ klasický 1K gold lead pre Falconovi iba na Lázity. Watson mal mať akoby dole jako fričko, aj tak si myslím, no mi nemal by možno taký veľký problém.
It's basically going to come down to building Lotuses, Lincoln Spheres potentially. I think Quinn had a pretty good point, being the Pango expert, of course, so that it kind of delays your other item timing, what Pango wants to do with the Aghanim Scepter, wants to become super tanky, deal that extra bit of a damage. So I might want to see slightly earlier Lotus from ATF just to be able to protect against Chira Jr.
Bonus armor, sneaking je dobrý. Tu je ten First Blood. Slovenský, dobre sa vyhol akoby tomu jednému nuku. Oldar už vedel, že tam bol ten bičík použitý. Popravde mohol možno portiť iba tam dozadu, ale zase on tam akoby bude chcieť stihnúť tú sedmičkovú ako šrajnu a podobne. Myslím si, že Malrin tu jako pôjde ukázať, prečo ten Pango v rukách Falconovcov je trošku iná liga. To je trošičku jako iná zbraň takzvaně. Ale musím si ťa hýčkať, vravíš Hytrich, jo? To je pičo, ale takýto solo kill. Čírič. Kámo, Číra junior dneska má životný deň. On hlavne môže teoreticky portiť aj na tú šrajnu, keby potrebovali. No, už je tam. Presne ako som povedal, on tam môže portiť teraz ešte. Na základe tohoto. Oliver, no, nestihne odísť jako nikde ďaleko. Sukuchi na 3 sekundy. OK. Oliver žije. Ale expy nemali. Malady medzi tým tu na výlete takzvaně ďaleko na Vysočinu. Ale viac než dobrý. Which relieves some of the pressure as well from Morphling. We saw Crit rotating to the top lane.
And here's that solo kill. How rare it is for Malrine to get pummeled in a
nádherně.
It was very nice to
simple kill.
The bottle during the trample, it didn't get cancelled, gave him just enough mana to get the onslaught and get that extra bit of a damage on him.
Good.
Perfectly done. Reclaiming some of that momentum.
A do osmičková runa by mohla být nějaký opener, ilusky. Tuto hru je to zase tak jako podstatné. No, Oliveru zkusí Gogo, hitov mu dá. Jako celkovo Yandexovci sice jako udržávají ten laning jakž takž. Na tom Primalovi potřebují čo najviac věcí. Ale to je velmi pomalý line-up. OK, Malrin už to půjde zkusit. Čírič, easy peasy.
No high five though. Chira Jr. having a
boy, oh boy.
good day today.
Bude Satyr a Harpia. Celku nepríjemné, aby tam Saxi niečo bol robiť. No, jako najde tu trojicu, pekne to zastunoval tým svojím kentánom z montarže. Jas čaká na druhý, Stampeda. A on nemohol cez tú Riptideu ísť rýchlo. A ešte body block. Amar. Hotový, krásne ale. Tá Naga s Delužom, ktorá ti proste akoby kepne movement speed, tak to Stampedou, jak tam behaš pomaly. No, ukážte mi ten replay, ten najlepšie, máš Stampedu a bežíš ty spomalený jako hovno. Stampede. A nič. A tu ten body block iba... Dneska Yandexovci stali tou pravou nohou. Falconovci, ty vole, nie sú dneska úplne 100% zóne zatiaľ. To vyzerá, že by to mohol byť ešte celku bojčet. Možno budeme musieť akoby preskytera tuto spojiť na tie naše slovenské a české péra, aby to tu fungovalo. Poďme tam vytvoriť nejakú atmosféru v tom čete, nech to tu nado mnou poriadne lieta. Ja rozumiem chat, že tu máme 9 hodín ráno pomaly a tak, že sa ešte iba prebudzate a potrebujete si ako rozotreť oči, aby ste vôbec videli. Ale ja tu chcem spolu s vami vidieť nejaké záležitosti tvrdého typu. Nielen v gatiach, ale takisto aj pekne in-game, aj v čete.
And Primal and DK, right? Primal, great strength game, lots of HP. Ringmaster could get some tremendous value.
A už sa tam honia banány, no, už sme doma. No. No, tam sa nenechá vychytať. Good one. Velice pekné. Na mide medzi bude Čírič pušovať, na vrchu Dragonite pušuje. Falconovci, akoby jo, presne s tou 10-kovou katapult waveou pušovať spodnú väžu je úplne typický Falcon move. Na vrchu sa ako stihnú vrátiť, aby to tam nedopušovali. Notice ma prekvapuje trošku, že hrá akoby taký extrémne greedy build. Že má proste vymaxovanú na tom offlane Dragoniteový pasivku rovno. A ide akoby taký ten ako carry build na offke. Abo ne, počkej. Jo, ide normálne Madness Squad, má proste ide carry build z offky. Jako príde mi to ako... Jakože extrémne greedy, ale zase na druhú stranu, keď tam bude potom tučný morf a tučný dráček, tak jako bude mať výver kurva problém to uhitovať, jo, jako to jako ne, že ne. Ale bude to trvať nejakú tú dobu. Citronový pán už tam zase potrebuje vidieť nác dneska s odáleným hrudníkom. Oh boy, každý tu chodí kvôli niečomu inému, no. Zabitý akurát tuto Amarové creepečky. Už začínajú ale tlačiť Falconi, oni vždycky ten 5-man ešte cez tie creepy, tu Zo, jeho healy od toho Chena. Na Krytove majú takisto už to Ringmaster ulty. Čírič premýšľa nad tým, že by tam jako niekde naskočil. Pomaly, ale isto tá väža spadne jako. Okej, teraz sa rozhodol to ísť trochu podupať, väža zatiaľ bude teda prežívať. S hejstami očividne sa tu Malorine úplne nebude báť tu, ale Maladiáš. Jo, nechal sa tam hodiť síce navrch. Defenzívne schovanie od Saxiča by mu mohlo získať čas, ale podľa mňa je hotový, rozseknutý Vejpool. 1K gold lead. Notice, ale s tou Madnesskou, čo tu pofarmí, no tak ty môj kokot. Ten dráček, ty tu bude mať ale mordy. Jo, zrazu jako 5100 network, tak je tam nebol na tom úplně nejlepší, přece len jako tam farmit jako s offlane carryčkom k tomu. Je možno trošku greedy, ale proti Falconovcom to možno jakoby tentokrát bude aj fungovat. Na Amarovi nakonec to bude, vyzerá to klasika. Takže dominátorka into Lotus Orb, čo proti Primal Beastovi, aby nemohl někde dávat to účko, je celku podstatný element, takisto jako dispelovat nějaké ty sieťky. Jo, určitě může být. Osobně si myslím, že by tuto hru mohl ale Watson urobit nějaké plays. Že nějaká iba premenačujem na Kentaura, na Panga a hlavně na toho Kentaura by som povedal, že jako keď tam jako zrazu na waveformuje, hodí tam nějaký jako stuník mezi viacerých. To jako může být celku tvrdé.
You're going to be the one initiating on him. Problem is you don't have many ways of piercing through that Lincoln Sphere. Dragonite, one spell, Primal Beast as well. Shadow Demon, he does have two abilities, but also doesn't want to pop the Lincolns with one of them.
Adaptive Strike, where is it? Garbage spell.
He might need to get 1 point in it.
Adaptive Strike je teda jako bad, no.
The level 1 it's 600. The way we nerfed it, I mean, definitely a deserved nerf on the spell.
OK, Maelstrom má 14. To je good timing celku. Ale stále má ten Morv jakoby 7600 network, už má dávno jakoby Vladimíra za litr 200 mantu. Zatiaľ to podľa mňa Yandexovcom jako vychádza celku podľa predstav. Čírič sa snaží jakoby tu niečo jako nájsť. No popravdě iba vyfarmit ty chain creepy není úplně zlá záležitost. Jako dneska dopadli, pozeral někdo dneska ten show match? Chat? Já vím, že tam byl nějaký puč proti sebe a podobně, ale... Já jsem dneska jako samozřejmě, keď jsem jako tom věděl, že od 6. můžem stať, alebo pred 6, aby som tu viděl show match, tak jsem samozřejmě jako spal ďalej a stal jsem až na tu prvú hru, že jo, ale... Je tu někdo, kdo se normálně poctivo díval aj na ten show match. Je Lotus Orb v 15. hotový. Ta hra bude hrať jako o dosť ťažšie pre Yandexovcov, by som povedal. Ale jako vyhovuje im to podľa mňa viac než dosť momentálne.
My question is, who's Shadow Demon gonna ult in this one? He can't ulti the guys with Lankin Spheres. Skeeter doesn't care too much about it. Having Shikuchi, Stampede as well.
Tuto hru ten démon nebude mať takú veľkú value, no. Čo sa tu deje? Kameraman na to neukázal krytá, ten pekne zachránený Hand of Godom. Schovaníčko síce príde dobré, ale dobré Ringmaster ulty. Aj Keta Songa. Maorin sa tam zasekol, on chcel ísť do Watsona. Ojojoj, toto ešte nemusí byť úplne ono. Ajajajajaj, Watson ešte s premenou, Maorin hotový. Falconovci kramblujú, momentálne tam Namar to môže trochu spomaliť, ale popravde toto minus armoru, ten Kentan sa rozpadáva ako hovno, skúsi tam ešte teda vyportiť momentálne preč. Čírič už má kryta. Ojojoj, Falconi začínajú ako kapať na to, že majú damage issues. Na mňa veľmi pekná songa. Veľmi pekná songa od Maladyho. Extrémne podstatná. Dneska Yandexovci ale kurva vstali pravou nohou do piči. To Falconi potrebujú vyťahnuť tu kurva to dvojručné péro na stôl. Chytiť. Bém to sem. Rozjebať tam tú klávesnicu a valíme. Je tu v 17. minúte, tu zatiaľ akoby nie sú úplne zobudení Falconi. Sice mi akoby Skitter pekne 2 dní dozadu akoby písal, že tam majú kurva jetlag ako svinia a že ty vole normálne má vždycky chuť na, že sa cíti na obed, ako keby bolo 4 hodiny ráno, ale well, už tam akoby pár dní predsa len pobudli. Že som videl, že tam mali včera Falconi nejaký ako meet and greet. Tam Oliver dostal aj nejaké jako dárečky pekne od ľudí, čo tam jako prišli pekne sa vyfotiť a podobne. Watson ale bude celku huge morph, jako už teraz. Succeed skúsil odskočiť teraz preč, s Oliverom by to mohol byť celku easy kill s chovaním. Bohužel, chlapče. 4-4, not bad. Podstatné teraz ale je, či budú chcieť ísť akoby na toho Roša, alebo nie. Zase jako nemajú zase tak zlý Roš line-up, ale príde mi, že Falconi majú fakt jako damage issues zatiaľ. Respektíve, je možno zase tak extrémne, ale jako, jo, sú tam.
Either you see the Primal Beast and nobody else, or you find a Shadow Demon or a Naga Siren. The Dragonite and the Morphling have accelerated themselves pretty nicely, both for the DK to recover and for
Vidím, že v chate sa teraz viac zmrdá ako hypuje. Ale to je tiež dobré. Musíme predsa len akoby vyzdvihovať veci, čo máme radi, predsa len. Mjolnir bude za chvíľku ako doručený úplne celý. Jako Oliver zatiaľ celku ťahá, no. Trošku kále. Já tu dělám oboje, nikdo jiný se nezapojuje. Jo, já upřímně, jakoby na týchto skoro ranných streamoch, kde existuje, aby tu podle mě jako lietal ten chat, prostě ještě tu jakoby u nás. Chápeš, tu všetci, kdo už vstali, tak jsou tu všetci pomalej vole tatínci, ktorí tam potrebujú ešte sa postarať o deti, alebo niečo majú to tam pustené, alebo to niekto má v práci. Alebo dobre, chat, ideme vás rozkecať. Kde pozeráte momentálne stream? Ste v práci, ste doma, čo ste mali ráno za povinnosti? Strčte to tam do mňa! Hneď teraz! Teda jako do toho chatu, jo? No veď práve Hytrid, že o tom som akoby naznačoval, že tam ako väčšinou, keď máme aj prime time večerný, jo, tak není nejaký akoby samozrejme tuto najaktívnejší chat ever, jo, je to spôsobené hlavne tým, že tu nie sú vole 15-roční kidi, rozumieš, 80% chatu alebo niečo, aby tam písali, ale po každej veci, čo sa stane, tak tam bude W stream, W fight, W lancet, W dráček, ty pičo, W malý drak, W manta. Jo, jako chápeš, jako já tomu rozumím, že jakoby nejsme úplně tuto jako Gen Z z toho. To vidím prostě všetky ty moderné streamy, prostě v tom má celý chat je iba prostě W, ty vole prostě.
Yandex wants to contest it. They have BKB available.
Je to, co jako celku viac menej rád, že to tam nemáme, jako by často, nebo teda jako občas by to tam jako kudne mohlo být, to jako ne, že, ale... My už jsme tu prostě fakt jako triciatníci, většina z vás pomaly, rozumíte, rozumný ľudia. OK. Sneaking bude mať šardu zdarma. Počkej, ale Rolling Thunder? No, to bol ale dosť forsnutý Rolling Thunder, on stihne dať tú songu. Jako Malady piči! Pekne kryt, tam držal ten distance. Ta jednotková songa, ta prostě nedočiahne úplně tak daleko. Jsem nemocný, ležím v posteli, manželka se stará o dítě. Nádhera a liečí sa Dotou. Let's go, Ryane. Postel, žiadne povinnosti, večer na pivko. Ještě si měl začít vykřikovat 6-7. A ne, to se ještě robí nějaké to s rukami, něco, nějaké 6-7, ne, alebo čo je teraz, jakoby tuto novodoba, ej. Oh god, teraz tu budeme vysvetľovať starým ľuďom, ty vole, 6-7. Nepotrebuješ to vedieť, proste, jo.
One of the worst heroes. Maybe Tiny is worse, but Treant Protector, these type of heroes.
Díky za podporu.
My sa rozprávame napríklad resubmy, tak sa mi to páči. To má jakoby oveľa hlbší, teda takto, ono to má zároveň hlbší základ ako iba nejaký jakoby TikTok trend, zároveň ale nemá. Zároveň je to úplná píčovina do 6-7, jo, je to prostě... No, bože, to je prostě jeden z takých těch jako záležitostí, který ani nechcem o tom rozprávat, no. Ale dobré, po 22. minutu sa poďme venovať akoby tomu, čo sa tu kurva teda momentálne deje. Ten Roshan je teraz veľmi podstatný, oni vedia, že tam nie je songa. Notice takisto už tam akoby popoval to účko, ale idú tam so smokom. Jo, majú tam minimálne to severské trio, aspoň na Noticeovi. Roshan jako za polovičkou, to není úplně ještě jako pre Falconovce úplně ono. Ok, Sky teraz zkusili, ten si hodí prostě úplnou pohodu, Kryt bude mať možno problém, ten se schová, ale tiež. Jo, jako to není úplně nejlepší začiatok. Ok, Sneaking prvý dole. Kentauručko by to ale mohlo udržet, Notice tam je chudák staknutý, toho by jako Skitter mohl urubať, ale Cheerič už má double. Toto začali mega dobré, iba za Shadow Demona. Oliver nemal těsně damage, kdyby nepracovali blesky dostatočně, aby tam jako zabil toho dráčka. Ten Roshan tam zostal. Not bad. Boom. Áno. Hej, toto jako je Roshan zdarma, ale Yandexovci sú na to podľa mňa instantne extrémne dobré. Tam použili Falconovci všetko. Nemali prostě ten damage, jako jsem pravil na to, aby toho Roshana urubali jako úplně insta. Ale Morphling s Butterflyom, kurva 23. s Mantou, Aegisom. Ten Morphling je fucking huge. Má 15 000 net worth, Watson očividne si chce zahrať nejaké poriadne Grand Finals po 1800 rokoch. No zatiaľ to tu kurva tak vyzerá. No my budeme muset jakoby tuto kurva jakoby prebudit nějaký poriadny hype, alebo niečo tuto jakoby potom, ja neviem, či tu budeme muset prebudit nějaké ty hype trainy, alebo kurva niečo iné, alebo písať W do chatu. Ale zatiaľ to W sa približuje akurát tak možno jakoby tuto pekne Yandexovcov. Jo, za 900 goldov budú mať ešte to BKB na dráčkovi. Jo, Watson, Terrorblade a Morph sú hlavne úplne jeho dve najdomácejšie zóny. A možno by ich to tam mohlo jako odniesť rovno až do Grand Finals. No Oliver má prostě podľa mňa túto hru jako ťažký job to tam všetko udamageovať. Ten Kentaur ti tam prinesie 0 damage, dá sa povedať, alebo dobré Blade Mail by tam niečo málo porobiť mohol. Cheerič ho tu teraz jako pôjde počkať. Regenom, tiež keď tam bude mať jako hotovú celú tú šivu. No jako bude Brutus. No, že oni jakoby podľa mňa teraz v tej 24. minúte mali mať Falconi o dosť väčší lead podľa toho draftu. Ale nedeje sa to. Notice teraz tiež premýšľa úplne. Chcem ísť na tú waveu, nechcem, ide na tú waveu. Zrovna táto dvojica, jako my... Ja myslím, že potrebujú ďalšie, oni nemajú damage. Jako by forsovali minimálne rotáciu, ale... Jako Falconi majú sice jako dobrý jako sustain a tučný line-up, ale oni majú fakt jako brutal damage issues, to musí všetko damageovať Beaver. Jo, a Oliver zatiaľ akoby bez jedinej smrte, sice to hrá jako pán pánov. No, nakonec tu ale Kentaurich, ty vole trošku vychytaný, do Blade Mailu pôjde aj tak, Malady hlavne čaká, on mu nechce dať ani nič, teraz mu to dá, instantne Lotus Orbou si to zobere. Je dobrý, počkal si Amar dokonale. Toto je ale v 25. minúte mať takýto ako 1K lead pre ten Morphling line-up je proste prenesené, čo ja viem, 5, 6, 8 tisíc lead akoby reálne. Takže keď sa akoby pozrieme na to, že tam ako medzi Morphom a medzi tým Weaverom je rozdiel 4000 goldov. Oni na to môžu mať tie ostatné kóry jakž dobre, ale ono to neznamená, že by tu Falconi proste mali damage. To Morphlinga nejde už teraz zastaviť a on tam bude mať hlavne za 500 gotovec, ale 9 sekundové BKbo. Toto ako pre Falconovcov nevyzerá vôbec podľa predstava. Watson ide kurva na high ground. Ten sa s tým nejde strať, ale že do piči vôbec. Falconi potrebujú kurva nejakú tú poriadnu sprú a že ju potrebujú teraz. S iluskami môžu ísť podľa mňa pekne potankovať ešte tú väžu, môžu ísť tlačiť ďalej. Oni to nemajú akoby ako rúbať. To je hotovo 20, alebo minimálne, čo sa týka tier 3. Watson tam ostane, už príde aj ten dráček, midová wave sa blíži, tu sa Falconi môžu len dívať. Oni sa dívajú na to, proste hotové, radšej 26. s Morphling line-upom. To proste normálne Yandexovci. Neviem, čo si urobili za domácu úlohu, ale čisto akoby ten draft style proti tomu, čo hrajú Falconi, je úplne jaký kryptonit dneska. Jako jednak je tam dvakrát ten Shadow Demon, čo túto hru nemá možno zase také akoby veľké value, ako mal tú prvú. Ale aj tak, tu ako Falconi ani jako... Jako Skitter hrá 1v9 akoby tu momentálne a s Weaverom jako to trvá, kým to udamageuješ, jo? Kámo, 9 sekundové BK na Watsonovi. Ten Morphling je unbeatable momentálne. Jo, ako Hurricane Pajka dokončená na Oliverovi síce super, ale túto hru akoby mi príde, že tiež by potreboval proste viac damage itemov. Jo, on má Mjolnir, Hurricane Pike, chce ísť Linkenu, ale príde mi, že ak pôjdu Falconi ďalšie defenzívne itemy, odkiaľ príde ten damage? Jo, oni majú už 10 minút majú extrémne damage issues a to sa nebude meniť, to sa bude len zhoršovať. Aj. Toto stojí ako extrémne na Oliverovi. Tam ako Kentaur takisto sa môže dostať Gaganimu, môže tam zachraňovať akoby veci. Ale proste, kde je ten damage? Jako jo, ten Pango tam toho ako rozdá niečo, dajme tomu. Ale ty kráso, tuto ako proste plne tak typické damage issues, že sa začíname akoby trošku ako tuto dosť intenzívne obávať pre Falconovcov. Oni ani nemajú lepší late game, ako jo, oni proste... Oni ani zďaleka nemajú lepší late game proti tomu Morfovi, Demonovi, Dráčkovi, ktorý tam hrá viac menej carry build na offke. Tu ako Falconi by potrebovali nejaký ako fakt Gosu teamfight, ako nejaký outplay, jo? Že tam proste niečo tam akoby bude forcnuté, ja neviem, na Skittera ten stihne dať timelapse, chápete, proste nejaký triple, ale neviem, stun od Kentaura, ktorý ale tiež to tam nemá jak ako vyťahnuť. To AC dá ešte ďalší armor navíc, ako tam normálne ten vývr to proste bude sekať týždeň reálne. To je proste Brutus. Nie, že by to bolo ešte úplne nehrateľné ako pre Falconovcov, ale povedal by som, že je to kľudne teraz 65-35. OK, teraz idú skúsiť niečo. No, ako Malrin proste s tou Linkenou a tými defenzívnymi záležitosťami. Saxage by mal byť ako easy target. To je ako jeden z targetov, čo môžu samozrejme zabiť. No tie kóry, tie už budú trošku väčší issue. Môžu teoreticky akoby tam tlačiť teraz. Crit tam strčil teraz nenápadnú vardu, myslím, že na ten high ground. Lamar medzi tým ako super nachystá. OK, teraz ale s tou hypnózou by mohol mať Skitter zase damage Dráček. Je hotový! Toto presne potrebovali. OK. Ten Lotus Orb, aby si vrátil ten Dragon Tail, to je presne ten outplay, ktorý teraz potrebovali. Toto je to, čo Falconov môže dostať naspäť do tej hry. Let's fucking go. Poďme, baby. Chceme vidieť game free. Oliver nám musí ukázať nejaký ten skitter step, jak za mládí. Tomu Morfovi to stále nebude úplne jednoduché, ale vyzerá, že tu Falconi rovno skúsia nejaký poriadny high ground. Majú tam ten bonusový attack range na Skitterovi. Jako proste, no, to bude trvať. Sice je to 40 sekúnd, ale tuto ako Oliver to bude damageovať 2 týždne. No, ako do Čiriča so shield runou to tu ako môžu skúsiť otočiť, ale... Tam Oliver stratil iba casuálne tretinu a môžu ísť ako kľúci back. Jo, Watson medzi tým pôjde depušovať akurát pekne na tom mide, dokonca tam možno ešte ukradne aj tú Illusion runu s tou mantou, maybe. Jasné, že to stihol, ne, on to denial nakoniec, pekne. Môžu ísť teraz po toho Tormentera za malý moment. Jasný, no, ako druhý šardi Amarovi dali šard. A zrovna ten spotlight je pravda, proti tomu Morfovi by bolo huge, no. Teraz ale vedia tuto Číričovci, čo môžu. Jo, toto je šanca na niečo huge. Dokonali skenale! Falconi dokonale vyskenovali úplne presne, kde sa nachádzajú. Oni ich podľa mňa videli tou vardou v tom triangle, ako si dávali ten smouček. Teraz sa tu nenechá nikto chytiť len tak. Ale Morphling už ale bude trhať mamky. Kiraz ešte síce nemajú, povedzme, na tom ako Dráčkovi. Nenájdu tu zatiaľ ako nič obrovské. To bolo ako odhalené Falconovcami dobré. Ale tu ako zachraňovať túto tier 2 je viac menej nemožné. Morphling už aj s bonusovým Magic Resistancom z toho neutrálu Serrated Shift malé kryty. Neviem, čo za slovo som tam ako povedal vôbec, ale whatever it is. Pušovať tú bázu Jo, jakože zase Oliver bude mať za chvíľku síce tu Linkenu, takže oni tam budú mať 2 Linkeny, Lotus, save na jakoby všetkých. Aganim teraz na tom Pangovi je konečne ako damage upgrade, čo potrebujú nutne. Linkena dokončená na Oliverovi, ako tam všetky defenzívy sú pripravené. Stále môže byť ale ten väčší problém to damage issue, si myslím. Čo ako ani zďaleka nebudú mať Yandexovci. Asi to bolo krivé celé, no. Ja som dneska možno krivý. Nie, ten Morphling ale potrebuje tam nechať tak ako 15 sekúnd a ten Roshan je hotový. Ako oni to idú, Čírič tu stojí ale dobre, aby odhalil ten smoke. Nenašiel zatiaľ tým smokom nikoho, keby stal na tej ľavej strane, by to možno prišlo o niekoho niečo krajšie. Ten Roshan je ale dole, ne? Ten Roshan, podľa mňa, keď to vráti tá kamera, ten je hotový. Easy peasy pre Watsona. Toto ako pre Falconov je podľa mňa kurva issue prenechať tam tento Aegis za banner. Oni chceli... Jo, ako Skitter premýšľal nad tým, že by tam naľavo šiel, ale tu by ako Watson môže ísť na high ground, ako. On má aj banner, ako k tomu. Okej, Falconi už vedia, musíme ísť defovať ten high ground, tu ako nepôjde nič iné. Banner hodený cez Watsona. Ten sa toho báť úplne nebude. Amara tam je vidieť. Ale práve Čírič po ňom chce ísť. No, do Lotus Orbu mu to nedá. Rýchle reflexia pre Amara, dobré. Ja, aj tak si ho ale spomalili, aj tak si ho zastunujú. Kentauri je stále ale tlusťo. Veľké kryty doručené pre Watsona k tomu, tu pre 34. minútou najväčšia skúška, že tu Falconovci majú. Jo, Weaver môže síce zatiaľ akoby náš slovenský bez smrte, ale iba s Linkerom a Mjolnirom, Hurricane Pikeom to tu damageovať. Dobre, teraz to tu skúsia. Defenzívne schovaníčko od Saxiča ready. Jo, Watson sa chce otočiť do nich. Morfuje akoby do Agi, to sa to nebojí blázen. Presne vie, akoby, očividne Watson, akoby, čo za damage issues majú proti ním. Na ľavej strane, by the way, veľmi dobrá práca od Amara, ktorý tam furt split pushuje tým creepom. Tuto... Mrda ten vozík o zem, celku vtipná animačka minimálne teda. Oh boy, oh boy. Because Dota 2.
Because Dota 2.
Yeah, I think that explains it well.
Just reasons.
Yo.
Even game 1 for a good 30-35 minutes. Same goes for game 2.
Falconovci potrebujú toto dragnúť, aby mali čo aspoň do MK alebo na Skitterovi. A potom už ako viem, že Oliver na tom leveli 20, nemá to MK, bo... Jo, to už ako tie damage issues by mohli byť dosť krajšie.
So if the Lotuses and the Lincolns were the answer to Yandex's initiation, what's Yandex's answer to the Lotuses and Lincolns? You're gonna pop them before getting the catch on someone?
I think it's just gonna be raw physical damage coming
Ja chcem povedať, že to bude damage tá odpoveď.
Eventually you need to take the fight, stand your ground and take a fight. Maladich is getting good amount of farm. Blink Dagger, Solar Crest, Aeon Disc.
Aeon Disc hlavne je huge na tej nage, že ju nemôžu akoby len tak vypnúť. Watson sa tu ukáže, no problémo. Aegis má ešte 2 minúty, tam nemôžu Falconi ani skúšať contestiť, si myslím. Je vidieť, ale že sa Watson cíti. Normálne, že sa cíti. Dôležitý vlček tam na damage output tiež. Amar to skúsi. Chytili Watsona dobre, chcú to zbaviť toho prvého životu, ale tu je zase Saxič. Tu bude čestne Watson s jedným HPčkom, ty pičo. Čírič. Označený, Amar si po neho pôjde, toto je príležitosť, dobre. Hypnoza prišla tiež, tak toto má vyzerať, Falconi majú opener. Čírič, môže číriť, tak číre vody, ale Oliver bude mať double. Aha, jeden overstep. Pičo, crit zahral ako Lord úplný. Poďme na to. Jo, tu som čakal, že Malaby už bude spievať, ale on to zrušil sám. On to zrušil sám, tú songu.
good sign for Falcons. Rebuffing the effort, not losing another lane, playing
Ako
forward.
nestratili Watsona stále, takže on to pre nich není disaster, ale to je pre Falconovcov extrémne podstatné. Extrémne podstatné.
The way that Yandex want to approach these fights.
Yeah, they're very tanky.
On hlavne po tomto fajte bude mať Oliver podľa mňa za malý moment to MK alebo celé. Potom už aj ten dráček a hlavne ten Morphling sa budú ako rozplývať o dosť viac. Notice teda z full carry offlane Dragoniteom. Ale už tam máme to MK-bo. Najlepší výber na celom svete, ktorý tu len šukučiuje okolo, jednoznačne je náš skitter slovenský. Teraz s celým MK-bom Mjolnirom. Tomuto sa už vraví damage output. Jeho za vývra väčšinou je mega ťažké akoby tie hry poťahať akoby damageovo, keď akoby máte damage issues. Ale ak to niekto dokáže, tak to bude náš Oliver. OK, we got the game. Ale stále sme v 38. minúte, tu bude nájdený Amar. Čo tu dostal dobré mordy, dostane ešte sieťku a nazdar. Velice pekne. Jo, Maurin to pôjde otočiť aspoň minimálne teda do túto jednej nagy. Defenzívne schovaníčko, načasované, dobré. Maurin skúsi akurát odísť. Keby mu procol crit Watsonovi, tak je dead. Ale tou Songovo našli. Tak toto je disaster, toto je disaster. 2 kóry dole. Nemá ani Pangolier buyback. Ja, teraz Skitter robí dobrý move, on ide split pušovať tú ľavú stranu. Ale kto bude defovať? Tuto ako Watson, kámo, s double damageom to tu rozjebe, kurva, celé! No do materinej piči, Falconovci kramblujú, majú problémo. Big problémo. Oliver medzi tým tam môže akoby robiť čo chce, tam ani nejde dokonca split pušovať akoby tú bázu. Toto ako je issue. Kentaur buyback niečo spôsobí, ale oni vedia, že tam ten Pango nie je 40 sekúnd. Ja ako creepwave a to síce pušuje na tej ľavej strane. Watsona ale vidia. Tam vedia podľa mňa Falconi, že na ňom musia naskočiť. Má proste jeden život, zabiť ho, skúsiť ho zabiť pred tým BK Beam. Ale jakmile tam je Success, tak to není podľa mňa možné. Čirič už prikáda dozadu, tam nás BK-bom si vybral práve toho Kentaura. Oliver už musí ale tu niečo skúsiť porobiť, nakoniec tam bude pekne zachránený akurát tým samotným Kentaurom, ale Sneaking padne na 3 hity. Watson popuje BKB a môže ísť po mega creepy. Jako reálne oni to nemajú ako zachraňovať, tam 10 sekúnd není nikto, Amar tam môže nadskočiť, ale tie Raxy sú dole. Mega creepy tam zničí iba Čirič Junior. Ajajaj, Falconovci možno budú out z celého blastu po jednej sérke. Oliver tam mal jetlag, z toho jetlagu sa ani nedostane. Stone, ty pičo, tak ale to bol shard. Čirič Junior má životný deň proti týmu Falcons. A vyzerá to, že tým Yandex idú do Grand Finals. Amar píše GG, hotovo 20, nazdar, ty môj kokot, skurvený, what the fuck just happened?
They get the side of Barracks in the mid lane, and then they get a pick-off on Centaur again, and they manage to pretty much close out the game from it. Chura Jr., pretty much my MVP in this one.
Čirič zahral ako Lord. Čirič Junior na reálne životnú sériu. Ne, životnú sériu. A Falconi si prišli do Číny nakoniec zahrať jednu sérku a dostali 0-2. Ale akoby draft, ako reálne MVP je možno ten cápek, ten coach alebo celkovo tým, ktorý vyberal draft.
But everybody on side of Yandex definitely stepped up in this one.
Well worthy victory here.
Oh boy.
The play crisp and clean. Team Yandex come
in keď Ludnič teraz to bude oveľa akčnejšie, ako by samozrejme sérka tá druhá. Čaká nás MOUZ versus Tundra. Pol 10. chat. Ja dneska akoby chcem stihnúť aj ten obídeček ideálne a tú oslavu akoby s Gabčou.
Very well done.
Takže ako na jednu stranu to je OK, že sa to akoby skončilo rýchlo. Ale well, nazdarek pane Zdelíčko.
现场以及正在观看直播的观众朋友们，欢迎来到我们赛后的胜者采访。那站在我身边的 Notice Yandex， 我们首先来问他一下吧。这是一场非常出人意料的2-0，我相信很多在赛前预测的朋友们可能会预测到这一场。
Kámo, tak si slepý, prečo si tam bereš do piči? On si fakt zobere ďalekohľad. Veď ale nestojíš 13.
they predict that this game
Ďalekohľadom sa bude dívať.
is pretty preferred.
Ja neviem, či si zoomuje na kozy niekomu, alebo...
Take them 2-0.
Oh,
is there anything you want to say to the people who support you or people who watch the stream and be like, there's gonna be a game 3? What you gonna say to them?
I want to say thank you, boys, for all supporting and
thank you, boys.
Good results for us. This is first my grand final in Tier 1, and I really want to win this tournament. Yeah, and I hope my team wanna do this too. Yeah, and we try. That's it.
我就是想跟大家说，谢谢所有支持我们的人。这是即将是我的第一个在 S 级在1级比赛当中的第一个总决赛 BO5的总决赛，我和我的队伍们都非常的期待，也希望我们能够拿下这个总决赛这个整个赛事的胜利。我现在感觉还是非常的不错的，我们对于这个结果非常的满意。我们来问他一下，在他的视角当中，这一个 BO3这2场比赛发生了什么？他们有哪一些方面做的比对面好，或者他们自己做了哪些特别的准备 ？I'm gonna ask you more details about this game. What are the factors that you think you did better than your opponents, or
prvú hru prehrali čisto na draft a druhú hru by som povedal, že akoby to malo vyzerať inak.
Yeah, and we have good strategy how we play map. We talk a lot of about this, and we just farming, have our power spikes and win fights. You know, that's it.
Feels very organic.
That's it.
Yeah.
我觉得其实我们在准备上面也没有什么特别的，我们就是在玩我们的游戏，用我们的节奏来打这场 BO3。在2场比赛的过程当中，我们就是分头打钱，然后在我们有一定的经济情况下赢一些团战，就这样我们就拿下了这场比赛的胜利，一个轻松的2-0。
ale oni feedili každú jednu hru zo série tam. Oni vždycky tú prvú hru zo série hrali úplne ako boti všetci 5 a potom zapli a vyhrali 2-1 väčšinou. A dneska proste tí pičo prišli jak vymenený tým normálne. Extrémnu dominanciu tu predviedli. To je brutál. Vocnovská čepice je dobrá, no. Brutus ale. A Maladia, že ešte tam bude na rozhovore, let's go. Come on, kde je? Malady!
Yeah, I'm still hyped.
Chudák ho tam není vidieť ani.
This game will be much harder. Honestly, I thought we're not gonna win this, but it turns out like this, so...
On je proste v úrovni na Dima Kozy, akurát na to je ten ideál pre neho, ale zároveň to bude challenge, podľa mňa.
I think going into the series.
Okay.
Because I felt like we didn't prepare well enough for this game, but turned out good after all.
Yeah, wow. Apparently your lack of preparation might have been the key there. But I want to ask about game number 2 draft. A lot of meta heroes left in the pool, or really good heroes, right? The Pengo let through, the Naga, the Shadow Demon. But in that position, when
ale tá druhá hra mala vyzerať inak. Tá druhá hra mali mať Falconi akoby podľa ich draftu mali mať oveľa väčší lead. Ale zahrali oveľa lepšie early game proste Yandexovci.
On the second phase, if we don't pick it right now, we're not gonna get it ever again. So we also did this thing that Falcons have these 5 heroes: the Chen, Naga, Dragon Knight, Huskar, and Timbersaw. So we decided, you know what? We have only 4 bans. We should pick 2 heroes that we're not gonna play against. It's Huskar and Timbersaw, so we're gonna ban that and leave 3 of the left heroes in the pool. So they're gonna get 1, and then we're gonna get 2 of the others.
That is a very good strategy. I mean, that's how you guys get the 2-0 here.
Dívajte sa, návod na Falconov. Malady nám aj všetkým povedal teraz návod.
Why do you think you didn't prepare well for this?
I mean, it was coach's idea, which I didn't like. I thought, you know what? Let's ban everything besides Chen. Let them pick the Chen, then we're gonna answer with something like Primal Beast or Pangolier, whatever's left. But he just changed my mind.
A lot of teams have been doing that.
Coach ako dneska je celku MVP ako za tie drafty. Hlavne za ten prvý.
We need to see somebody try to give them a lot of heroes and then do something with it. And you guys did it.
Yeah.
And it was pretty cool.
Because you cannot just you have only 4 bans. They have 5 heroes. So.
Did you guys talk about the expectations for this series, or was it more like an individual opinion for you that you thought it was going to be hard?
I guess it was individual opinion.
Okay.
Our coach, I guess, did a good preparation because we had best of 1 against Falcons in the Blast group stage. We completely suck, but he just made some adjustments to not overreact too much to their moves. It's like, you know, they bring in the 4 heroes to our tower, they see our TPs, and then they just spread, and we left with nothing. So we didn't overreact these 2 games, which is the main thing, which is the main key for our victory here.
Hello, Melody. In regards to Tier 1, you're yet to get your first Tier 1 LAN win. How much would it mean to you to get a win now before the end of the year, going into the rest of the season in 2026?
I think that's what I'm aiming for. I wanna get first place.
No potrebuje pred Vianocami, ty vole, na dárky, ne? Už mu nechajte vyhrať nejaký Tier 1. Ale ani hovno, pretože tam pôjdu MOUZovci! Dneska to vyzerá, že greedy týmy dostanú kartáč. Takže ak to pôjde podľa tohoto vzorcu, MOUZovci by mohli rozsekať dneska Tundrákov a Grand Finals by bolo ako epic.
A contender to be able to win tournaments throughout this entire season?
Yeah, I think so. So far, we are doing good. We are kind of new to this like Tier 1 scene. Once Saxa joined our team, we started performing super good. Like
Saxa je
for example, the
stable
last tournament
as
that
fuck.
we were in, the Fisher Universe, we got the 3rd place. I mean, which is a pretty good result for the team that like 2 weeks ago got
Jo. Yandexovci majú akoby pred sebou ešte vysoký ceiling, čo môžu dosiahnuť. Už tam vidím MOUZovcov vzadu. Už som videl Mirka. Chad, už som videl Mirka.
Yes, I think I have a preference. I would rather play
Tam je.
against MOUZ because I think people are tired about Falcons and Tundra getting into the finals over and over again.
Áno.
So I think Yandex MOUZ
True,
will
ale.
be more interesting to watch.
All right,
True.
like you've already upheld your end of the bargain there. You guys make it to the grand final. Melody, thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations again on this tour. It was amazing.
Thank you so much, and thank you for inviting, guys.
Thank you, that's so sweet. And look, congratulations again. I'm gonna keep
Kamo
saying
Malady mal reálne jeden z najlepších tuto ako rozhovorov a brutálny insight do toho draftu, extrémne otvorený, žiadne skrývanie tuto veci alebo niečo. Ten povedal reálne Malady viac ako keď spočítate 20 rozhovorov bežných s tými.
The 10% you gave them.
Yeah, fuck it. I'm so happy I'm wrong. I don't care. I gave them 10%. I like an underdog story. I'm happy that they won. I agree with Melody.
Brutal.
You know, I'm tired of the same couple of teams. Even though this year we've had Falcons and Tundra and MOUZ all win a tournament, right? 3 tournaments, 3 different winners. We still talk about the Falcons and the Tundras and stuff, but now we have Yandex in the finals. Potentially a repeat, a Tundra or MOUZ could get a second one, but...
Samozrejme, že bude zabadovaný Huskar, keď Lubdič.
So I'm happy.
A mne nechajú Krystalisovi, nebudú chcieť nechať Huskara, to je jasné. Na druhej strane si myslím, že nebudú chcieť nechať Timbra a Axeho možno pre Freeho. Ale zase, ako banovať toho Axeho first phase je také ako myslím, že na jednej strane normálne 100% príde ban Timber a na druhej proste bude Huskič, Tusk, maybe DK, niečo podobné, no. To Ačko ešte je tam také akoby, no, maybe, no.
Like Melody said, I want them to get that first. You know, I don't want the second. I want them to, because the first time you win, it gives you confidence to continue to win in the future, and I think that can be a game changer for a lot of players.
And look, no matter which team you were cheering for coming into this one, we can all agree Yandex absolutely overcoming expectations here, getting a tour over Falcons. But that doesn't mean that Falcons fell short.
Tundráci ale hrajú oveľa pomalšiu dotu a budú sa musieť prispôsobiť podľa mňa MOUZovcom. A oni vedia hrať aj rýchlu dotu. Oni Tundráci vedia hrať aj rýchlu dotu. Ale proti MOUZovcom to tak bude.
Thank you so much, Snake, for joining us here. An unexpected
my boy.
For a lot of the fans
it's okay,
out there.
bro. It's okay.
How about for you guys?
It's
was
okay.
that something that you thought was even a possibility, or was that a complete surprise?
I mean, it's always a possibility to lose. Losing is very easy. I don't know if you're aware of that, Slacks. Maybe you are actually. But obviously, you know, it sucks to lose, but I think we were not in the best form. Obviously, I don't think we played very well today. And no, props to Yandex.
All right. A lot of fans here in the crowd every time that you've walked out. Personally, huge audience here for you. So anything that you'd like to say to them before we get to the serious questions?
I'll just say it in Chinese because the fans here are 很感谢大家的支持，很感谢你们来成都来看我的比赛，谢谢你们的热情。
Watching the dong. Thank you, sir. Absolutely.
Watching the dong, či čo povedal?
So Yandex, you said, props to them. What went so right for them in this series? What was so hard to beat about them?
I think what was hard is I think game one we didn't have very good drafts. Even though like we outplayed them in a couple positions, they still had very easy win conditions, and it was really up to us to execute. And then in the second game, I think we just blundered a lot of the team fights and they caught us by surprise at the Roshan. I think that was a really big turning point. And then the team fights after that was just not easy.
Well, you guys did play a good game, a good series. I will ask, though, only a man I would trust with you to answer this kind of question. But what are you guys going to do with a loss like that? How are you going to improve in a way where...
Konečne, no aj tak budu mať Dream League za chvíľu. Who gives a shit?
Like, what goes through a team's head of your caliber when something like this happens?
I mean, it's pretty much the same as any other normal people. You know, you experience grief, anger, you know, all the stages. And then you come back stronger because you want to beat them up next time.
Yeah.
All right, so a little rivalry there. Well, we're looking forward to you guys coming again. Thank you so much for your time today, King. Always such an honor and a pleasure to talk to you and your great insights. And we'll throw it back to the panel.
Papa, sneaking, Papa.
Saxon Snay there giving us a great exit interview before Falcons do depart.
Oh boy.
The Blast Slam 5 here is going to be a tough one. I know Snay had a lot of friends and family in the crowd. He would have loved to show up for them, but sometimes you're I don't know whether it's complacency or what exactly.
Teraz je pre mňa tu taký ako challenge, že určite si tu akoby pozrieme, akoby to, ako tú ďalšiu sériku chcem vidieť ešte viac ako tú prvú. Ale kurva chcem stihnúť ten obídeček s Gabčinou rodinou a takú ako mini oslavu alebo niečo.
They're not picking super late-game heroes on a lot of instances. They're picking Chen and Weaver and these heroes
VP so Saberom budou hrať jaký region. CIS normálne.
These other scaling heroes, they're going to get smacked.
Možno európsky, akoby neviem, ako to budú mať, no.
It wasn't like they were, you know, Yandex is up a ton of gold. Like they're up 3K gold at
27
minutes, 6-6. This is not a score that you
to
can
presne
have.
hovoril, že to...
Chen, Weaver, Pangolier lineup. Like you're playing on Snowball and they just didn't, like you said, it's just, I don't know, it wasn't their day. They didn't look fantastic. Well, just watching them play, it wasn't like, this is the Falcons of, this is Falcons. It was just, they
kind of just sat in the chair.
Yeah.
Dneska to boli holuby, no. To nebol akoby žiadny úplne nebezpečný, ty vole, nejaký sokol, proste predátor, nič. Dneska to boli akurát holuby, proste na nádraží, no. Bohužel.
And just didn't hit anyone, I think. And yeah, just some mistakes that you normally don't see from this team. And that was
Tento solo kill bol tiež jedna z vecí, čo to dosť podstatne zmenila, pretože on už tam išiel tedy kryt, už tam išli vymýšľať veci.
And I'm honestly super impressed by him, a player that I think goes onto their radar a lot, and I think also has had some shaky performance. I think he played great. He honestly played better than Mallory in most games, and Mallory is, I think, what most people consider to be the best mid in the world right now. I think I generally do on a day-to-day basis, and he played better than him today. So mad props to him, and he deserves to be in the final.
Oh, 100%. Chiragino looked amazing, but it was so many different elements of Yandex as well, T. It's not just the fact that they're able to get a solo kill on Mallory and Pango mid, but the way that they're setting up for fights.
Dívajte sa do očí, že jo?
Yesterday I praised Noticed on his ladder. Today I'm going to praise
him ja vidím, kde sa dívate.
There's a fight where when you look at the wraparound and how he enters the engagement, most people would look at it from a one-dimensional here. But see how DK already smoked up, entering the triangle from the top side. When Falcons retreat, not going to the triangle, but going to the kind of the right side of the Roshan pit, look how much of a sweeping motion Notice is making. So then when he does initiate, he's stopping the Ringmaster who has the escape at, doing all of these like shenanigans.
Tento fight rozhodol akoby viac menej.
With yesterday's Slardar moves, he's always doing this like weird angle wraparound, and because of him, the fight feels so free. And like when Quinn's mentioning the lack of kills,
tam vytankoval celý ten fight.
Yandex, where they get a couple kills, it takes the wind out of the sail of Falcons. And yeah, I gotta say, I'm not really a fan of DK offlane. But Yandex respected what it needs to do. You need to farm. You don't want to make any moves.
Kluci na panelu mají problém hlídat oči.
So, yeah, props to Yandex and Noticed.
Time and time again, I'm liking the way that he's...
Teda sa Misery pozrel, videl som to.
They were a little bit slow to warm up yesterday against OG. They lost that game number 1. Were able to close out the series. Here, though, there's no losing game 1 and coming back in the series. They just straight up get the 2-0 over
Čo idete
Falcons.
oslovať?
And right now, they're
Gabčina
making
babča má
that
na
dream run
rozky.
in a single elimination to
Taký ako rodinný obed u nich a...
Falcons, make it to the grand finals and
nič
away
veľké, ale...
potentially could be their
Nechce sa mi to vynechávať úplne dneska, no. Ale takto, keď bude tá séria dlhšia, tak to proste vynechám, no, a budem tu s vami. A pôjde iba Gabča, no, ako, tak ako... Break. Tak jo. Ste pripravení? O, ideme sa naučiť čínsky, poďte, chat. Šup. James.
But today, I'm gonna try to teach him some official name of some heroes.
Let's do it. I'll try hard.
OK, chat. Ideme sa učiť čínsky, jasný?
Okay, this one
tak.
is Life Stealer. It's called 噬魂鬼.
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 Not bad, really? Okay, what am I doing wrong?
I think
噬魂鬼.
This means a ghost that will eat your soul.
Ghost that will eat your soul. That's badass. All right. 训鬼. How did you say it the first time?
噬魂鬼.
噬魂鬼. 噬魂鬼.
Well, okay.
噬魂鬼.
The tone is like this.
Oh, so 训魂.
Let's try the second one. The second one is Earth Spirit.
Earth Spirit.
Earth.
地之灵.
What does that mean in English?
大地之灵.
The spirit of the earth.
大地之灵.
大地之灵. 大地之灵.
Repeat yourself. You forgot the first time how you pronounce it.
Why do it one more time?
I can write down the alphabet if you need.
What?
The alphabet, does that help you?
The alphabet?
So this is da.
Da.
D.
Da di do da di ba.
Zhi.
Zhi? That's a Z,
yes,
homie.
Zhi. Ling.
Da di zhi ling.
Way better.
Da di zhi ling.
Thank you so much. Yes,
Da di zhi ling. OK. OK.
Does that make
Earth
easier?
Spirit, da di zhi ling.
夜刺客.
Čo?
One more time.
I can write down it for you.
Write it down. Write that one down.
This is
是
夜
Yeah.
刺客.
You just wrote the same word there.
This is C. This is S.
šiečke.
夜刺客.
Šiečke.
What is the difference between these two?
This is like school.
Like school?
Yes.
Okay.
刺, it's like a
Šiečke.
This is extremely difficult. This one looks easy. There's 2 letters, so I can do that.
Ah,
This
dobrý.
one is Brewmaster.
Oh, that's. I drew Beastmaster. I'm sorry.
Yes, it is Beastmaster.
That's a little bit.
Bird.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, so this is 九仙.
How does this one go on there?
九仙.
九.
九仙.
九仙.
Very good.
九仙.
九仙.
I feel you put too much passion in there.
A lot of people
You can
say-
make it chill, like 九仙.
九仙.
Can you find a middle point?
I know,
Like,
I got a
find
middle point. It's
balance
either-
point. This one
Jak
is
Slax
easy.
nevie to povedať bez emócie.
习客.
Lacike.
That is Italian.
Lacike. Lacike.
Ranger. 卓尔游侠. This is a little bit long. 卓尔游侠.
Are you serious? Zoderjotsia. I don't want to learn the
Počkej.
long one. All right, this is too long.
Who are you?
Zoderjotsia. That was too hard. Zoderjotsia. They're too long.
Who are
No one can memorize this.
I
Yuxia?
mean, I admit, Chinese is really hard.
Okay.
But we have nickname for all these official names. Let me teach you this one.
Okay.
For Life Stealer, we have 小狗.
小狗.
Yeah.
Xiao Gou.
And then this one is go, means little dog.
Little dog. 小狗.
Yes.
Easier.
Prečo mi môjho lifestylera nazýva Little Dog?
I'm gonna teach you right now, because I think if we go out, talk to the fans, they might give you the nickname of the other heroes, and you can guess which one is what.
Yeah, that should be easy.
Keď čo ste si zapamätali?
Daddy
Zihu. Daddy Zihu bol Earth Spirit. Nič iné si nepamätám asi už.
What is this?
Action
What's
about?
he doing with his neck?
Don't do that.
That's what he was doing.
He's just a rooster or something, yeah.
It was good though. It was a lot
True.
of fun. And while
No to je
Slax was
classic
learning
Slax,
something
ne?
new, I'm gonna be testing you guys
Lacikeho
to
si
see how
pamätám,
well you
jakoby,
do.
ale nevím, či to
I'm
boli
also
za
gonna test
hrdinu,
it too,
jako.
okay? This is not my doing.
Takže lifestealer je v čínštině Fredin, asi jo, no.
We're gonna try and guess the spell off of the sound.
Okay.
Which, in theory, for everyone at home, sounds easy, but there's a lot of noise in this arena. So we're going to see.
That's true.
I am very unbelievably deaf and bad at guessing spells. So we're going to see just how well we go. I assume this
Až
is
za 20 minút idú začať.
Okay.
Okay.
Ježišmaria, to chcel stihnúť oslavu, ale to kokotiny.
It was not us first production.
Let's go. Free for all. Let's see what happens.
We can team up.
Okay, that's us versus them. Yeah, it's two teams.
Okay,
it's bisected.
I think I'm good at this.
Okay.
Ten najhorší je, že ja tu dneska s vami chcem sedieť a dívať sa na to.
Wait, we played it?
Okay.
Jo.
Oh, vacuum. I said it first.
I didn't hear anything.
OK, četa, ideme si s nimi zahrať hru, jo? Ideme hádať spely, čo najskôr. Okamžite ruky na klávesnicu. Jo? Počúvame a hneď povieme, čo to je.
Didn't even hear it, and I didn't hear it the second time either. So there you go.
Takže.
Soldier boy, please.
I'm ready.
All right, second one.
The Dawnbreaker ulti.
Wait.
Dawnbreaker ulti.
Spell name and you didn't, so.
Unlucky. You can take it.
Fine.
We'll get the next one.
I think I was okay with half points. Like you said, Donald, it's like about this. Like,
what did you say?
We're doing so well.
I'm also okay to split a half point on that.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah.
Jak dopadli Falconi, nepýtaj sa.
Okay, third one.
Wait.
Kolik tam musíš být?
That's time dilation.
Time dilation.
You're right.
Wow.
Kurva, on to stihol mizery rychlejšie ako ja.
That was good.
Moment. Ideme ďalej, chat.
Okay, fourth.
Arena Mars. Arena of Blood.
I'm so focused on hearing, I have no idea if anyone even...
I think that, I genuinely think that.
I think that had that.
That claims.
Okay.
We have to do fifth?
Yeah. Crash.
Shield crash.
Pangolier jakoby shield crash.
We work together. I said the hero, you said the
saying the
spell.
hero name. The hero. I'm going Pango. I'm adding
Get
too
off
many
your
words for a
game.
reason.
But, okay,
Yeah,
the reason
sorry.
why I started doing it is
Lešrak je
Dota
lacike.
is
Kámo,
saying
ja
hero
teraz
name
budem
and then
Lešraka
also-
volať len lacike.
Probably, it's guessing the spell, not the hero.
Yeah.
Alright, it's sixth, seventh?
Oh, Pango. Fuck, you said
Veď orb od vole puka. Illusory orb.
Okay, right now we're clean sweeping then.
Ešte.
I would have up to seven?
Yep.
Number seven?
Charge of Darkness.
Charge of Darkness, right? Is that what
Charge of Darkness.
Oh, fuck off. The full spell name.
Moment, tak.
I'm doing production study. I'm just a rule follower. You know?
Okay.
Me too.
That was my hero. I'm done. Ravage.
No ani nestihol povedať, už povedať všetci Ravage do piči, dobré, ale...
He said it really fast.
Oh my.
I don't know, do we have replay? Can we replay?
Can we replay that one? That was close. All I know is there's bias. No, I'm joking. Go on. Do we have a wait, do we have a replay of our own segment?
That's kind of weird, but I guess we would.
I mean, I feel like the tech is there.
It is. They're probably not going to do
I'm poised.
No.
it. Could we at 9? Are we up? Okay, we're replaying it to see who said it first. This is so weird.
That was my hero. I'm done. Ravage.
Quinn.
Let's take us.
Let's go. Instant replay.
Instant replay tag. This is number 9, right?
Reincarnation od Skeletona Kinga, vole, Braid Kinga, ulti.
The music game that you were playing? I needed the chorus.
Yeah,
My brain went to Ultra Titan, actually. I thought it was like Earthsplit or something.
Oh, it does sound a little like...
I don't know how many we have, but this is the last one. All right? So number 10.
Quinn už je talent, retirenutý. Axe call, Berserker call.
He was still somehow Quinn. That's crazy.
God damn it.
Well, if we were playing in teams, then I guess we won, but I feel like individually, Quinn just won. Quinn hard carry.
I hate that I'm like 0.2 seconds slow, man.
But you just say, I mean, to be fair, you also said Spearbreaker, puck.
Keď nemáš vlasy, tak proste si pomalší, akoby sorry bro, ale nejde nič. Tým vlasatý vždycky vyhráme v tomto.
I wasn't really participating, but that's... Don't fucking touch me again.
Thank you.
Don't fucking touch me again!
I did.
Are you going to do it our next game?
I am.
Alright, do you know who's playing our next Dota 3?
It's Na'Vi versus OG.
Can you look down the barrel of the camera
zadelila.
please?
Production is you are. I hate you, production. It is, of course, MOUZ versus Tundra.
Tundra Esports steps into the semi-finals armed with high-level team coordination and tactical superiority.
Tak chat, no, dneska má nebude jakoby normálne, ma teší väčšinou, keď jakoby mám pre vás jakoby nejaké to komentovanie a občas, keď vynechám nejakú jako oslavu rodinu alebo niečo podobné, tak mi to zase tak jako nevadí. Dneska ale keď jakoby poviem, že som sa tu iba vole sedel a díval sa spolu s vami vole na nejakú tú Dotu, ešte z toho bude aj hovno výplata, tak ty vole som z toho trošku jako, to ale nevadí jakoby chat, nevadí. Ideme sa pekne pozrieť na to, čo chceme vidieť. Náš myšák, kurva! Tu je náš český chlapec. To je on! Mirku, kurva! Ja si chcem dať ale nejaké raňajočky ešte, chat. Ja si idem dať nejaký chlebík s džemom si idem namazať. No. Ale budem sa s vami baviť tuto medzi tým. Počúvam vás, jo? Nikto si nevšímajte, nikto. Aj keď mám všetkých rád, akoby aj tých Tundrákov, ne, že ne, no ale...
It doesn't come to light here, right? Sure, you could argue Tundra has a slight edge due to the slam buff being the previous slam winners, but if anything, it's like 55-45. Depending on who you talk to, it could even be like a 50-50. Like, this is a very, very competitive series.
The Blast buff runs way deeper than that. It's not the fact that they were the most recent Slam winners. It's the fact that they were the Slam before that in number 3, and the Slam before that in number 2. And they made it to the Grand Finals in Slam 1, where their current carry player, Pure, ended up lifting the trophy. So with this 5-stack, they have lifted every single Blast Slam trophy that has existed so far in Dota.
I mean, it's a bit bizarre, to be honest. I don't know if I've ever seen a team win a specific tournament so many times over and over again. It's kind of strange. I'm not exactly sure what it is about this tournament.
That's what I'm saying. It's the Blast
buff. It's like Liquid winning Valakia, right? Don't they always win?
They won 2 out of like 6, but I think at least for...
But they weren't, to be fair, they weren't winning anything else that year, so it is kind of...
Yeah, it was kind of helpful. For Tundra though, I think having this like gauntlet bracket where it's like a good group stage, getting the semi-finals, you win that best of 3, you get to the grand finals, you have all this time to prep, right? When you talk about Tundra, it is about like the systems, right? You know, you've got like the condensed hero pools, you know what you want to do. Like when you see Tundra, you know what's coming, they just do it very well, right? So they're kind of like in the same vein of Falcons to some degree, like they have like this archetype of play. And I think that's an archetype when you only need to play a couple series to win the entire trophy when you get to the country, get to the LAN or the arena. It really favors this type of team.
The blast buff is fake.
Oh,
calling it right now. MOUZ is gonna crush them today.
Wow.
MOUZ is gonna crush them. Milujem Miseryho, dívajte na to, on je s nami. Misery je skrytý Češko, dívajte na ňo. On bez tak jakoby viděl české ženy a vie.
Okay, I don't disagree. I genuinely do believe, yes, this is going to be a very close best of 3. But what is so key for Tundra, whilst we're joking about this blast buff, is the fact that they're able to play so strong with their supports. That's something that other teams aren't necessarily finding that consistency in. But both Whitemon and Ari, they're playing, yes, the same hero ins and out, but that is what forms a strong lane. That is what forms a great early game for them too.
Yeah, like when you look at the heroes played so far in Blast Slam 5, Ari and Whiteman have only played 4 heroes, right, each. That is some of the lowest, I think, in the entire tournament, because across the 11 games in the groups, teams often drift towards 5, 6, 7 different heroes when you're trying things out. But I think Ari and Whitemon, you can see the heroes, like they have set such a strong foundation of we want to be annoying map play through Ari, investigate the map, find a hero, set up for the kill, all of that control. And then for Whitemon, it's just secure the lane. Like all of his heroes there want to play into the lane, want to play with the carry, find the kill. So yeah, they know what they want and they do it every single game.
I think also in general, Tundra played, like they drafted in a very safe way. Like they really drafted to win those best of 1s and get this top 2 position. I think even more than other teams did. I think that was pretty apparent when they kept picking Pure Juggernaut over and over again. And he's not a player that would like to keep playing the same hero again and again. He wants to be spicy and creative, right, and play different things. So I don't know what to expect today, but I think it might be something a bit more different than what we saw in the group stage.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're MOUZ, you need to, like, it's interesting because both teams, I think, are very much teams that jam their ideas, right? They're not going to, you know, change that much. They're not like a Team Spirit that's going to try to massively counterpick you. They're going to pick their stuff. And so this is very much, I think, a clashing of ideas. I think if you compare that to the Yandex Falcon series, where Yandex is picking and choosing things, they're sort of tweaking the way Falcons is picking the draft, and Falcons were sort of out of their comfort zone. I think this, to me, is much more, it's 2 giants just ramming their heads into each other, and then we see who's, you know, little flecks of skull goes flying off. don't know, I got really graphic.
I was going to say, I don't know why that went so graphic, but it does paint a very good idea. These teams know exactly what they want, and they're going to try and force it until one of them might eventually break, and that could end in an elimination for them. But something just outside of Heroes as well, T, that these players, well, not necessarily players, but teams are favoring is the pick side.
Yeah, so looking at Slam Fight, pick side, order, Radiant, Dire.
Side selection.
There we go. Got there in the end. Bada bing, bada boom, look at Tundra, all right? So at least when you look at the games played so far, they are playing Radiant only 27% of the time, right? So they're playing majority on the Dire side. And when you look at MOUZ, they're playing the majority on the Radiant side, right? Which of course, depending on their pick preference, you could argue that. But I think Tundra at least clearly like Dire, all right? And of course, we could do a nitty-gritty deep dive into, is it because they want to be on the Dire side of the map so they have like the safe lane tower for Tormenta if they protect it? Is there like the small efficiencies of like the off lane that they can use on Dire side to enable 33? Like, there's all these little things, but a lot of teams aren't as that Dire favored. But for Tundra, it is a big liking for themselves.
I will do you one better, T. Instead of sitting here and trying to decide why they might favor which side over what and reasons and all that, let's just ask them.
We almost always take Dire. Honestly, I'm not exactly sure why. At some point, we just started looking at win rates and realized that we have much better win rate on Dire, and we just kind of stuck with it. So just trusting the numbers on that one.
I prefer Dire.
If I need to choose Radiant or Dire, I would say maybe Dire. I don't know what's the reason, but I just like it.
I prefer Radiant, I guess.
My favorite is both MOUZ players. Just gave the side, no reason why. At least Whitebun said, I don't really know why, we just kind of do. And then there's 33, which we've already coined as, you know, the big brain, Giga Chad when it comes to all the numbers and stats. Fully going into it. Not really sure why, but that is just what has historically proven very successful for us. We've looked at those numbers and we trusted them.
Yeah, I think that's how sides just tend to feel in general. You're just sort of like, I don't know, this just feels better, and I prefer this. Like, I've always preferred Radiant. I had some people on my team that preferred Dire. It's just like, I don't know, it's kind of a vibes thing.
It is kind of weird that Dota has been a game for so long, and it's really figured out in a lot of ways, but the Radiant Dire thing has never really been figured out.
No.
And it's kind of similar, but also there's major differences as well in both the lane and how the Roshan is and all these things, and somehow you don't really know why.
I was gonna
X has better win rate than Y and stuff like this. It's interesting.
The lanes, I think it is just an intuitive feeling thing because as a support, when you lane, it does feel different. Yes, I'm always laning in the safe lane, but whether I'm on Radiant side or Dire side, like that feels impactful to me for some reason, and I just cannot explain why, but it is like I don't know, the tree placement or something like that too.
It also feels like if like playing Dire side at least, when you're on a safe lane Dire, going for the twin gate and ganking the Radiant guy, it feels nicer. Like trying to gank the Dire safe lane with that big expanse of trees which kind of hugs the tower. Like again, it's all these small things where we could theory craft it, but then it comes down to like one player's preference, like, yeah, sure, we'll play it. But I like how mid one's like, yeah, I like Dire. Brother, your team does not play much Dire. You're playing 7% Radiant, you like it, but you're not allowed to play it clearly.
He is an individual likes that, and I know a lot of players also really like it when they get to keep their hero until a later sort of selection in draft.
Urobil som si chlebičky, chat. Tuto s džemíkom som dlho nemal. Že raňajky ready.
Yeah, I mean, Crystallis is about as early pick as they come for carry players. You don't really see this super often. I think he is one of the only players like this, and he's sort of always been like this, even if you go all the way back to like
Češky sú absolútne the best.
King and Razor and things like these.
Ja milujem akoby české ženy.
Almost like how he's
reálne české ženy sú to najkrajšie, čo existuje na planete, podľa mňa.
Most other carry players, which are second phase or last pick players, generally carry players are, you know, I'm egoisto, I'm going to carry the game, and he's not like that. I'm going to pick my hero, and you're going to beat my hero, or you're going to lose.
I also like that Pure on that graphic. He clearly shows to be a second phase player as well, right? Like he's not looking at the last pick. I think there have been moments in his career where he wants to see the entire draft to get the Drow, the Terrorblade, some big gotcha carry. But in Tundra right now, his perfect position is I just casually go Abba or Jug or Ursa in that second phase and just allow someone else to shine, be it BZM or 33. So I think even though they look quite different because of Crystallis having first phase, they both are enabling carry players so other cores in the team can shine in the draft.
Just to build on top of the Crystallis, it's kind of like the meta also favors his hero being picked.
Boomy, že tam vysmiatý vzadu, vidím ho.
Them playing it pretty much every time it's available. Hoska, it's only him playing it, right?
Čo je Češka, halo.
Gyrocopter. So I think it almost benefits MOUZ in a way. Not necessarily the specific
Moravačka,
heroes, but just the way
dobre.
that you are able to pick the carry first and and then pick mid one to your last, right? And so in that way, I think the meta is in favor of them right now.
He also threw down the gauntlet. Was it yesterday in the interview? He was like, I want to get my Husker. Tundra probably will ban it out. Did he say he wanted to play it right?
He did say that sort of stuff, yeah.
Yeah, so do you think if they're listening to the interview, it's like, you know what? Do you think they're going to ban it out on Tundra? Do you think they're going to allow him access?
I don't think they were listening to the interview.
No, but I mean, it's critical information they're missing. That's bad
Tundráci nevedia ale prehrávať na bláste, no. Keď sú playoff, takže...
He's a numbers guy, right? He's looking at the numbers more than anything. And I mean, the Huskers numbers on Chrysalis, well, they're definitely head-turning, eyebrow-raising.
By his own logic, didn't he also say he beat all the counters already?
Yeah.
He did.
So
except for there was one.
Oh, he beat AA too.
He said he said he beat AA, but then I was basically saying to him that he should try and beat it again.
There was one more. There was one more he said.
Viper? He wants to try and beat the Viper. Yeah.
Viper. I knew
but he also said in the same sentence pretty much that he doesn't care about Viper.
Yeah, he was basically like, if you pick it,
I think he was just trying to add a little bit of flair, add a little bit of style to the interviews, which I absolutely love and appreciate. Talking to Chrysalis is always fun, but the flair and style when it comes to gameplay for MOUZ isn't necessarily through him. Yes, that Husker is always enjoyable to watch when it comes out for them, but it's more so through mid one, and that's what we've talked about. When Chrysalis is this early pick carry, you get to open up for your mid laner to have either a great matchup for themselves or pick things like a mid-Venomancer, which we loved getting to see.
Yeah, I mean, I think, honestly, MOUZ have done a great job structuring this team. I think the player choices they've made and how they formulated things, the way they draft, like, it's been very calculated. It makes a lot of sense. They have a lot of players who like to pick early, a lot of players who don't have very many very big hero pools. We heard Celery talk about it, right? Like, a lot of their players just play a few heroes very well, and so they give mid one last pick, and he shines through. I think he's looked amazing this tournament, and it's really awesome to see a return to form.
Halo, ty Volkins boli za 5 minút a sú tam zase za 15 minút. Do pojebanej piči, jak sa mi zrzka... Kurva, kokot, piči je... Tam sa niekto zase musí vysrať. Ja sa stavím, že niekto sa je myč, sa išiel zase vysrať, ty vole, dali to tam za 15 minút. Vyjebe kokot.
That he's able to stay on top and remain that like excellent mid player. And you watch him play, and you can tell he just has a feel for the game. He's so aggressive. He's such a Chad. Like, I just like watching him play.
I mean, I just want to make sure that for mid one, he needs to be on aggressive heroes. Like, find the kill. Like, anytime you watch a MOUZ replay, in the first 12 minutes of the game, he's diving towers, running at people, trying to get kills. In previous slams, he's getting rampages in that minute mark. Like, he really is a guy that wants to seek out aggression. And that type of player needs to be surrounded by consistency. I think that's where Boom and Chrysalis have done such a great job in the last couple of months, finding their consistency. Because if mid one's going crazy and you're losing your side lanes, that's a recipe for losing, right? So I think that right now they're in that perfect position of just it being the perfect blend.
When before we got into this series,
MOUZovci nemajú akoby zase tak veľký hero pool, ale dáva tam Panga často, Jadro.
Also specifically got to have a few more words from Yamich.
Jo.
The most important thing that when I'm playing position 4 is mid 1, because I feel like nothing, I couldn't play like that if he was not my mid laner, because he is crashing middle, and then I can stay mid and take exp and gold.
I like the smile that came along with what he was saying. He's like, yeah, I really appreciate my mid laner. I really realize just how much he is doing for me as an individual for position 4.
On si tam behá po mape a on si môže zobrať free mid lane, takže jasný, no.
Runes, make stacks, do things. If mid one's just, fucked off to go kill some lads, he can just sit mid. That's a rare thing for a 4. So I think, yeah, Mitchie's like, hey, I get to enjoy my game.
Yeah, I also do very quickly before we keep talking about MOUZ and everything that's happening in this series against Tundra. There has been some tech issues, so we've delayed the game, the lobby a little bit. So it does give us time to talk about this matchup a bit more. On the side of MOUZ, we've loved everything that comes through.
Milujem delayčky, keď nemám čas, no ale dobre, no.
Of course, talking about himself as well. But I want to know the mid matchup specifically. If we got into more detail, how you see a mid one BZM lane going, kind of negating or ignoring what heroes might be picked up.
I think, honestly, mid one is in a position of aggression here. I think in terms of ability to win the lane and snowball, BZM doesn't really strike me as a player who massively, runs over the lane. I think he's had instances, on his Batrider and things like that, but in a general sense, I think he tends to play farm. He's playing things like Invoker, and he's sunstriking elsewhere. He's like a spellcaster, has a lot of impact in the game, joins ganks, joins fights, this type of deal. Whereas mid one, I think we've seen him stomp lanes and run people over. We've seen numerous solo kills. He solo killed Niku yesterday and also massively outplayed him in the lane the other game. And I think in general, he is the more aggressive player. And so I think that will be a big focal point. To me, the deal breaker, like we talked about before, is Tundra supports. Because I think their rotations early game and the types of heroes they pick can change that dynamic quite a bit.
You also need to protect BZM, right? Because I feel like when he is picking up a mid Shaker or a mid Ember, these are heroes that type of counters that can just break this lane before they even get online. And like Quinn's mentioning, when you have like Shaker Ember mid and they get shut down from either a lane counter or support rotations, he never contributes to the game, right? So I think BZM needs to be protected slightly in the draft. Otherwise, we could just see a repeat of, how does MOUZ win? Oh, mid lane.
Ties into the supports as well, right? Like if the supports of Tundra are always like doing so much, it allows them to pick this type of greedier mid laner for BCM. Yeah.
Well, I was kind of going to shift the topic a little bit. So if you have more to say, Misery, no? Okay. Then it's going to be, do you think we have an accurate gauge of MOUZ? Because whilst they did win their series yesterday 2-0, it wasn't a Na'Vi at full force. It was a Na'Vi that had nerves, had shakes, and wasn't really feeling as in the zone as we could have seen. So I do wonder, do we have a full gauge of them? Are we overestimating them a little bit?
I don't think so, genuinely.
Yeah?
I think even though Na'Vi was not in the zone yesterday, I think MOUZ was. And when I watched them play, I watched the way they're moving around, the decisions they're making. They were playing very naturally and very well. Like Crystallis is playing Huskar against what I think is the second hardest counter in the game. Like he's sort of downplaying it a little bit. I think this Broodmother matchup is incredibly bad, and he played it in a very natural way. I think Sully had great positioning in that game. He was constantly getting the grave off at just the right time. Like I think overall, the way they team fought and their just being calm and their structure was very strong. And I think you need that against Tundra because they're a team that is very methodical, very farm intensive, and so you don't want to mess up these fights.
Hlavne oni punishujú všetky chyby. Tundráci vedia extrémne dobre punishnúť každý jeden malý overstep.
Oh my gosh, the panel praising Dazzle? Am I in an alternate universe?
Hold. Misery, conclude the point, brother.
Well, I mean, a Dazzle underwhelming hero, but with a purpose.
There we go.
That was a very clear purpose, right? Like you were basically ignoring the counter in a sense, right? Because he loses all his HP regen. You can't die during that time, so you don't care about HP regen. You can just stand there and hit, right? The flat heals as well, so I think that was a nice prep for the Brood. What happens if Tundra does the same trade, but then ban out the Dazzle second phase? Are we gonna see an Oracle Huskar come back? Like, I don't know. Like that could be an awkward situation, I think, for MOUZ if Tundra would be able to do that in this series now.
Yeah, the thing with MOUZ in game 2, it was impressive how they won, but I feel like if we replaced Na'Vi and Tundra, right, I think Tundra would have found a way to win that game based on, 33 on the Brood or the way they play the map, of course, Arion or Hoodwink. Like, I think there is a world where I don't think Tundra maybe is scared of the Huskar, knowing, let's try the Brood ourselves, but the counter argument to that is, are they really going to 33 pick that early on in the draft, right?
Maybe not, but he is a well-renowned Brood player.
Exactly. Then you have to kind of run this gambit of like, okay, if they ban AA, they pick Huskar, are they going to ban Brood in the second phase because MOUZ now respects it? Like, there's all these layers to it, but I think there's a lot of learning to have from that game. So maybe the Huskar isn't as cared about, but we'll see. I'm probably just getting carried away there.
Zrovna, čo by som akoby predpokladal na free je, že toho Huskara kľudne nechajú prejsť.
Our jobs are, right? We're supposed to get carried away, especially when talking about Dota. But right now, we're going to get one step closer to our best of 3 in hopes of finding our second grand finalist here. And that's going to happen just after the break.
Iconic plays throughout Dota 2 history. You love them, we got them.
Okay.
Now we're ranking them. Oh no.
A počkej, sme už videli včera.
It always feels bad.
Ja som myslel, že to je niečo nové.
Right, but this is
oh god, to sme už pozerali včera toto tu.
I was thinking A because it's not exactly a positive moment. No, so I kind of want to start an A. 3-2-2.
This is another negative play,
but with a positive, a happy ending.
Is okay. We'll put it at C. C for 3-2-2.
Aký je váš odhad, chat? Aký je váš odhad na Tundra MOUZ? Šupte to tam. Chápem, že teraz ešte máte akoby chvíľku chill a tak, ale to sme už videli včera.
We're going to the top on this one. Finally some positive news here.
I mean, this right here is maybe one that like
Jako popravde, ja som rozpoltený. Jak samozrejme chcem, aby vyhrali MOUZovci, celé moje srdiečko tam ako je, to je úplne jasné. Zároveň by som chcel vidieť pekné doty, ale zároveň by mi nevadilo, keby boli 3, zároveň by mi ale viac nevadilo, keby to boli 2 rýchle za 20 pre MOUZovcov, jako jo, akože, no, ale...
That one maybe we put in like top of A.
Top of A.
Top of A for now.
Rozhodne sa to ve fightu 27 minúte. To je Mayridge už to tu normálne reálne odhadol. Bacha na to.
This is also very iconic.
Zdarek Nuflone. O ne, tebe už skončil sub. O ne. VIP bez sabíčka. Oh boy. Na tikete som mal, že vyhrajú Falconi. Ajajajaj. Podľa mňa myšáci budú dneska potrebovať nejaký náš hype train chat. A nie, že by som vás akoby jebejtil, ale jo, akoby vlastne jo. Nezabúdajte čete na to, že nejde vypnúť predĺžovanie subu, jo? Nikto neštudujte, alebo tak. Kto by náhodou tam mal akoby toho suba, tak podobne ponovom nejde na Twitchi zrušiť akoby sub, jo, chat. Takže kto ho tam má, tak to ide iba upgradeovať akoby na lepší týr, jo? No ak už dneska veľmi pravdepodobne vynechám to rodinu oslavu jednu, tak kurva, tak aspoň víš co, budem aspoň jebejtiť. Je to kurva, jak im môžeš Hytrich povedať? Hytrich! Nemôžeš vypnúť to nefunguje, to už Hytrich, to už akoby vyplí, to vypínanie. Hej, chillujte. Pôjde Guflone, je to v psychu.
With the call of his life. It's so good. I think similar again to the patience from Zoe, elevated by Owen as well. Yeah. But it also was like an amazing moment in an amazing series.
It was TI3 and then this happened and you're like, okay, well that was the best.
So I'm kind of thinking top of S.
Yeah.
It's so S, it represents S as a whole.
S plus.
Yeah.
S. Get it?
Oh, jasný Hytrich, to jo.
Yeah, that was great.
All right, what feeds your hunger for more? You're kind of a greedy guy.
Harryho
tu máme. More and more. Why?
Once you taste some success, you just want to keep winning.
What helps you grow your ambition?
For me, my main motivator is usually just self-improvement. I want to be the best I can be in everything I do.
Jak musia mať prelepené to logo. Čo tam majú za betting sponzora? Nejaký betting sponzor tam je, jak to musí mať prelepené na tom drese.
The pressure of that responsibility to do well?
To be honest, not really. I feel like everything's already laid out. I just have to do my part in the system. If I just keep being the best that I can be, then that's my role, you know? It's that simple.
What responsibility motivates you?
The responsibility of improving myself and staying on top of my understanding of the game and my position.
All right, what throws your team into chaos? What's something that gets them completely discombobulated?
If we lose, it's always going to be an upset because we expect to win everything. You know, there's some sort of panic and people will have different ideas on why we lost, and then it can get a bit hectic for a while before you reach the right conclusion and just go.
Takže stačí, že Mauzovci vyhrajú prvú a vyhrajú to celé.
Series, you have to take away things that you can fix for the next game. Could be draft, could be gameplay. Whereas after the series, it could be like whole concepts that you want to change or whole structures that you want to change. It just depends on what's appropriate.
What part of Ari do you try to hide from the public, or from your teammates, or from yourself?
Everyone will have negative thoughts, huge if you lose or something goes wrong, but I always try to hide this and just try to think of what constructive thing I could offer to the team rather than just like aimless negativity.
So what part of yourself that you rely on the most?
My hard work and confidence, these two things. They're kind of related to each other. On one side, I'm confident that I have the talent, so if I work hard, then I'll be the best. And on the other hand, I rely on my hard work to give me the confidence. I feel like these two things together what make me the strongest.
Have you ever doubted yourself on these two things?
Definitely at some points. Like if you lose a lot or it's going through a rough period, maybe I lose some confidence. If you play scared, then you'll just never win really. I mean, even when I started wanting to be a pro player, I took like a year off from school to just try. I was like ranked 3,000 at the start of this, so it's quite a long journey. And halfway through the year, I'd not made much progress. Then I kept trying and kept working, and eventually the hard work just gets you there. So that's why these things are related, yeah.
Počuli ste to sami. My boy. No najvtipnejšie je, že som hral akoby s Arim a proti Arimu, tak vole neviem, 38 krát proste, jak som akoby hrával hocka, akoby také tie high high MMR rankedy, nazvime to, a toto tu si s Arim pamätám, že sme sa tam jako stretávali furt v tej top 100 jakoby v Hocku.
淘汰赛第2天，第2场的比赛，你们准备好了吗？
There we go, still awake, still alive. We had an incredible Series 1 today already, Dub.
Ideme na to, chat.
Going into the grand finals.
Ideme na to!
Thing here again, MOUZ Sports, an underdog team facing off against Tundra, who has won 3 out of 4 of these things. You guys think it's going to happen again?
刚才那场比赛，其实我们看到了一批黑马战队能够2比0取下 Falcons， 而这一场比赛有似乎是一样的剧本，但是我们又怎么会知道结局如何呢？你们认为这一场比赛 MOUZ 能否有机会拿下 Tundra 呢？
That's pretty good. All right. Well, I'm sure you guys are ready to see how these teams compete and how it turns out. So, let's get these players to the stage.
有请他们登场。 5号位 Salary versus White Mall。 Soft Support 4号位 Yamage versus Ari。 Offlane 3号位 MOUZ versus 33。 Mid 2号位 Mid1 versus BZM。 1号位 Chris Dallas versus Pure。
Poďme sa na to pozrieť, chat. Poďme sa pozrieť na to, čo nám tu predvedú. Je to 2 veľkotýmy. Náš český Mirek Byčan je tam ready. Ta mauzovská mikina je úplně mega cool. Já musím fakt Mirkovi napísat, jakoby... To normálně chcem. A ona půjde koupit pravděpodobně, jakoby u nich, ale jako... Tak,
He's a bit of a yap, but this man is absolutely chatting everyone up when he's walking down that player tunnel.
I mean, I think him and BZM are friends. I think it's BZM that's his name is Mid1 or Mid1's picture is BZM, something like this. There's some back and forth between, on Steam.
Okay.
There's some back and forth between these two, so I think they have a little bit of rapport. And they're both kind of silly, goofy guys. I think there's they have a lot of similarities in terms of their playstyle. They're very aggressive, clowny players, and so I think it's only fitting they're talking to each other as they're walking down the aisle.
Maybe there's a meta game developing Mid1 here, kind of like...
It won yesterday.
No, just like talk a bit, make them feel relaxed, and then serious mode when the game starts, you know? Then punish them.
Yeah, just to confirm, Quinn, his Steam name is Bogdanov, and BZM's last name is also the same. So, the Mid1 has stolen, you know, the family name of BZM throughout this tournament. What a disrespect.
Man, BZM's gonna have to show him his boss then. He's gonna have to put him in his place
Odovzdané mobily.
Eventually. But both of these teams, yeah, MOUZ
tak 2700 nebudem dávať za tú vole mikinu. Napíšem Mirkovi jakoby radšej. Toľko nemám. Som chudobný, ty vole, tuto malinký streamer, bohužel. Nejde nič.
For the sake of competitiveness, may MOUZ not forget about the 33 Timbersaw.
True.
It was forgotten sometimes in the group stage. It was forgotten in the Blast Slam 4 Grand Finals. But for the sake of this series going the distance, do not forget that this hero exists in 33's hands.
Yeah, I mean, with that being said, I am okay with MOUZ taking a creative approach to the draft. I liked a lot what Yandex
Mirek je ready, já už ho vidím, on je on point, ready.
That was a really creative approach we haven't seen many people try. And if MOUZ has cooked up something like that, I don't blame them at all. That being said, they don't have Immortal Faith here, so they will be drafting without him. You know, the draft yesterday seemed fine, so it seemed like they can still function okay without him physically being here and just helping from online, but I'm curious to see how that affects things, if it does at all.
Yeah, I mean, the series is very different. I mean, these teams prioritize very different heroes than the one we just saw. I think a hero like Lycan, for example, like that hero, teams are banning it against Tundra. Group, but nobody's touching that hero right now. And
let's fucking go, baby.
State this hero has been in the last 3 months, so that's a hero that we might see getting left through.
Ame. On tam neukázal to jméno.
He's in the arena, guys. He made it.
He did make
it. The crowd absolutely I mean, I know beforehand.
Crowd úplně. A potom všetci úplně. No, ale vlastně.
On the side of MOUZ, they were leaning on the side of Tundra. I couldn't differentiate. It felt like it was a pretty even split, actually.
Yeah, I honestly couldn't tell myself, but you know, what made me see after the game.
But
After
game one, yeah.
Oh, okay,
exactly.
game one.
If they're cheering, you know.
Exactly, I think after game 1, because last game, during the draft, people were cheering for Yandex out of nowhere. I think when the Weaver was picked up, I think there was over here in front of us. I think there was a group that started yelling at Yandex. So I don't know. Maybe it is just depending on how the teams play.
Going back to your Lycan point though, I do feel like MOUZ is a pretty good team against the Lycan, right? You have Tidehunters and these kind of annoying beefy heroes that you can kind of hug to try and counter it. So that is something to think about. Let through the Lycan, play around it. I do feel like MOUZ have some play to try and do it.
Podle mňa druhý nejlepší coach na světě.
Top teams in the world, even though we know exactly what they're doing, teams before haven't been able to draft against them. You know what's coming, you lose to it. And then Yandex proved you can give the best teams in the world their best heroes and still dismantle them. So that's kind of what I'm looking at MOUZ here. Like, allow 33 his Lycan, but then build up the draft, then stop 33 from having a game.
Otázka, no, nechať mu Lycana, budu nechat Timbra, alebo nechat Axeho. Podľa mňa ten Axe je možno to najjednoduchšie, čo by môžu hrať proti tomu, povedzme.
MOUZ almost beat Tundra last time in the semifinals. It was very, very close when they played last time, and I think since then, MOUZ has only leveled up. I think back then,
je pravý coach u Tundry.
Sort of like, yeah, maybe they're good, maybe they're not. We didn't really know what
Free je ten hlavný nerd.
And I think
ale
MOUZ has
coach
an
nie, že jo.
good matchup against Tundra. So even though Tundra on paper may be the stronger team, you know, in a lot of people's eyes, I think MOUZ, if they're playing well, they absolutely can take it to them.
And we even had an interview with Ari in the group stage where he talked about they had a break off the Blast Slam for Singapore. They went into their next tournament. They just weren't ready. They weren't polished. It took them a little bit of time there. I don't know what their past 4 or 5 days look like. I genuinely cannot
Celeryho
that inside at all. The only thing I can give you guys, though, is the start of our best of 3, a game 1 draft.
No by bolo vtipnejšie, keby tam mal takéto prso, proste.
This game, but game gonna be 50-50. Let's just take fun. That's all.
Just gonna be exciting to play against them. They won the last tournament, and it's a rematch of our last blast against them. So we'll see if they learned and improved from the tournament win.
I'm looking forward to play against Bogdanov because it's gonna be fun.
Yeah, I would say just be ready, Kristaris and mid-1. We're coming for you.
Aj, Weidmont, okay. Okay, boys. Here we fucking go. Skúška najväčšieho kalibru. MOUZovci, potom čo vyhrali predsa len akoby ten posledný turnaječek, stoja teraz proti velikánom Blastu. Na Blaste sú proste doma Tundráci. A vždycky boli. Ten single elimination im proste vyhovuje. A raz uvidíme, či na nich bude fungovať agresivita a turbo-myší gameplay od MOUZovcov. That's the question now!
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very exciting. You heard it from both teams, and I think they're both.
Let's see. Podľa mňa bude zabanovaný. Podľa mňa mu nenechajú prejsť toho Timbra. Timbra prostě nenechajú free mu podľa mňa prejsť, alebo nechajú a majú na to neviem. Tak, poďme to na to pozrieť.
Very curious to see what both of these teams honestly prioritize and what they feel like is the biggest kind of threat.
Takisto Chen proti jakoby Weidmanovi a aj proti Celerimu zároveň. Lycan rovno, dobre. Myslím si, že Lycan Timber budú dva isté bany. Axič, nejaká Marcy, nejaké tieto veci, ale podľa mňa to bude Lycan Timber a budú si chcieť nechať toho Chena na first pick, ok. Huskara zabanovali, dobrý. Jebať, nenecháme im to. Krystalizuje, že kurva, nemám Huskara, kluci, no tak DKčko Jagger ostáva, dobrý. Či Giro, dobré.
You know, Crystal was saying, hey, give us Huskar, try to beat it. No, they're not having any of that. Huskar is
Marcy ban, teraz to príde Timber ban, čumte na ten Timber ban. Ten Timber ban, tam cítim ho. Ja ho cítim. Boom. Ešte trolla tam má, jo, aj trčtru. Betrider ban, OK, to je trošku jakoby to je sice typické pre Tundrákov, hrávajú to aj na mide, aj na štvorke, aj jakoby to. Ale tam ešte pribude ten Timber. Alebo si možno zvolili, že im chcú nechať toho Timbra, alebo to chcú hrať oni, pretože ono MOUZovci môžu first picknúť toho Timbra, keby chceli. Vytradovať to za nejakého Chena alebo za niečo podobné, čo mu podľa mňa nebude úplne vadiť. Mirek je celku master Timber takisto.
Oh yeah, it's not actually.
Bestke, ale páni, teraz ťa tam ukazuje.
Okay, there it is.
Dívaj sa, ale jakú má Pure, ty vole, takúto peknú faninku tam. Ty kráso, tak ten už je jasný na dneska večer. Pure už je jasný. Ten už vie. Že oni si zobrali Kentaura, ale nechali, a počkaj, oni si Tundra, ty sami zabanovali toho Timbra, aby ho nemohli first picknúť. OK, takže podľa mňa to bude Chen pre Weidmana.
The last week or so.
Yeah, Chen.
It was really highly contested in the beginning of Blast, but
Chen.
Now I feel like people have figured out how to play against it. After Stampede, this hero doesn't offer that much in the teamfight anymore. Sure, you have the auras, but a lot of offense.
Proti tomu Kentaurovi takisto nejaký Marzík, ako nemusí byť bad, ale není to úplne free-free hrdina. Nečudoval by som sa, kedy tam chceli hrať nejakého Axeho pre free-freeho.
Yeah, it's the thing with Centaur is I feel like it differs on player to player, right? Players who know how to farm in the first 15 on the hero can make it shine. But if you join too many fights, if you're dragged into these weird engagements, the hero can look quite awkward. And if your other four heroes aren't ready to fight 4-on-5, allowing your Centaur to farm, you can easily fall apart, right? So I think there's a lot of questions around the hero, but good teams will make it shine. And Tundra, they spend a little time thinking about it.
Okay.
They do go back for the
Told ya.
Again, this is an Axe that will happily run into all the engagements. He's buying all.
Tady budu hrať úplne to isté, jo. Ten Axe a Kentaur fungujú akoby v niečom podobne. Nepôjdu dominátorku, ale buď Lotus Orb, keď sa to bude hodiť, alebo Pipe, alebo veci a potom ako tretí, štvrtý item pôjdu nejaký Blink. To je už teraz defaultne ako jasné. Možno na Mirkovi akoby môže prísť tá Blinka o trochu skôr, ale záleží, čo tam bude. Jo, je tam stále open Tuskič a Pooch pre Jemiča. Podľa mňa budú chcieť zobrať Tuskiča MOUZovci, ale samozrejme záleží. Myslím si, že Tuskič bude teraz akoby the pick. Je to mega dobré aj proti tomu Axemu na nejaký ako safe cat, tak potom. Jo, Urzič ban, OK.
Yeah, so MOUZ even banning out the Ursa, right? They know that the Ursa is probably going to come on 13.
Yeah.
They don't ban it.
No, MOUZ clearly showing they've done their research. I think that's, for a lot of people, would look like a weird ban to see two cores picked back like that, especially whenever you might want the Ursa yourself. But, you know, making the judgment call that...
Razera nebude hrať nikdo. Lubnič. It's so good dead.
I'm kind of leaning towards a potential Shadow Demon opening for Tundra here.
Já si myslím, že to bude Tusk. Jo, Jackie Robán, přijde tam Tuskič. Jak nezabanujú teraz Tuskič a Tundráci, tak tam príde Tuskič. Ale môžu hrať Tuska alebo Púdža. Také dva najtypickejšie piky pre Jemiča. Taký Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon je taký skôr Tundra hrdina, no.
MOUZ is not gonna touch it. Yamic is playing a melee hero, and Celery is not, you know, a big Shadow Demon enjoyer. I also think SD5 is probably just not very good.
Is there any reason they would pick like a Gyro Cup down 13, for example, or like, you know, going with the same route?
Lešrak ban, okej, nechcú nechať Midvanovi toho Lešraka, dobre. Teraz otázka, ukradnú si toho Tuska.
Often it would be the Jug, but a later pick, right? They'd get the strong 5 like a Jakiro.
Pán chce Púdža, pán ho možno dostane, uvidíme.
With the Jakiro ban from MOUZ, they maybe even indirectly.
Lacike! Nazdar Jemič! Nazdar bro!
Like Disruptor and Jug, it's
Nazdarek.
Oh, no, definitely not.
I think they're already setting up and thinking about these heroes that you're mentioning.
There's always the Hoodwink.
There's that hero.
Naga is still in the pool. Yeah.
Okay, no, takže doberú Nagu.
Move speed is always quite nice.
Yeah, I think this matchup is
proti tomu Kentaurovi to je jeden z najlepších supportov.
That MOUZ leaves it, like they're very clearly, I think, saying we don't actually think Naga Siren is that good. Not only do we not play it, but we don't.
Tam príde ten Tusk.
Which is
už tam pikujete toho Tuska.
Naga has looked very broken. It looked very strong in the last
series. To bude Tusk, Giro, alebo ja by som typoval, alebo Chen tam ešte ostal, no jasne. Tak Chen Tusk. Buď Chen Tusk, alebo Chen... Chen Púdž. Myslím si, že Chen, buď Tusk, alebo tam zoberú to Keričko teraz, že tam zoberú nejakú tú Giro, alebo toho Trolla, ale to proti tomu Axemu je také, že to nechceš úplne hrať.
Za podporu zrzka.
Je tam ten Tusk, jasný. OK. Klasiše. Už teraz majú MOUZovci úplne domácu zónu. Nazdare Garante, ďakujem pekne za 33 mesiacov. 3-3. Už mi tu rieť vytri. Ďakujem krásne.
They are very formidable, and of course you still have a counter pick available for potentially mid one or Crystallis to utilize.
We also saw them yesterday play this. It wasn't Chen Tusk, it was Chen Clockwork, right? And they didn't have the Centaur, but they had Pangolin, but it's kind of similar style, right? This just this Chen.
Teraz je to čisto na Tundrákoch. Všichni chcú akoby odhaliť to pure carry, že tam vie proti čomu tam akoby bude, nevie ten carry matchup, ale takže by som skôr typoval, že budú chcieť zobrať. Bude tam support určite.
Chen going for like a drum and a mech, and then Tusk will have like a blink dagger. So now you've got both Lotus dispel save, you've got mech for heals, Chen.
Není čas vyměnit Sabera za Duma do těch sabů.
There's so many layers to amplify.
No najprv by mi musel akoby Mirek nahrať niečo akoby k tomu. Ja som tam pôvodne chcel mať akoby Skittera a Sabera, ale Oliverovi sa to nechcelo nahrať.
You're never going to be surprised by the heroes that they pick, right? If there is Hoodwink available, of course Ari has only played 4 heroes in this entire Blast Slam 5. And he's staying true to that again.
A Saber hlavne teda už bude vo VP pekne, konečne, ale sa nám tam ukazovať trošku.
Last track is banned, and I think that would have been the best choice. When you have Chen Tusk, you want some damage dealer, you want some follow-up damage.
Teraz to bude tá otázka, čo tam budú chcieť dať pre Midvana, no.
Depends on this pick as well, right? What Yamba ends up picking? Like, oh, Martha carry here.
I mean, that is a pure classic, but it's a bit surprising they pick it into Centaur, because that was one of the heroes that people liked the most against Muerta carry. Because I mean, you're a great blade mail buyer in the early game. You have return, Muerta is a hero that only shoots you. You can stampede away and kite the Muerta ulti. Honestly, very surprised. I think, I mean, there's obviously the Naga, which changes some dynamics. You can slow people in the stampede, but I think generally Centaur was considered pretty good against Muerta.
There's no way it's Naga carry and Muerta 5 on mid 1, right?
I am just double checking that.
Centaur sounds super bad.
I was just double checking the last time Pure played Naga carry, but as we already mentioned, the conviction that MOUZ can play, like how quickly they can group up, is the Naga carry ever going to get to Manta plus Orchid?
OK, takže Muerta carry je pre Pura síce typical, ale popravde ono proti nejakému Kentaurovi s Blade Mailom, to nemusí byť vôbec zase tak ako useful. Ale OK. A je to hlavne extrémne pomalé.
there's a potential chance, but for now for MOUZ,
co tam Falconi dělali, to je dobrá otázka. Trolla jako nechceš proti tomu, jako nechceš hrát trolla podle mě proti Axemu a proti celému tomu draftu. Já myslím, že čem Giro. No, hovorím, ano, přesně. Alebo, OK, počkej, to bude midvanou, ale propet možno, alebo to je flex. Ale většinou to hrávají na midvanovi. A taky ten Spirit Vessel, Blade Mail.
I mean, I like this a lot, to be honest. I like it against the Axe. Vessel is very good against that hero, massive HP pool, and doesn't really buy any dispels for quite some time till second or third item. So if they have this
nějakého talenta,
they can chain gank this
ona ta československá scéna neexistuje, jakoby Gedlovníš, takže ty můžeš vidět iba tých, čo sú v tej svetovej, jako. Najbližšie tam máme možno čajem Filmínyho, ktorý je taký akoby najvyššie, povedzme, rank hráč, ktorý tam není v nejakom jako tier 1, alebo, you know, aspoň tier 2 týme. Ale kdo vie.
Such a slow hero as well, both in how she wants to buy her items. She wants like Mjolnir, BKB and Pike.
Príde mi, že MOUZovci to majú úplne domáce a majú to oveľa rýchlejšie zatiaľ. OK, Juggerban. Jo, teraz proste príde Juggerban a Giroban. Jo, úplne som to chcel povedať. A teraz tam reálne Crystalis jako nemá moc panáčka. Môže zobrať toho trolla. Jediný panáček, taký ten jeho. Má tam stále Monkey Kinga, jakoby. Hej, stále tam jakoby je ten Monkey King, který není podle mě zase tak jako... Není to úplně dobrá nová, že si myslím, jako... Jako troll, jo, maybe. Ale trolla hrať proti tomu Axemu... Muerte, tyhle, no.
Like in this game, you start at Link the Mortar, you get early BKB.
Pangoban a trolla zoberu aj tak, OK. No, jako, ono to může fungovat, to není jako, že ten Axe to zase jako robí nehratelné, ale... Jo, MOUZovci neprekvapujú teda. Teraz je otázka, či tam jako Tundráci budú chceť na mid pre Biziema. Walker band. Kvopka Pucek je tam open. Uk podľa mňa bude celku jako dobré evasive. Maybe nějaký mid. Ember, OK. Že další kiting a něco podobné, jakoby tak je to jasné. No, no je to iba taky jako, že může ťa to pojebať prostě ten Axe versus Troll, ale není to nič jako, proč by si to jako úplně nechcel piknout, jakože.
I mean, it's a hero that lanes okay against Nature's Prophet, I think. Midone will probably have a slight advantage in this lane, and maybe he can die somewhat early.
MOUZovci 1-0.
If he has somewhat of a bad lane, I think Nature's Prophet will have a little bit better tempo taking on lanes and things like this. And while I do think Tundra has better scaling, I like MOUZ's ability to pressure early. I think they've picked massive comfort, and while Tundra has as well, I like MOUZ, and I think Mid1 can get the ball rolling and tear this game up. See him smiling, and I think he's gonna be smiling.
Mid1 to může fakt jako rozběhat. Purva Muerte to bude trvat dlho, kým bude jako online, alebo jako ona dokáže samozřejmě něco urobit aj v early, a to dobrý jakoby laning a tak, ale jo, jako po laning phase a podobně, to je hrdina, čo musí jakoby dostávat prostě ty Mjolniry, Hurricane Pikey, backup a jo, až potom to jako něco poriadne robí. Že páči sa mi, čo dostali MOUZovci, reálne. Jako Free nám možno ukáže právě tu jeho novou éru. Jednoho jako poriadného Axeho. Jako ta Muerta samozřejmě to rozseká v late game, jako jo, jakože tam keď sa jako dostanu, tak tam Pure jako to jako vyseká celku dost. Nemůže to mlátiť ani jakoby ten troll, že jo, a podobně. Ale osobně radšej by som hral ten MOUZ lineup. Nazdar, Agil, skočič.
Typically you're the stats person, correct? And you're helping out with drafting because Immortal Phase was sick.
Teď ti můžeme jakoby teraz poriadně vydrhnout záda, jakoby
is that accurate?
我们接下来请到了 MOUZ 战队的教练，但是他其实呢是 MOUZ 战队的数据分析师，他们的原教练呢最近身体抱恙，所以不得不请出分析师来代替。而他们战队其实现在在 BP 的是 Celery， 请问这个消息来源可靠吗？
Yes, that's true. I'm helping Celery, and
Lacike. And Immortal Faith trainee, I'd say.
Pravděpodobně jsem to nemyslel úplně dobré, ale to je to, co jsem si zapamětal.
Díky za podporu československé
Elsko to došiel a prišiel to tu kurva rovno podporiť, tak to sa mi to do piči páči. Mauzovci potrebujú nás, možno aj nejaký poriadny hype train, a teraz ideme tú energiu kurva konečne im pekne doniesť. Let's fucking go, baby! El Scotto! Brutálny. Môžeš mi, jo. To je cool svetríček. To môžem aj ja nosiť. Alebo čo to je za veľkosť? Jo.
Okay, well, specific question about this draft. You gotta pick that troll war.
Díky za podporu československé Dota scény.
Prostě hype train, když se ukazuješ věci, tak jim to aspoň ukáž možno.
Pretty good heroes against it.
To je ta, jo.
哦，刚刚他说对的，距离 Celery 上一次作为 BP 手已经有很长的一段时间了，但我们这次的合作还是非常的愉快的。我们可以为我们的队伍选出我们得心应手的英雄，大家都还打得挺开心的。然後 Sasun 他說，那我們來。
Že na zimu 2 svetričky. Aj trič, neskutočne ďakujem za tých ďalších 5 gifted subov, očividne dneska. My tu akoby chcete teda poďakovať za to, že možno akoby teoreticky, keď to tu akoby bude dlho, tak akoby tu bude musieť akoby nechávať pekne dokonca nejakú rodinnú oslavu. To sa mi nechce, Jet, ale čo by som pre vás neurobil. Tretí svetríček. Nice, ale tento je good. Tento je mega dobrý. No jasne. Moja Gabča je tá najlepšia nakupovačka ever. Ona proste nabehne presne do nejakého second handu alebo niečoho podobného. Nabehla dneska do obchodu, kde bolo očividne všetko za 90 a kúpila si 3 svetry. A to ešte nekončí. Á jo, tak jo. Neviem, no teraz začínajú akoby hrať, no uvidíme.
But he just felt like playing a little bit of Muerta. So we'll see if she becomes a solution to some of these more pesky heroes that we're seeing over and over again.
I mean, it would be so awesome. And honestly, just in general, the fact that we're seeing these two teams face off again in the same stage as we had in the last round of Blast is so nuts. And are they going to end up meaning to face off again?
Díky za podporu československé Dota scény.
Elsko, ale ty si tak bláznil a trafil si rovno aj Kedlubniča. Well fucking played. Hajtrič tu predtým trafil nejakého sebevraha, očividne, teda sabom. Ty máš podľa mňa saba furt, nie? Či nemáš? Oni tam musíš niečo napísať do chatu. On ťa niekto možno obdaruje.
Did you hear? Oh, and just like that, we've got it in the pause. It wouldn't be a Dota 2 game without that.
Wow, Lyrical, great hype there. Another classic caster fake hype situation here, throwing us into it. There it is. It's okay. It's the lag, you know. It's just there's a little bit of a ping issue here.
Absolutely.
That's all it is.
I mean, everybody, you need to make sure you got the right ping.
Maybe it was Dougie's fault. We could just blame him. I mean, you know, Dougie resumed the game. It just shows up right there, so.
True.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
We gotta get him a metronome.
Okay, Gabi, chod napísať niečo do chatu, kde akoby giftnem a ja šup.
CM Bryce.
Řekni Gabče, ať si toho saba koupí sama a já ti to proplatím, píše Hajtrič. Lebo my, keď mám sluchatka proste, tak jak je to tvrdé, tak mi to... Jo, ja si to mením, no. Hej, neskutočne ďakujem za ten level 5 hype train chat. Ideme sa tu pekne usadiť a pozrieť, ako mauzovci pôjdu po možno bomby šupy. Jo, tam je neruška.
You want some eggs in the morning? They're spiced.
I love it.
Gotta make sure. And I mean, that must be why
Ja sa
our
nebudem
game's
hýbať.
so spicy here. It was such an upset to bring us to this one.
Absolutely.
Vítám tu všetkých nových sabov, chat. Vidím, že ma tu akoby očividne chcete podporiť poriadne. Máš to zamknuté? Napiš tam niečo do chatu. Čete, máte teraz závod. Kdo Gabči hodí saba? Čím väčší týr, tým budete väčší frajery. To tam nikto nehodí, ja si to tam akoby rýchlo nakliknem. Každopádne, vítam tu všetkých nových v našej rodine. A ideme sa teda pekne pozrieť na to, čo nám tu Tundráci predvežú. Ešte Drušej je ten prvý. Drušej to stihol. Oh boy. Elskotič, neskutočne ďakujem za 10 monštróznych gifted sabov. Drušej takisto vyhral súboje o obdarovanie Gabči. Najradšej ju obdarovávam ja, akoby chápete všeličím možným, ale tak ako nechám priestor aj vám. By ste sa normálne tuto aký spláznili, ja viem, že tu MOUZovci idú po nejakú tú poriadnu do tú dvojku, ale ideme teda pozrieť, ako im to bude vychádzať a zvolem ďalšie. By ste sa normálne dneska spláznili. Ja tu nechcem dneska mi nechať túto rodinné oslavy, aby sa proste normálne dávate toľko gifted sabov, že to ani neviem normálne ani tu stíhať. Tu chcem akoby teda pozerať, akoby ja tuto akoby sa s vami teda baviť o nejakej tej poriadnej akoby dotičke dvojke a niečom akoby podobnom. Teď vážne, byl to ešte niekto iný, kto chcel gipnúť Gabči saba. Ja myslím, že tam boli, že by sa niekto našiel iný, kto by to ako urobil. Gabča už môže spamovať cirka C. Zaspamujte tam Gabči, ten Gabči nemou, ten není ale za sab, ten je bez saba, ale treba tam Gabču. Ako? No to musíš mať 7 TV, akoby to, ako plug, alebo niečo. Neviem, či to na mobile akoby tam ide, alebo nejde. No tento ide, tento jo, ale... No, ty ho nevidíš proste, pretože sa volá akoby 7 TV, proste ten... Ako vec, aby si to videla, no. Ale pozri, aký je krásny ten chat, keď ťa tam vidím. Oh boy. Ty tam máš toľko proste emotov proste rôznych. Ako tento tu je bez, ako tento tu je... Tak, OK, chat. Ideme sa teda pozrieť, akú kvalitu nám tu MOUZovci dneska prinesú. Mid-1sa trošku dostáva, podľa mňa ten Nature's Prophet by nemal mať úplne problém s Embrom. Toto je čo? Gabča Rage? Jo, toto tu, Gabča nemá ten sušenku. No! Gabča jo. To je akoby tie, čo sú ako 7 TV, tak ich neuvidíš, no. Ale tie sú akoby pre každého, len musíš mať nainštalované tú apku, alebo Chrome proste ten plugin na to. Zatiaľ vyzerá, že tu ako nemajú problém úplne Tundráci s laning phaseom, to tak vyzerá. Jo, prvý rotation od mid-1, ale... No... Pekné sprouty! Ty pičo, tak tie sprouty od mid-1 a takto sa tu hrá Dota, kurva fix! Á, môj bože! To bolo fucking nice. Toto bolo fucking nice. OK. Dole vyzerá, že free už teraz s tými 14 creepami teda nebude mať kurva problém ako by tú spodnú linku teda uhrávať úplne celú, predsa len ako proti tomu, ak sa mu ten Chen je zas tak efektív. No to spamovanie akoby Battle Hungerov bude ako štípať určite. Ale velice pekný začiatok, toto presne potrebujú Tundráci. Hrať teda čo Tundráci, to potrebujú MOUZovci. Hrať čo najakčnejšie, ako to len pôjde. Uvidíme ale, ako to pôjde ďalej. Urnička už je tam pripravená. Nenechá tam biziem toho rangeáka ani za to hovno. Ojojoj. Neskutočne, ale ďakujem za váš level 7 hype train. Ešte raz už Drušejc s tými 5 gifted saby, alebo Zvolen s tými 5 gifted saby, alebo Drušejc s tým sabom akoby pre Gabi, alebo čo tam ešte akoby bolo. Tam mali Elskotiča s tými 10 gifted saby, aj 35. Elskotom, ktorý ktorý to začal s tými 5. Úplne neskutočný hype train tu máme v mene našich turbomyší. Krystalis. Jo, ako Hudvinková plus Axe, to je kámo, to je za trest. To je za trest tam hrať to carry, akože reálne. Túto linku ako prežiť pre Krystalisa, to bude kurva challenge, by som povedal. Ešte k tomu celý chat zaplnený nové gabčinými emotami, neviem, či sa nám teda podarí ten hype train ešte posunúť akoby tuto niekde ďalej, máme tam predsa akoby tuto iba 50 sekúnd, ale well, to čo chceme vidieť, je priniesť energiu predsa len pekne ďalej. Ten glip, aby si to nemohol proste zlázitnúť. Úplne nerdfinks. Boj, ten glip bol trošku vejsnutý, ale no. Klasika pre Tundrákov, úplne klasičné gameplay. No, ja si tam medzi tým free pôjde zase, ale odťahovať wavy, nič iné. A zabije to spolu s neutrálmi. Bude vyhrávať ten farm battle hlavne. Tuto ale na vrchu je tá hlavná agresívna linka. Zase to bude Weidmon. Znova. Once again. Boom, bát, Stresk môže dávať ilúzie k 35. Mid-one. Bere ďalší kill. OK. Furík ale, jemu tam ide ale tá Hudvinková akurát. Tu tam neočakávajú, Jemič to vyblokoval síce ako úplný pán. Hype train, ty vole, máme síce akoby pekne za sebou, aj tak úplne neskutočný počet sabov. Pure! Odportí pekne do bezpečia. Free, ale medzi tým bude možno pohantený. Aj, free, nazdar, pane! A ešte aj Hudvinková, to je ono! To je ono, chlapci, čo tam rotujete, ha? Tundráci, krásna práca, 4-0, that's the way, 6 minút a už hráme poriadne in your face.
Yeah, this is interesting because I mean, look, the CS doing great, but then you look at this net worth when we swap over, and it tells a very different story of the game for Tundra.
Ako?
Jo.
Boj. Aj poďte. Na Lázity to zatiaľ majú lepšie Tundráci. Ale tu sa ako neboja toho Midvanovci. Bumič vyzerá, že bude mať za malý moment dokončenú celú tú dominátorku. Možno aj o niečo skôr ako ten Axia a ďalší znova pokus. Zase, teraz som zatiaľ ešte neportí, ale momentálne Midvan tu stále čaká. Tu prichádza na rotáciu, ale už pán Ember. Tam si myslím, že Bumič odtiaľ to asi našťastí neodíde. Prvý kill si zdoberú teda aj Tundráci. Ale Ari, pekný bodyblock tým koboldom, kde ideš? To je veľko prdelatý kobold, kurva. Let's go. No, free. Nazdar, brácho. Pane free, bum bum, nazdar. Toto je MOUZ Gaming, baby. Tuto nebudete farmiť krepáše a pomalinky tuto eskalovať a dostávať sa ďalej. Tu dostanú normálne 1, 2, 6, bombu. Jedem. Nezastavujeme, máme spoždení. Rovno na Piura ďalší pokus, tam ale ostal BZM na vrchu. Toto pre Jemiča bude celku možno problém prežiť, myslím, že je hotový. Ale Bumič, no. Ako oni majú dosť damage-u, ty vole, okej. To bola dobrá, dôležitá odpoveď pre nich. Ešte by si chcel mať teraz ako nejakého creepa aspoň na záchranu, ani hovno. Pure si to tu prežíva na 150 HPčkách. Premýšľa tam Midvan podľa mňa tým, že by tam ako poslal to účko. Pekne sa schoval do stromov, no. Good one od Pura. Naznačuje tam ale tie porty stále. Hajtrič toho budem akoby velice rád, keď to ešte akoby tie 3 veci, čo tam akoby mali doposielavať, tak poslali naopak. Ale keď tak si to akoby pošlete navzájom, Hajtrič, keby to bolo niečo iné, ale hopefully to bude OK. Midvan vovenek, To sú dobré trady pre Tundrákov. Skóre bolo 6-1 a zrazu je to 7-5. Šparia Hajtrič, ani neviem, ako by čo to... budeme potom řešit, no, jakoby get tak.
Yeah, this is much quicker. No one's just allowed to sit there and farm their ancients for 15 minutes.
Že pravděpodobně potom buď... To tam bylo ještě Smokey, myslím, a Sadby Ridge. No, uvidíme.
They've started to respond pretty well to what's happening. Axe is off in the side jungle while Yemich is going for a smoke around here.
Man, how is BZM already 2-0?
OK. Ale počkať, Yemich zase jde robiť moves, Ari najdený. Searing chainy to ale spomalia dobré, Yemich má podľa mňa dosť issue, Hand of God udrží pri živote, skúsi tam ešte Ariho snipnúť, ale na ňo nemá damage, možno s tým Kentaurúčkom. OK, nice. Stampeda. Nice. Stampeda dobrá. Ale myslím, že Celery je moc ďaleko. Toto pre BZM a easy peasy, Ember shit. Hej, to Spirit Vessel by mal prežiť celku bez problémov. To ešte Creepy dostáva trochu do gebule. Mega active game, ale. Shieldruna zabezpečená k tomu.
Nothing else coming from that one.
What the Tomatoes revenge!
Oh, it's so strong. You love it. Okay,
no.
Let's take stock. Where are we? What's happening in this game?
I mean, things are kind of even, but like, what is the game plan, right? It's like Nature's Prophet crazy out of control? Not really. Yeah, he's top of the board, but I'd say you've held on pretty well considering.
Ta muerta na strope toho networtu je to, kde potrebujú byť tundráci, no. Majú tam free hodnější, jako by chceli, podle mě, ale tundráci stále to mají rozdorané, jako by teda celku dobré. Že oni tu potrebují mauzovci prostě hrať akčnú dotu a non-stop niečo prostě robiť. Já si prídu aspoň po toho freeho creepa, keď už nič. Nepůjde nikde. To dobrý goldečkou pre Crystalisa. Liter do Battle Fury. Mega dobrý timing na to, že tam mal podľa mňa dosť ťažký jakoby laning phase, hlavne jakoby tých prvých pár minút, tých prvých 5 minút tam jako preží proti tomu spamovaniu z Woodwinkovej a podobně je problém. Na midě na bit 1 a teraz ale príde dive to mid 1, prostě dostane rozsekánu jak hovno a zase free. Toto je prostě ta jeho specialitka. On nepojde blinky, on nepojde nič, ale on správny čas vie nájsť s tým Axem ten správny fight. Malinký blok. Ale toto sú presne free of things. Že on s tým Axem aj bez blinky vie nájsť tie moves. A to väčšina iných ľudí nevie len tak nájsť. Jo, BZM takisto, jak má rozbehnutého toho Embra momentálne bez jedinej smrtené. Nebo ako to tu má, ono to v pauze akoby tu nechce ísť nakliknúť, nevadí. No boj. Ako Blade Mail bude podľa mňa veľmi podstatný. Aj pre toho Kentaura, kľudne by som povedal, že to môže ísť aj mid 1 ešte. Keď tam budú mať ten Blade Mail do tej Muerty, to jako môže štípať. Boj. Když high trade môžeš ísť možno vybalovať.
Yeah, he's fine. He'll get his one item. What is his one item this game? He's thinking early Blade Mail. That's a little unique, but it's Muerta, so that kind of fits, right? Okay. It's a pretty decent choice.
Já vás tu vítám pěkně všetkých na takomto viewing, jako to máme view party, když jakoby se nedostaneme in-game.
Headset back on for Pure. He's got his hand warmer in hand. Does he play with that?
Oh, you just slap right over the mouse, you know, and then you're good to go. Strap it on the
back. Jo, jasně, hand warmer si mrtneš na myš a jedeš.
If that's what you're wondering, yeah.
Get it. You need like a rubber band to wrap it around.
Zima je tam, no.
Well, as we said, a
boj, dobre. Jakože zatiaľ to Tundrákom jako bohužiaľ vychádza dobre, jako. Majú vyrovnané skóre proti týmu, ktorý má byť o dosť viac agro. Majú tam veľmi dobre rozbehnutého toho Embra. Free po tom jednom kille teraz, ten tiež urobí Face Google, neurobí Crimson Guardy, Lotusy, ten mrdá na celú blinku. Pure vyzerá, že tu má asi teda nějaký jako trošku issue. Teraz to vysvětluje Pure, pozrite na tu kameru. I think my game is broken. I think my game is broken. I don't know why. But
yeah, it feels pretty bad.
I think it's broken. My teammates have a good game and I have broken my shit.
Wait, I was supposed to get the troll. That was me.
Yeah. I have to play the Muerta.
I mean, I think that it is one of those types of games too where you have 1 or 2 deaths on that guy, suddenly things could fall apart rather rapidly. But of course, hopefully we'll be able to get back into this game in just a few here.
I missed to lose it. I missed to lose it, and it's because of the game.
You know,
I don't think
unless he's secretly been studying. My God, the next level play.
All right, he's been studying.
Hej, čo robí tomu creepovi? Pure, hej. Bráško. To vyzerá, keby mal na tej muerte nasadený strapon a tomu creepovi dával ale ako poriadnu nálož.
Big surprise there, eh?
No, definitely not.
There are some nice things about Muerta this game.
I have 33 ping. I need 32 ping.
Like the support Muerta and the Tusk. I feel like those two always have a lot of fun versus each other, and a lot of it still applies.
Je vidět, že Pureovi je zima normálně. Nepríde vám, že sa akoby, že mu je zima, že to je taký jako roztrasený trošku.
You can even like get a dead shot often too, especially with the eggs, but that's probably not going to be as relevant, obviously, in a core situation, but you never know.
Okay.
Maybe it comes out at some point.
Oh, it sounds like, okay, I just got word that it's some lag spikes.
A zrovna Pure nebude asi úplně už teraz stresař, ale on bol jakoby trošku, jako ne, že ne, ale... OK, let's go. Pojďte hrať, kluci. We solved the problem. We can play Dota. Ruským akcentem to mám rád. Anyway, Beža teda dole, pokus na našeho Mirka na vrchu, na to ale nemajú damage. To Midvan pekne prišiel otočiť tam na Pure, ale nebude mať tiež dosť chytiť toho Embra, to jako challenge sám o sebe. OK, Pure rovno po odpauzovaní teda nefeedol. Ale sa tu ale otvára podľa mňa na vrchu úplne easy push. Oni dole dokončili tier jednotku, potrebujú s tým Chenom, tým trollom ísť po ďalšie proste vežičky. 2 tier jednotky za sebou, stavebné sporenie, pekne MOUZovci zabezpečujú. Midvan medzi tým tu príde akoby pekne akurát odpušovať, vyzerá, že bude chcieť ísť Orchidu miesto Blade Mailu. Bude dobrý item proti tomu Embrovi, ale no... No, pane Midvan, toto bude možno issue, on dostane Stampedu, ale on je spomalený tou delúžou, ale OK. Double damage ale robí rozdiel, tu síce Celery naproti, aby mu pomohol, ale skape ako malé čerovské hovno, Pure si dokonca dobere ten lázit. Krásne prispôsobenie od Pura, by the way. Jo, prísť tou Muertou do takého early fightu, len si tam akoby zobrať takýto lázit. To bude zrazu eskalovať o dosť viac. Midvan medzi tým vyhnanej tier jednotku si dokonca zoberú Tundráci. Snowball úplne nevychádza zatiaľ podľa predstav MOUZovcom, aj keď budú mať akoby tie timingy ešte akoby pred sebou, len už ten early chceli ako mať rozbehaný o trochu viac, by som povedal. Dobrý scan teraz prišiel od MOUZovcov. Vedia, že v tom ich lese to fakt bezpečné nebude.
The axes, the timber saws with no reactive dying to ancient stacks. It's a bit of a classic at this point.
And no points right now in call either. Just all maxed out for the deeps.
God, this is like a pub nightmare.
Ja som sa obzrel, Gábuška tam akurát ňuňa Fredina. Ja jediné, čo som videl, bola prdel.
Well, White Mon, smoke breaks, spots boom. Can't really chase the Naga Siren.
BZM's not interested also in making something happen there.
Midvan. Dostal ten bonusový armor, pekná snowballa. Dobre, OK. Nice one. Mega nice one. Velice pekne.
I feel like the momentum's been all Tundra for a little while here after a nice start by MOUZ, but that might be the motivation that you needed.
Yes. Toto potrebovali MOUZovci. Celery až do saveom. Čí prdel, Gabčinu.
8-9 and queuing up the Shivas for BZM.
Jakú jako inú Whiterich.
Massive amounts of healing that's coming out. Spirit Vessel Shivas is kind of a cool build for this game. Will they have the damage that they need to heal out later on? Mid one.
A on Mid-One bude hantěný teda dále po mapě. OK, Stampede by mohla pomoct, ale tu je Ember. Pizdiem zase správný čas na správnom mieste every fucking time. Pizdiem dneska, to je on point, kurva Pix. No, tak Fredinovu nepočítam, jakoby, ale chápem. Letí tu do mňa ešte nejaká hračka za hračkou. Radšej by sa bol, keby po mne lietala tá gabčina prdel. Ale je to dobrý aj tak. Jako, no, toho Mid-One musí prostě, že teraz, jak se dostaneš trošku behind s tím nature s propetom, tak je to prostě hrozně hard tam něco vymýšlet. Tundráci ho hrozně dobře pak jako udrželi těch posledních 5-6 minut. Vyhrávají 10-8 na killi 2000 gold lead proti line-upu, který má tempo. Toto nevyzerá tak dobře, Free mu teraz došel ještě celý ten Vanguard. Mohl by to jako prehodit z toho backpacku, teda místo toho Ring of Protectionu, ale it's okay. Jako Orchid na toho Embra samozřejmě bude huge, jo, ale dramy na Nage už připravené, not bad.
The shard is amazing. It's a lot of damage. It gives you the vision. It helps the Tusk get his spells off right because he can like snowball into a punch in the tree line. It's not even if you're winning a game as Nature's Prophet, you'll sometimes see them just
pure.
an item to buy.
Zase.
It's not crazy, but it is.
Bliať, I 34 ping. Do you have spikes?
Like in your hair?
In your hair? In your life, asi, ty vole, no. I think I have spikes. Suka, bliať. I don't... No, for now. Only earlier.
For now, at least, things looking pretty damn good.
Kurva, pre Tundrákov to je mega dobre rozdohrané.
We still have it every 30 seconds. Interesting.
That's not good.
Want to have happen.
Ty vole, ne, oni budú vymieňať tam ešte nejaké kompy alebo niečo, ne?
The question is...
Očividne majú nejaké spajky, no, čo chápem, akože to je ako annoying asi.
Is it frosted tip spikes that he's asking about?
I don't know. We've kind of moved past that as a society.
Well, we were talking about it earlier. You know, you're bringing old things back.
Right. Yeah.
To je pravda, no.
You want old-fashioned patches.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Okay.
It could be a good opportunity for us here.
So like spiked hair, frosted tips.
Yep.
Okay.
You could go baggy jeans into skinny jeans. You could wear them backwards, like crisscross.
Is that a thing?
Have you not heard of that?
What do you mean backwards crisscross? What do you mean?
Crisscross is the band that wore their jeans backwards.
They wore them backwards?
Toto je trip down the memory lane.
I think you're just making stuff up. You're trying to make me look like a fool.
Však máš dosť času, ne? No, presne, Ryan, ty vole, to je...
I'm just a Canadian boy. There's a law, you know? They can only play 30% has to be Canadian music. Crisscross got cut.
I thought you were saying there's a law you couldn't wear your pants backwards.
That too, it was a heat issue.
Papala iba
Trying to
zo
stay
pár.
alive in the
Ona
cold
to väčšinou
tundra.
neskôr dopapá, ale...
Did you have, when you were like a favorite outfit?
No, ja som tam totiž akoby, som to neodmeral, ale dneska som to ako vysypal ten ostatok, čo tam bol na spodu, vieš, toho. Ale ona povala malinko, ako nebolo to, že by ako...
Now I do. I have a favorite thing, but like I think back then I just didn't care.
No, whatever worked.
Yeah, you know, you're wearing like sweatpants.
Skúsi to premiešať, alebo niečo, akoby to...
That was more college, but...
Thanks, Gabe.
No problem.
Wow, and now look where you are.
Freddy, no ty ne.
Still doing it.
Freddy, ty biješ, to není pre teba.
When we go off camera, it's a craziness. Well, of course, the intensity never wanes for this squad as they are locked in, ready to play at a moment's notice. Should the lag spike stop, they're going to be ready to go.
We have our finest minds on it.
That's right.
And Mid-One. He's also trying to solve things for everyone.
I can't believe he's not going to finish the Orchid.
He will. He will after. It's fine.
Super, papa.
He's re-queued it, you know.
Treba vymeniť Pura.
They're talking about it right now. They got time with the pause.
Who do you think this benefits?
Oh, this is where we should talk about our pause patch.
Tell me. Oh yeah, this is a good idea. Everybody listen up. Trent's got an idea.
All right, so we were having some discussions in the talent lounge.
Yeah.
Which is obviously massive and huge and opulent. But with fountains.
Yes.
Of whatever beverage you can imagine, just going everywhere. Don't tell production though; they don't know about it. It's secret. And we're in there just talking about Dota as we always do. And we've decided that if you pause the game, your whole screen goes black for you and your entire team, but the enemy team still gets to see everything.
I think this is a brilliant idea.
Yeah.
Now there are some problems with this, like if somebody accidentally DCs or something like that, the other team has to pause.
No.
Páči sa vám ten nápad, chat? Že keď niekto by dal, že keby ste dali vy pauzu, tak by ste nemali nič vidieť a mali by ste mať úplný black screen, aby ste akoby z toho nemohli mať, ako dajme tomu nejakú výhodu. Zaujímavá akoby debatka, nápad, že keď dáte pauzu, tak iba ten enemy team vidí veci. Každopádne v tejto hre viac vyhovuje, keď sa bude akoby pauzovať kľudne pre... To vyhovuje viac Tundrákom. Oni potrebujú proste tam kľudne, víš co, hrať pomalšie a neudržiavať úplne super tempo.
3 seconds, pause, 3 seconds later, go. But I'm like, what are we doing?
That's right. I mean, do you think that would change the situation here?
No.
Okay.
Not even a little bit.
The thing I want to see is I want to see him go Witchblade. We'll see if he does as we're getting ready to hop back into
Zaujímavá idea, akoby s týmto tu, no. To nemyslím, že to má taký veľký impact, ale ono popravde sa to nezdá. A ono z toho hrozne blbo sa to podľa mňa špecifikuje, že aký impact môže mať nejaká pauza. Ale na mňa napríklad, akoby keď hráme akoby Dotu, a neviem, či ste na tom podobne, keď hrám Dotu a proste je tam čo aj nejaká 3-minútová pauza, tak zrazu ako fakt nevieš, kde, čo, ako si, akože stratíš trošku taký ako Jemič. Jemič teraz sa úplne stratil po pauze. Úplne, že
It's really hard to lock back in again and like feel that you know
boy.
exactly where everybody was. And that's why we see things like this where suddenly you come out and somebody dies immediately.
It's true. It is the
toto sa ale začína akoby dostávať do dosť nepríjemných zón pre našich mauzovcov, chat. Jemič sa šel vystrať a stratil sa, no práve. Tam išiel hodiť medzi stromy jedno kulo a tej kráso. Vyskočil na ňo Embros. Zo záchoda. No. Ja, Kurier je tam, Midvan príde, má tu čerstvú orchidu. Toto je huge. Tá stonga, Weidmon! God Gamer, ty pičo. Fight fucking Mon. Tak toto bola normálne taká songa. Oni by tam vykapali aspoň dvaja minimálne na ten nábeh. Oh god. Tomuto vravím, že to je songa. Ďakujem za takúto silnú pusu. A to spapala celé, Gabi. Keď kober, jo, je to možné, no. No, Midvan zase druhý orchid reveal, ne, to bolí moje oči, au. To bolí. God. Boy, toto jakoby... Dva fakes. Tundráci prostě jsou jako, to mají hrozně stabilizované. Mají 3000 gold lead a early Roša ještě. Boy.
How strong Tundra feel. Without Nature's Prophet, there's no way to contest this.
Boy, toto je dosť podstatné na Krystalisovi a vidíme, či bude schopný to tam jako rozsekať. Kámo, Age zrazu na Purovi, 11 000 network skoro. Boomič bude mať pipu za 5 kg, aj s Blade Mailom, Dominátorkou. Boomič je na to mega dobré, ale zatiaľ reálne všetky, okrem jednej Stampedy, kde tam Jemič akoby podúpal na tom mide, ty Stampedy zatiaľ ako nevychádzali mid-one po tých smrtiach, teraz s tým propetom tam nemáš moc kde portiť. Si pre nich úplne easy target. Pure medzi tým. No, jako well. Aspoň Kuriera mu snipne, ale mám taky ten pocit, že náš Mirek nepôjde nikde. A misi do high groundu super, ale už má náš Čečko rozseknutú ksichtovú hlavu, ty vole, udicou po hlave. 4000 gold lead pre tým Tundra Esports. Jo, Crystalis je sice jako takzvaně on the island, jo, on je v pohodě. Žádný konkrétní island teda úplně nemyslím, ale je taky jakoby volný tentokrát, jo. Potřebuje, aby jim vyšel nějaký move, free už jde chaseovat, Celery až to bude najdený, toto se snowballuje opačným smerom. Presne tak, Ajtrič, presne tak. Oh boy. To dobré, Bumič tam denial ještě aspoň jednu jakoby runu, keď už nič. Dneska by som im večer dal to. Gabi, dáme im večer nejakú kapsičečku dneska asi. A oni u vás možno dostanú zase nejaké mňamky. No, jako tam, no.
I think they don't want to. Yeah, they might have to. But yeah, you're right. They certainly are not angling for.
No, jako Crystalis, OK, dobrý scan. No, oni tam pôjdu traja. A Crystalis je ale dobrý. Crystalis sa úplne... Jak sa Crystalis otočil, úplne jak tam chceli dať, že hej, ten brat ty XP. A potom, hej, Jemičko, to skúsi ty. Čo ty, hej, ja radšej ty XP pes, tak nepotrebujeme, ja ti to chcem nechať, čo keby si tam ako išiel na bežu. Pekne ale odhadli teraz Mauzovci, že tam ako není dobrý nápad behať. No, fajtiť ale do tohoto celého teraz s tým propetom, hlavne mid-one bude podľa mňa nadívať 10-krát menšiu silu ako na tých lešrakoch a podobne. Že on má 9500 net worth. Jo, tam prostě nemôže ako portiť len tak, ako sa mu zachce. Tundráci medzi tým si pôjdu zase zobrať akurát Tormentra. Boj, oh boj. Jako oni budú low po tom Tormentrovi, ale nie sú tam Mauzovci ready hneď. Nie sú tam hneď vedľa toho, oni sú tam smoknutí. Ale ako či nájdu niečo, to je otázka. No, mohli by to teraz obísť. Free už ich tu ale našiel. No, to nechceš úplne vidieť. Jemič bude stunlocknutý, Kentauroš je akurát kontrolovaný tiež. Toto není vôbec dobré, ďalšia sieťka, Stampede úplne k hovnu, Mirek tam je rozsekaný, Midvan tam prišiel dobre dozadu, ale on sa nezbaví ani toho prvého životu. Puríček skape jedenkrát, tam Crystalis popne teda všetko, včas to dal. Culling Blade misnutý, ale to je celku k hovnu. Boj, toto je bad, toto není vôbec dobré, kurva Pix. Kámo, free ho Axe, čo som vám povedal pred touto hrou, že ten jeho Timber a Axe? To pojebanej píči, a here we go. Shit. Shit. A hlavne s týmto line-upom vôbec nie je comeback draft, jo. To, pre Mauzovcov toto absolútne nie je comeback draft. To proste ich mega dobre odhalil Free. On nemusí mať blinku, on nemá nič. On tam bude ako nezabiteľný bodyguard proste. Hlavne má rýchlejšiu animačku na call ako Kentaur na stomp, takže proste ho tam ako zastavil. Vrátili, nemá jeden speed. Crystalis sa tam jako snažil urobiť čo mohol, ale je prostě hrozně hotové. Toho Aegisu sa mohli zbaviť. Ono úprimne by to končilo aj tak za minutu, takže to jako není zas tak podstatné. Jo, Midone tam. Jo, jako Midone tam jako no. Oni teraz mi príde, že už sa jako snažia urobiť jako nejaký zázrak z niečoho. No, teraz tu pogangovali aspoň 100 goldov za jednoho creepa, to je paráda. Ale táto hra je úplne plne pod kontrolou Tundrákov, ja ani jakoby, jo, samozrejme moje srdiečko je tu pri Bumičovi, ty vole, a Vajca tiež, Péro takisto. Ale k tomu, jako, musíme samozrejme byť trochu realisti, 11 000 gold lead proti tomuto tempo draftu, stále im hlavne stojí tier jednotka na mide. A prostě tu jako nemajú kde hrať Dotu. Nemajú kde proste hrať Dotu teraz, ako absolútne Mauzovci. Oh boy.
Yeah, it is delay for sure, until you can see that fight.
Jako za 200 goldů budeme boomiť aspoň blink, jo, jakože... OK. Ale jako bude to velké. Míra tam bude muset vyťahovat ty triple stompy minimálně, jako aby se tam něco dělalo. To má jako Stampedu. Jo, Pipe by to mohla trochu zdržet, ale podle mě přijde Pura, prostě ho rozseká, jakmile skončí ten Blade Mail. Biz je unstoppable, to je prostě rozoberačka. Jo, rozoberaný jsou tu chlapci jak hračky na pěskovisku, kurva naši myšáci do pičnej mámy, ale...
Not a great sign. Already has
boy.
Dagger on White Maw, and he is the largest of the supports. And Yamich in a bit of a precarious position here. We'll get back in time before being obliterated.
To má celou šivu na tom prostě Embrovi. Jako tu to stojí celé iba na tom, že to potom troll rozseká celé. Jako je to taky jako 1v9 hrdina v něčom, ale toto je prostě jeden za druhým. 18 steků už tam má jakoby na bonus armor. To prostě fakt jako jsou momentálně mauzovci, dostávají svoju vlastnou medicínku. Pěkný stom od Booma. Whitemon to tam ještě zpomalil. Stampeda přišla úplně k hovnu. A Mirka nevím, čo to malo být. Ale dobré. Tej Tundra si toto jdu vyhrát prostě vole za 26 minut, jako tu... Jako on teraz jde mít vám dokončit iba nějaký Maelstrom, tam není žádný velký power spike k tomu. Ten troll dole a nemá ani jakoby další creep waveu. Oh boy. Tu úplně cítí, oni zoberou tu tier 2. Zkusí aspoň zabít Pura. Ten se nesmí zabít cez Blade Mail, akurát dobré, otočí se. Boomič to zkusil, ale Krystaliz je najdený mezi tým, ne! Ale Remko, holandský řízeček, toto se dostává do větších a větších hoven. Moje oči plačou, péro normálně tuto ty vole líkuje, já nevím čo jiné. Další Calling Blade, tomu kód, toto je Freeho Axe. Oh my fucking god, 16 000 goldly, 23 k 8, toto je bloodbath, který většinou rozdávají mauzovci, ale dostávají přesně svoju medicínu. Je vidět, že Tundráci zrovna jsou tým, který mají na ten mauzovský playstyle svůj návod a ten funguje eňo ňuňo jako.
But you know what? They got an Aegis, didn't they? Is that half a point?
You know
That's
what?
Like a half a kill.
That's half a hero. Maybe a third of a hero.
No, myslím, že ten Aegis je nič, ale dobrý. Dneska Skitter dostal tam 0-2 bomby. Teď Oliver byl jeden z těch, který to tam dneska jako co udělal, ale dobré. Dneska nemal skoro Malrin deň mi přišlo. Malrin dneska jako by nebyl úplně v svojej zóně. Možná mali nějaké zkažené nudle dneska všetci, já nevím. Jako Aghanim na Krystalisovi podle mě nemení toho moc, jako jo, dispelovat jakoby věci super, ale... Trend se snaží jako najít ten návod pre mauzovcov. Já oceňujem, že Trend se fakt snaží najít ještě ten návod a nějakou nádej pre mauzovcov. A já ju tam chcem vidět těž, ale... Můj realistický jakoby pohled na to jako vidí, v jakých totálnych žumpách jsou a až kurva normálně potěl to. Už za chvilku jako už se ani nenadyknu cez ty hovna, jako jo, už to prostě, už to půjde vyšší a vyšší. Já to nemůžem, že nekástím Lemone do piči. A já tu vykrikujem jakoby takisto, jako by som kástil pomaly, keď tu jakoby se děje pomaly, ale jenom za to, že se nedostanem in-game, no, jako čo ti mám povedať. To do Číny a vyrieš to. Alebo se dostal za gameom na jachtu, já nevím, co ti mám povedat, no. OK, toto byla prvá chyba od Freeho. OK, pojď Krystalis, všetko, ten Axe musí skápať. Ta Songa a Krystalis dal všetko. No, dobré, Boomič to snipol mega dobré, OK. Mirek ještě zahral na pána, ale teraz toho trolla odtiaľ bailoutnúť je nemožné. všetci za Freeho. Toto jako nevyzerá vůbec jako hratelná Game 1. Rovno GG, nazdar, hotovo, 20 a já ještě před 30 minutou. Tundra Esports. Oni jsou na blásti až kurva moc dobrý. Oj.
Maybe that'll be their motivation heading into game 2. They don't look very motivated on the stage though. They're looking like, whoa, that was a rough one.
That is such a brutal way to lose that game.
Oni jako by chtěli, aby jsem stihl tu oslavu, ale no.
They had these great performances at previous tournaments. Lahia coming away with the victory, and then they're back here again at last. They're not able to take them down in game number 1, on the verge of being eliminated in the exact same place they were last tournament.
It's Tundra Blast buff. It's continuing right here, Lyrical.
Well, we'll see if the panel agrees what they can diagnose as the problems for MOUZ as we head on back to the panel. Let them break it down.
I will say it wasn't smooth sailing for Tundra. That early game was rough, I'm gonna say, especially for the offlaners on both sides.
Vidím tam ještě na YouTube, jsem tam jakoby myslel otázku, že proč jakoby tento tu chat. Vidíte, jakoby to je ten Twitchovský chat, tento tu. V tom YouTubeovskom, ktorom tam je predsa len vždycky jako 8 správ, víš, jak jakoby k tomu, alebo tak, to tam nemám prepojený. Teoreticky by to tam dalo jakoby to mergenúť a spojiť a tak.
I mean, I just think Tundra played extremely well against this Nature's Prophet.
Ale vidím všetky tri chaty, nebojte nič. Vidím aj toho jedného verného diváka na kiku. Pan Otsu Stream Hub World. Je ten vyvolený, ktorý je teraz pravidelný kick viewer.
PZM has such an amazing game on his end of this game.
Naga zahrala extrémne dobré, PZM to tam poťahal brutálne. Od toho Axel sme mali taký ten štandardný, proste Freeho Axe Games playstyle. Oh boy. Ale nie je to bot, to je to. Na tom kiku je tak 98% tých správ, čo tam objaví čete väčšinou, akoby, že to rovno bannem, protože to je nejaký vole random bot, ale jeden človek tam chodí pekne, bez toho by bol bot. Pozor na to.
And we talked about the draft somewhat, and I think you can see it play out, is that Tundra just has so much better skirmish. They have so much poke, so many little spells they can throw out, whereas MOUZ, you look, all their spells are very committal. It's Troll running in, it's Centaur blinking in, it's Tusk blinking in, Chen does nothing, and Nature's Prophet is keeping in, like you're all right there, and Tundra can space you and kite you and pull back and forth, and if you ever full commit, you're getting songed. And this hero is not okay. Like, I think this was an instance of MOUZ saying, oh, you can have it, we think we can beat it. Clearly you're wrong. Clearly it's been broken throughout the entire tournament. The hero is not fair, and I think people should stop giving it, to be honest, because this hero is crazy, and you get also, like, Pure had an amazing game on this random Muerta out of nowhere. It looked really strong compared with this hero. Like, there's too many unknowns, too many different
to je takéto, že či mu nechajú niečo iné, alebo mu zabanujú aj toho Timbra, aj toho Axeho a aj toho Likana. Potom všetky bany proste musíš dať len na Freeho.
You know, I was talking to Mood briefly after the draft, and he was like, we were debating whether or not we should pick Juggernaut or Muerta, and since it's not group stage,
Tundráci majú fakt ako dobrý návod na MOUZovcov. Majú na nich dobrý návod. Reálne.
Yeah, owning the game.
You get the freedom in the best of 3. It appears there. You're like, well, you get the option. The Jug did well in best of 1s. Do we bring out something new to the table, the Muerta? And yeah, it looked amazing. They tried to get a little bit done in the with that Centaur, with that Tusk.
Ja vás vidím, chat.
Almost it felt like there were some moments where they were almost able to get this Muerta, to be able to push her back. It just wasn't enough. There were always the numbers of Tundra showing up. There were these retaliations and counter rotations.
Yeah, I mean, early game was kind of crazy. I think around 6.
Ja napríklad takticky sa dívam do chatu akoby na schvál, pretože viem, že keď sa pozriem naspäť na tú obrazovku, tak viem. Akože jo.
Here, the moment Furin hits 6, PZM calls it out to his teammates. We'll see, he immediately use it because MOUZ are playing aggressively top, but immediately Tundra.
Ja sa musím dívať do chatu napríklad.
From the Nature's Prophet ultimate, so insanely well called by Tundra here, and he misses everything. And immediately after this, PZM TB's top because he sees, well, the Centaur is now out of position. The gank has failed, kind of. And the TB's top and ends up killing multiple heroes here. Maybe not the Tusk, but the Centaur ends up dying. So really punishing this movement and this level 6 from Furion. And then on top of that, we want bottom lane. You know, Celery body blocking Ari up here and ending up killing.
Celery mal dobrú Chen hru, ale proste proti tomu Axemu. Toto bolo good. Toto bolo presne do skore, že to bolo 6-1. Zobrané expy. Toto bolo good. Ale teraz to 6-1, to nakoniec bolo 8-8 za chvíľku. Jo, akože... A tu boli double kill na tej vrchnej linke predsa len, jo, teraz tam skapú obidvaja. Bolo hneď 6-3. A potom proste to vyšlo znova a znova a zrazu toto bolo to, čo im udržalo ten early game, aby nemohli akoby nechať MOUZovcov sa snowballovať, no. Toto bude dobré, jak sa uhne, rýchlo to zabije, aby nemali na ňo vision. Aby ho nemohlo zabiť to nature účko, teraz letí to účko. On potrebuje zabiť akoby tých skeletonov rýchlo, aby ho nemohli vidieť a tu sa schová do stromov, preletí to účko.
So 2 funerals down with nothing to show for it, right? So I think this moment here, like just this whole engagement came out in Tundra's favor quite a bit.
Yeah, and I'm seeing this back and forth while there is the off lane dying on the side of MOUZ, the safe lane's getting kills on the off lane on the side of Tundra. And so then I wonder if it's so close and it's so back and forth early, and yes, those Fury and ults don't hit.
Čet, ale my máme tak krásne ženy v tej dote.
Why weren't they still able to bring it to them when we then got to, let's say, minute 15, minute 18?
It's because when 33 gets his axe, he's naturally playing behind the tower, right? And we didn't really see it in the clips, but at the very start of the
a takých krásnych mužov, samozrejme, s bold hlavou. Dneska očividne si oholil tú hlavu viac.
So the Chen and the Troll, their investment in the early game is try and stop 33.
Naleštil by som povedal, tý Gabner.
It's because 33 is absorbing, you know,
a samozrejme tých najkrajších mužov a ženy máme v Twitch čete, YouTube čete a Kick čete. To je ako úplne to najjasnejšie, jo? To je samozrejmá vec. Jo, tuto jak bolo v 12. to skore 8-8, už je to ako mimo plánu. Samozrejme, že aj ty si pekný pingpongáči. Nádherný človek.
Does not need that much net worth. He does not need a blink dagger now the way you play it. And I think that's kind of where Sensor has felt.
Ja, akoby rozumiete, vy akoby nie ste výzdorovou ukážka toho, aký akoby tuto zrzavý vole kokotek tu sedí, rozumiete, akoby chat. Vy ste tí pekní. Ja mám napríklad akoby Gabču a psov, akoby by som mal doma akoby to pekné, rozumiete?
I mean, I do
Penis
think
môže mať pekný, to je OK, ale rozumiete, ako jo?
To be honest, MOUZ double counterpicked their own safe lane. Like, Axe is one of the best heroes against Troll, and it's one of the best heroes against Chen. They picked both heroes into Axe, and then they sit there and they gank him a million times, but it's still an insanely good Axe game. So even though you've poured all these resources into ganking the Axe, like Misery said, it's an amazing Axe game. Like, you picked
Nepríde, že taký budeš brzo patriť do Bold klubu. Chcem sa ísť ostrihať, akoby teraz niekedy, no. Pôjdem sa možno zajtra, alebo pozajtra sa pôjdem ostrihať, pretože mám zase vlasy ako umelec trošku, ale určite Bold to ako nebude, no.
Or the poke and the skirmish becomes too strong from Tundra, then you just end up with massive problems.
Ja mám v tomto ako celku dobré gény, čo sa týka vlasov. Vlasy proste rastú až moc rýchlo.
I'm free to do what I want. He is just being so annoying. In 33, when he came into the pro scene, it was the bat riders and the
Žiadny
dudes,
bold spot zatiaľ ešte neprichádza, chat.
Tree line, skipping waves, doing all this bullshit, you know? And he's doing it again, right? And even if he dies and net worth's quite low, like Misery mentioned, Axe is a hero that you take a little bit of gold and then you catapult yourself right into the game. Centaur, that gold is more gold and more gold and more farm and more time, and eventually you then become this like big damage soak for your team. But Axe doesn't care running around with a battle hunger, especially when the supports behind him are utilizing their toolkit to kind of throw 33 more into the engagements, right? So yeah, I think 33 Axe, it is very, very scary just because of the lane mechanics that he can just keep doing.
So is this more down then to the toolkit of what Axe offers at a base level when it comes to spells, or is it just the base resources that he has? Like, what exactly is it that you're like, yes, both of these heroes
Quinn by měl nasadit bold buff,
down, but one can just propel and have so much more impact.
Quinn je OK teraz. Pamätáte si, ako vyzeral Quinn vole pred 5 rokmi, tromi? Kámo, teraz vyzerá Quinn ako najväčší fešák, reálne.
He's stomp, he's double edge. That's it. His other spells are revolving around helping teammates and escaping.
On by vyzeral hrozne divne bez vlasov, podľa mňa. Nemyslíte?
Then you do nothing, right? Whereas Axe can go in and out, he can space you, can keep casting battle hunger on you, and play the fight in a different way that also suits.
Sú ľudia, ktorým to sedí.
And with Ember,
tam vidíte dvoch na paneli.
Style that I think their other heroes are very good together at doing this. And if I'm honest, I think MOUZ did not counteract the type of heroes that Tundra plays very well at all. I think they played into their hands.
Jako reálně on by vyzeral jako mega mind.
Shy away from in this series, and I think also Centaur, because I think neither one of these heroes is particularly good against Tundra.
Yeah, the thing is, though, for MOUZ is like these are heroes that they've utilized to win tournaments and to do well. But it's kind of like a wake-up call that when you do go up against Tundra, if you try to play for strong lanes into a little bit of scaling, Tundra will find a way to break it, right? So it is going to have to be a slight adjustment going into the game too. I don't want them to fully change the script and lose what MOUZ is about, but you do need to respect that Tundra are going to out-skirmish you if they have the chance.
I think also the first pick Centaur doesn't really benefit MOUZ, because Boom is already playing different heroes, right? He's not really a Centaur guy too much. I think he where's his Tidehunter, right? Where's the Pangolier we saw yesterday? I think saving his hero for later might be better. I also think this BZM Ember, we've seen him pop off on this hero 4 or 5 times now. I think it's like the only team who plays Ember, first of all. And then you got to remember this hero when you play against Tundra, because it's really scary. They always pick him in 18 and 24, so it is the really good Ember games. But when he gets it, it's looking really good. I think he's kind of MVP this game. He's like everywhere on the map, doing so much stuff for his team, right? And also enabling both his supports to come mid and create space and keep going on the MOUZ heroes.
No, I think he's one of the best Ember players. We saw it earlier in the tournament, his very creative skill builds, and he's someone who he's just played the game a million times. There aren't too many Grandmaster Embers, but he is one of them, and he just understands the hero at a very deep level. Even buying Shiva's second item, it's not something that's a very unorthodox build, right? Most players would buy Kai Sanj or, I don't know, some other random items in between, but he goes, no, I'm going straight for Shiva's. And you're right, he is all over the place. He's not afraid to join these kills. He's not sitting in lane and farming too much. He is, becoming a part of the game early on. And I think especially when you have a hero like Muerta, you need to protect this hero. This hero cannot be allowed to be ganked for free. You cannot let her lose her tower. Like, she's a hero you protect and play her on, much like a Drow Ranger or any other range carry. Like, he has a very high understanding of the game on like a feel level, but also he's just so good at Ember.
I mean, it also helps that BZM's every clip there, Ari's with him, right? Like the kill mentality Ari has, both in the lane with 33, he wants to look for kills, but in the map as well. It's like, we talk about the cores, but I think Ari, even Whitemon, they are very, very scary when they have their heroes.
That was one of the key things coming into this series. You guys highlighted the foundation of Tundra comes through the support. They're able to get the stable picks for themselves in that game #1 draft. And will they be allowed to do the same in game #2? Only time will tell. And that time is not too far. It'll be just after this break.
Every player carries 2 sides within them. The fire and the balance, the chaos and the calm.
And today we're going to find out what really drives them. No hiding, no excuses. Are they evil or are they Dota good? As good as Dota players can be.
They're going to sit here and confront who they truly are.
Today is Judgment Day. Or you compete because you want to prove something. You want people to know that you're the best Dota player in existence.
No, Ari, I know you. You compete because you love the challenge.
I would say I compete because I love the challenge.
That's bullshit, okay? Now, maybe that was you a few years ago, but now, Ari, best UK player, they want to know that you are the greatest of all time. I know you're lying to me.
Maybe on the contrary, at the start of my career, maybe I wanted to prove I'm the best. Maybe now I'm just happy to enjoy the challenge and be the best that I can be.
Fair enough, I believe you. Ari, I think that you lead your team with your intensity.
No. You lead by calming the room.
Both can be applicable depending on the situation. If the team needs intensity, then I can lead it. And if they need to be calmed down, then I can also do this.
What's the default?
I mean, default for me is probably to be calm.
Would you say that mistakes sometimes dwell on you? You remember them for some time and that's what helps you get better?
I think, Ari, you learn from your mistakes and you move on.
I definitely say I don't dwell on the mistakes. I like to figure out why I made the mistake and then just move on.
So you don't remember your mistakes? Is that what you're telling me? They're just gone?
I would say I learn from them and then put them in the back of my mind.
Ari, would you say that your confidence comes from your ego in the most positive way? Like, you know you're a good player, you know what's gonna happen in the game, you're good enough to win.
I think, Ari, your confidence comes from preparation.
Okay, in this case, I think confidence may come from ego. You have to believe in yourself, you have to believe that you deserve to win, and this will help you win.
Yes. Ari, I think that you're a man who only cares about the results. It doesn't matter how you get there. It's about what the number is on Liquipedia.
You care about how people see you.
I mean, yeah, I'm here to win. It doesn't matter what people think. If you're a winner, then you're a winner.
That's good, Ari. It's all about that Liquipedia page, baby.
Really, you really don't care how people talk about you behind your back.
Maybe early on in your career, you start worrying about people, what they say on Reddit or something like this, but at some point, it doesn't really matter anymore. If you win, then you're winning. That's what matters.
Game 2 of MOUZ versus Tundra's draft shortly underway. Again, Tundra, the undisputed best team in the history of slams, pretty much winning it all with all the players that they have on their roster, and now a game away from potentially getting to another grand finals. What will be the respect MOUZ put on their name in the first phase of bans? Anything that you're hoping for, lads, to see banned out?
I would say I hope for a more stable MOUZ draft. I think they dropped the ball a little bit in game 1. I didn't like the opening with Centaur. I think we touched on the Chen pick a bit. I don't know, I think the whole draft kind of, it did not really do it for me. We also spoke in the break how Crystallis' hero should probably be picked early.
Yep.
It goes into the structure of MOUZ, funnily enough. And when you suddenly, deviate from that, it can create this weird situation where actually he last picks Troll in a really bad Troll game.
Yeah, so to follow that discussion we had off camera, right, it's the first 3 picks we didn't mind, right? It was the Nature's Prophet pick on 18, not picking Crystallis hero in that position to then kind of push him into a different position. So I think general draft structure is okay. How they closed it was kind of the hurting point for MOUZ. In regards to the bans though, Tundra go back for the Husker, and there's the Timber and the Marcy. MOUZ will be, of course, second pick this time around, as they were first pick in game 1.
Yeah. Being second pick, a lot of their bans are more forced. They don't really get to stylistically choose what Tundra is going to play. I hope they ban Nagasar and I don't give that again. I think that was clearly a problem. I am curious to see though if they give Tundra the Centaur, because we've seen Tundra have a lot of success with it despite everyone else pretty much losing with it. They're the only team that's making it work.
Yeah.
And so maybe MOUZ, from losing it with themselves, understand more how to beat it. Maybe they leave it for Tundra, ban the Axe instead. They have a few options. And what Tundra exactly prioritizes isn't super clear because so much was left in the pool. So they do ban Naga, putting respect on the name.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, I think it might even benefit MOUZ a little bit to be second pick somehow in this series.
Second pick is like the simplest form of drafting, right? Because you just give the guy that you want the most priority, you give them last pick in the draft, and you go with it, right? Like, if you want to really brutally simplify the draft.
Yeah, I mean, the bans are more locked, like Quinn mentioned. The Lycan keeps getting banned, huh? You just don't want to deal with this hero, and I don't know, it's a bit like fear, I think, of playing against this hero. The vision from the wolves, the timing of the Lycan, right? I think it's almost more fear than it is
to be fair though, right, if you're Celery playing Chen, Dazzles, Warlocks, do you really want to have wolves constantly biting at your legs, right, showing your position? I can see a reason why, based on how they want to utilize their 5 position, but still, yes, it is something to maybe critique in the future if they are to lose the series.
Okay, so Tundra also pumping the brakes on the Centaur. They're saying, you know what, this hero has been, people figured it out more. We're also not so sure about it. We're not going to first pick it here.
And MOUZ need to be careful, right? Because with only 1 ban in the next phase, there's still the Abaddon, the Ursa, the Kez, all of Pure's heroes that love to play with a Jakiro are in the pool, even the Juggernaut, depending on what they go for. So a lot of these like melee brawlers are in play.
I was just thinking that maybe Abaddon is the correct pick, because not only do you deny it from the Pure later on, but you also are good against 33's hero pool right now. You don't have to ban the Axe. You don't have to ban the Centaur the same way. So I think this pick is pretty good. Plus it also is a soft counter to Jakiro, right?
Yeah. I think this Lesh ban in the last ban of Tundra's first phase is really interesting. I think they're clearly thinking that, okay, MOUZ picks low damage supports generally. Their supports are either heal or catch, these types of things, and mid one will need to play these damage dealers later in the draft. Actually, interesting, they go back for the sort of Chen respect ban.
Is that what Celery's laughing about?
Maybe.
I wasn't going to play that again, huh?
I mean, I think it does go to show, though, that like Tundra clearly had a read on last game that we have Axe, we don't care about Chen. Whereas this game, they can't pick the Axe, right? Because Axe is hard countered by Abaddon. Yeah. And so they're like, we still think Chen is a really broken hero. We're not, down to play against it in all contexts.
Chen Abaddon is no joke. Falcon has been running that for I don't know, months, years, even I want to say, and it's just a ridiculous combo.
No, absolutely.
We'll see where Tundra wants to go with this next ban. Can they? What are you looking for in regards to the respect towards MOUZ? Like, you're not really gonna waste it on like the Snapfires and the random heroes here. Like, what's the big building block? All right, fine, go, sure.
I mean, I do think this Jakiro first pick and the fact that they take a bad and not like a Shadow Demon does maybe highlight, maybe some of MOUZ's like their stylistic choices, right? Yamich will only play melee heroes, and that means they're not picking a Shadow Demon here, right? Hero that we think is probably one of the best heroes against Jakiro, one of the best heroes in the tournament as well. We saw Zrzka play it to great effect earlier today. Yeah. And that's where you see, teams' strengths and weaknesses, right? A lot of other teams would pick Shadow Demon here, and maybe it is the conceptual best pick, right? But they're opting for something different for player comfort. They did the same thing in game one. I think Abaddon is a better choice than what they did last time, and it still fits within their comfort. So even though it's maybe a little off-brand from what teams normally would do, I still think it's solid.
So then for Yamich then, right now, the clock, the Tusk, I don't want to say it, but the Pudge, like where are we looking at in regards to where Yamich should be slotting in right now in the draft? If it is to be his hero picked here, for example.
I mean, I think he would continue to play the normal stuff. Now, if he were to deviate, I think Shadow Demon's great here, makes a lot of sense. But I don't know if they're going to mix it up that much.
Yeah, it's also not really. Celery wouldn't really pick up the SD5 as well, right? So
I don't think so.
Yeah, so there's not really much flexibility there either. I mean, they might just go Tusk again.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think the Tusk was really the reason they lost that game per se. I think the Tusk pick is just a Tusk, I think
it's just there. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the biggest reason was, these very sus safe lane choices, and I think they've already rectified that. So if they want to go back for the Tusk, I think it's cool. Okay.
They do it.
They do go for the Shadow Demon.
Interesting.
Cool.
Again, they have not played it so far in Slam 5, but they are showing the adjustments required to potentially take that game 2 win off of Tundra. Of course, being able to disseminate throughout Demonic Purge. The hero conceptually is very, very good in the right hands.
Yeah, absolutely. No, super powerful hero. And I wonder what they'll pair that with, and I wonder how this is going to impact how their moves are made, right? Yamich is one of the key move makers for this team, probably the, fundamental setup catching player, and they actually do go back for the Centaur. Huh.
I don't mind it, though, when you're respecting the farm required, right? And Jakiro already such a strong lane winner that Centaur should be able to farm and not need to help his team, right? And when you think about Shadow Demon, the hero is really strong when you get to play on the back line, using the Abaddon to front line. Okay, let's just Stampede, go find him.
I mean, it's not the worst hero against Abaddon in some ways. You can't just trade farm with him, right? And then on top of that, now the SD as well. You can, Stampede through the ult and find him in the back line, like you mentioned. So, it's like, this looks very standard from Tundra, very strong heroes, and I mean, you can't really put any finger on these 3 picks together. It just looks very strong for Tundra.
It's the same as what MOUZ had, right, in the last draft. The first 3 picks, they had Chen, Tusk, Centaur. It just looks good. It amplifies other heroes to shine.
Díky za podporu Zrzka.
Plenty of damage, plenty of moves to make. That's like MOUZ need to be careful for. That Jakiro and Hoodwink, you put them in the same area of the map, you are killing heroes. So Shadow Demon has to follow that movement, needs to protect whoever Tundra is going to be trying to assassinate early on.
Yeah, I mean, now your MOUZ going in, you're probably picking an offlane hero here, and you are just going to be walking straight into a counter pick. MOUZ doesn't really do much flexing, and so you got to think about, what are you picking that's robust enough that you don't care about this pure counter pick coming on 18, because he's got a Jakiro in his lane, there are some options, there's Ursa, even though it's into Shadow Demon, they could still opt to go for it, and there are others that, they can look at here, so you need to calculate this well and pick something robust enough.
Yeah, not only that, you've got, it's just the fact that you got the counter pick.
Už som tu, chat.
Slight hesitation from
Už
MOUZ.
som
All 3
pekne
of the
tu.
heroes are kind of like lane
Rok
chillers.
hore.
Abaddon wants to chill.
80-mesačný rýsaby, jak pán.
SD's kind of there, setting up like
Som Gabču absol pekne.
What about a Boom Axe?
Dobral.
I think Axe for Boom might be good here. They kind of need a way. They kind of need something that can be aggressive, a hero that doesn't need to win his lane super hard,
Vyzerá to, že prostě bohužel rodinnou oslavu buď vynechám, alebo ak by to bylo rychle, tak potom jako si půjdem sadnout na bus a půjdem tam do tej Zedzinky sa dovést autobusom. Čo by som pre vás neurobil? A premiérka. Tam bolo Krystalis viac ako Pure.
I think Ember, for me, he's a close-the-face type of hero. When he's open like this, he can be exploited.
MOUZovci zkušají jakoby ten Warlock, Shadow Demon a Abaddon.
Mid one, if BZM was to pick it up here.
Mid one, Ember.
Right, Monkey is... It's a bad lane. It's a very bad lane, and there's going to be a Jakiro and Hoodwink coming too.
Jagger, no, jasně, no.
The jog, which is a good hero in the game against Ember. You don't threaten him at all. You do nothing to him.
I mean, there's zero threat right now. Both Abba and Ember, both of these cores looking at Juggernaut, don't have kill threat. Abaddon's kill threat comes through Orchid. Juggernaut buys Manta. You have chains. I have Manta and spin on Jug. So, yeah, MOUZ. Even the supports, it's like only Golem is really a slight threat. But
to je ten problém, no, že MOUZovci mají fakt jako teamfight, iba Golema a Midvana.
In some ways a sort of a shmeep-shmop matchup, so if Ember can attack other heroes and you've got tempo and flow going.
Zatiaľ sa mi páči viac ten tundrácky draft.
You know, they have multiple ways to not... Three heroes already have ways to not care about Omnislash.
Tí dvaja supporti sú oveľa akoby viac capable nejakých agresívnych playov a majú silnejší laning ako Warlock. Ak to bude linka Warlock Abaddon, no to jako je OK, ale to bude prostě tradovačka proti Kentaurovi. Ten Shadow Demon jako je jeden z jako mega dobrých hrdinou, ale přijde mi, že jediná věc, keď to většinou nechce špikovat len tak, je do Jakira. Že ten Jakiro je podle mě jedna z najlepších odpovědí, co týká supporta, proti všetkým tým schovávacím cápkom, jako je Tusk, jako je Shadow Demon. Jo, protože prostě tam něco schová, že čeká se tam Icepad a Macropyre, jako jo, takže no, co spravíš? Jakože zase to stojí celé na midvanovi toto. Na tom midovom Emberovi. A jak bude vykantrovaný jakoby na tom midě, tak mám taky jako zlý pocit, že MOUZovci jakoby to nebudou mít jednoduché. Jako oni tam stále můžou do toho Abaddona Boomičovi do ruk a zobrat nějaké carry, ale to je prostě ono. Já jsem chcel povedat, že Mars by se tam mohl hodit, ale to Mirkovi nenechají, že jo. Takže to nebude Beast, nebude to Timber, nebude to Mars, nebude to Dráček, nebude to Doom, nebude to Likan.
It's a very much like a confidence thing. Has he played it in pubs recently? Does he have a feel for it, you know? Because Monkey King is very much a feel hero.
Of course, we already mentioned Lotus Orb being quite important for MOUZ. How much of an emphasis would you put on MOUZ drafting a hero that can buy it? Like a Darkseer or like a Bristle?
No.
Like, sure, you trade some team fight, but being able to know
that your first
second item can pick this up.
Lenže Tida těž proti Jaggerovi to nechceš úplně moc. Oni potřebují nějaký prostě teamfight spell, mi přijde. Axe, Axe Tide, Dark.
If it gets through all the way till the end here.
Tide je těž taky, že jako jo, ale proti Jaggerovi, no. Jo, to prostě dostaneš kombo od Jakira točeně a ten Tide jako je, jo, no.
That is true. I think comfort, especially in a potential elimination game for MOUZ, comfort will shine.
Slardar, no. To je good idea, actually. Slardar je možno to nejlepší, co tam můžu zobrat. Ale podle mě ten Slardar bude zabanovaný. Bude to možno nějaký Axe.
MOUZ, they don't care about the Monkey King apparently. Apparently that, you know, so the understanding here is that Monkey King is not that scary. Tundra also, you know, understanding that maybe Monkey's not that good, not picking it up. I'm still curious to see if they opt for it. It looks like one of the better options to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's also just kind of dead hero right now. Nobody's really thinking about Monkey King in general.
Yeah, very uncared about for sure. I'm curious though, BZM, you know, there's still something like an Invoker in the pool.
Ostal tam ten Slardar.
Could always go for.
Ostal tam Slardar, který by mi přijde, že by mohl být OK. Jo, Tundráci můžu jít prostě Vokra, můžu jít Kvopku, můžu jít Fuka, nevím, či Pekcu.
to be honest, with the Hoodwink and Jakiro. Maybe like a Void Spirit, like something that the supports can also play through. But they go with Invoker. Okay.
Klasika. Oni mají setupu dost, tam mají Hoodwinkovou, Kentaura, jo, Jakira, takže prostě Sunstrike tam máš jak nič. Je to mega dobré proti tomu Embrovi na nějaké třeba tam iba klidně EMPčka občas jako jak ten Ember, jako má celku píči a může to vydodžovat. Je to prostě annoying.
And it's good against the supports
too. No a hlavně Abaddon takisto tam jako může robiť čemce, tam dostaneš potom Tornado EMP asi chodíš. SKčko je slabé jakoby do tohoto, podle mě to by si dostalo toho Senda, ta botna. Jo, ten Jakiro tě tam rozseká na té linke a Senda úplně jak chlapca, víš. Si musíš nechat jako vždycky budou strike, aby si dostal to točeně. Primal Beast, OK. OK. Jako jo, o toto potřebovali, takého to nějakého nabíhacího offlanera, který bude něco tvořit. Je pravda, že jakoby v tom pulverize to nebude moc zachránit ani free.
It's only their cores that can do damage, right? The other supports are just helpers. And if I look at Tundra's heroes, you have a Stampede to run away, you have Invoker who's like out of range, who can cold snap this primal.
Úprimne sa mi páči viac ten tundrácky draft, no. Chcel by som povedať, že Mauzovci to majú lepšie, ale podľa mňa nemajú. Ale ideme zase akoby nájsť nejaké momenty, kde ako fakt potrebuje mať mid one a Boomage potrebujú mať hru. Mid one by mal mať OK midový matchup. Nie je tam nič, čo by ho tam malo úplne shutdownuť. Boomage, jako Shadow Demon plus Primal Beast jako môžu niečo jako porobiť.
It's not like last game where Tundra has a lot of poke, but they don't really have a good way of starting that initial poke, which can be problematic, I think, whereas
Príde mi, že to majú jakoby zase Mauzovci, sú na jako timery. Aj keď jako ten Abaddon nemusí byť najhoršie carry proti kudne tomu Jaggerovej, ale
of course, it also comes down to whether or not, like, how fast can Crystallis get this Radiance timing, right? And what can they use with this timing?
Dost to bude záležet na tom rady timingu.
Right now, so I wonder if he's going to go Quas Wex or what his plan is right now. I'm honestly a bit surprised. Maybe he's still going Exort, just with that facet. We'll have to see.
Okay.
We'll see if he switches it. I mean, 10 seconds left before. Sometimes players in the final, like 5 to 10 seconds, they do a quick switch. But yeah, he's looking at also just adding a bit more tempo, not playing for the Sunstrike, playing for the.
Musí hrať Mauzovci jako tempo, no. Tam záleží, že tam bude prostě Sunstrikami biziem snipiť. Jagger plus Jakiro je silná linka as fuck. Jako Primal by zrovna od toho může odbehnout, že by to nemuselo úplně vadit. Je lepší jako Tide v tomto.
Oh, let's get some additional thoughts from the stage from Slacks and Moon Meander.
Thank you so much, panel. Yes, we are here with Moon Meander. Moon, a very targeted draft on this one. Seems like you guys have learned a lot from your last encounter with this team back when they were the Fluke team. Were you a little bit more prepared for MOUZ this time?
Yes, we felt like they're heavily reliant on mid one setting the tempo, so we focused him in the draft and in the game.
All right, fantastic. And we do have the BZM Invoker. Does this
reálně to tak je, jako.
I mean, I know as a fan when I see him rocking that hero, I'm like,
nie je to ďaleko od pravdy, no.
Is that how the team feels as well?
Yeah, it's pretty strong for us.
Že máte chvilku bety, chat.
It is like
Šupte to tam.
We're kind of picking ourselves into Ember Spirit. Yeah. So and mid one's he might be Unk, but he still got it. So.
All right, well, we'll keep an eye out for Mr. Unk there. I had another question about Arian Hoodwink, you know, rising up here in the world of Hoodwinks. I know Crit used to be the best Hoodwink player ever. Do you think that he might be the best Hoodwink now in the world of Dota?
I feel like he needs to win a TI before he can say something like that.
All
right, fantastic. Okay. Well, thank you so much for your time, Moon. Excited to see this one go again, and we will go to our casters to see how our game 2 will play out.
Ideme tam.
Oh.
OK, chat. Poďte všetku energiu poslať. Teraz nás potrebuje Mirek najviac.
Holy, locked in.
Oh boy.
And there he is, Unk.
Rozťahneme.
By Moon.
Unk.
Looking mildly irritated at the moment off to the side.
Jaký staring
well. But yeah, this is, you know, down to the
tak, rozťahneme trošku kosti, chat. Rozhýbeme sa. Trošku tam Mauzovcom pošleme energiu. Já teda jakoby tu očividně bohužel nebudem mať dobrý obídeček u kapčených jakoby rodičov. Já nemám nič navarené, ale to nevadí, to jsou problémy na neskôr. Teraz nás zaujíma dotička dvojka. Roztáhneme kozy. To ne, nikdo ma nevyzvlieka, to je v pohodě. Falconi bohužel dostali celku výprask, no. Dneska to môže byť celku bad day pre CZSK dotičku. Áno, stále akoby ho skončiť akoby jednu sérku pred grand finále není neúspech, akoby, jo, ale no, Tundráci sú hrozne doma na tom bláste. Ani nemá nič čím to je, ale na každom bláste, kde hrajú to playoff, tak proste zrazu je to jako absolútne unbeatable team. Preto aj tie posledné dva blásty vyhrali, jo. Jsem došel z mainu a MOUZ vedou. To je zajímavé, Daniele, ale my jsme jakoby na maine tiež. To teraz môžete jakoby skúšať spoilovat, čo chcete, keď sme tu na maine do píči. Môj bože. A ty môžeš byť vyslečený, když sledujeme main? To nič nemení na tom, já môžem byť jako vyslečený, koľko ja chcem, jakoby tu, ale...
So you do have to do this little bit of a dance with the Juggernaut and ensure that you are getting these good Omni slashes because it does feel like
Daniela už je normálně v budúcnosti.
Like maybe you win off of healing ward. We've had that too, sure. You just run the game down and you win a whole game.
Tome zase vydal za short.
During the Blast Slam 5 already. But if you get to that late game, which you know, classic Tundra, they're angling for, you got to hit those good Omni slashes.
Totally, it's got to happen. And the other hero that is going to sort of be enabled while they're trying to deal with the Juggernaut is going to be this BZM Invoker. Panel talked a lot about it. We were thinking about it throughout the draft as well, and they have ways to try and hunt him on the side of MOUZ. I'm seeing good things there. Yeah, Primal Beast, you got an Ember. Surely they'll be able to find him.
But Lyrical,
yes.
If the panel's talking about a BZM Invoker,
yeah,
and you and I are talking about BZM Invoker,
yes,
this lends me to believe that perhaps MOUZ also knew the BZM Invoker.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I like Primal and
so
Ember
they can handle it.
Okay.
Já chápem, že to byl bejtík, neboj Danielo.
Danielio. Guaranteed that MOUZ can handle it. That's what it is. Celery, look, he's getting warmed up here. He's settling in. The lights are dimming, Lyrical.
It's getting darker.
Máš tam delay, MOUZ vyhrají game 2, let's go! Tak to mi pojď! Jedem! MOUZ, kurva! Hráme to tu, do piči! Pojďme! Pojďme! Pojďme, kurva!
Oh man,
we're doing this forever.
I really hope they don't lose in 20 minutes. that would be really sad if that was how this one ended.
No, hopefully not.
Game number 2. Could be a wonderful little match.
And we'll calmly walk to the bounty runes. Here's a friendly roar comes out from Boom. Yes.
Oh boy, Chet. Oh boy.
Quick. Some fast Dota here from MOUZ, and that's what they had last time. So let's do that again. That's what they're deciding. Gonna be a little bit speedy here. Mid one, he's gonna try and see if he can do his best BZM impression after that last game. Because boy, BZM not the best start simply because of the matchup there versus the Prophet, and also just the much better capabilities of Nature's Prophet to move into the lanes in the first 4 levels compared to Ember Spirit. But BZM, he took over the entire game once he got level 6. So, can
a teraz BZM Voker. Vexový očividně.
One of the best players of all time at his peak. Probably
nebo teda jako Vex Facet.
If not the best Ember of all time. He had so many builds on this hero. I watched so
ale tak bude maxovat Exo podle mě na Sunstriky, protože to tam může setupovat Jakiro, Woodwinková, Kentaur.
That was 2019 and 2018. And he was doing it then. So he's back. He's on Ember on the main stage here now. Let's just do it again.
We'll see indeed if they can do it. It is a tall order as he's going to step on forward.
Lyrical má posunutý mikrofon, to počujem aj teraz, má ho ďaleko od huby. Máš ďaleko mikrofon od huby. Ja to normálne počujem až tu, aj keď ho nemusím vidieť. Ja viem, že má mikrofon proste posunutý od huby ďalej. Ja to normálne, ja to vidím aj počujem.
I feel like I'm reading tea leaves.
There's been a lot of that going on.
They do. You know what? I've gathered they like tea a lot here.
That's true. We had it a couple of different times. It was yummy.
Right. Klasický Sunstrike na rangeáka k tomu. No celkovo matchup by mal mať mid one príjemnejší, si myslím tu, alebo o niečo príjemnejší.
The blow-ups has kind of happened in that last game, but the side lanes do feel like there's a little bit
Pekný
more
deny.
potential going on.
To je zajímavé točenie, ten Pure jako OK. Nevím, čo tam jako skúšal, ale dobré. Je prostě Boomič tu bude dostávat různé bomby, jak je linke. No ale jako mu dá damage těmi luskami akurát.
No cost. Every time this hero's on screen, Dove is just like cursing it in the green. She does not like Jakiro.
Listen, I've only heard she likes it, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, okay, right, yeah, got it.
But down bottom, this other matchup.
Jo, jako Celery se jde zahrát trošku na Kaoriho tu.
That was the summary of playing Warlock as position 5 right there. Get back! Oh no, I'm dead. You know, it's
to je actually true. Vždy Warlock hráč to pozná, tam jdeš harasovat úplně s tou stavkou. Tomu Kentaurovi. A nič. Nič. Vedle, BZM, vedle jak ta jedle. Nič netrafíš, chlapčetu. Aspoň budeme doufat. Boomič tu bude ale dostávat od Weidmona bomby. Pěkně zrušená salva tyhle blood granátom. Weidmon vie. Tam má tu healing wardu hodinu, takže tam prostě jako teraz jsou viac než dobrý. Myslím si, že vrchná linka by mala jít před Tundrákou. Spodná linka si myslím, že bude jakoby celku trade-off. A možná ten Kentaur tam jako něco málo ztratí, ale no, velmi to bude záležet na midě. Čumte na to, 7 denájov pre BZM-a. Jako nalázit je 2 pozadu, ale těch 7 denájov jako se kurva nezdá, ale to je celku rozdíl.
So that wasn't super exciting. But now we get the tornado. So he's now played all 3 because he also played the Exort version in Blast.
Teraz je jakoby ten Voker podle mě dobré jako doladěný v tom, že všetky ty 3 facety jsou použitelné. A keď mi přijde ten Vexovi jakoby ten slabší, jakoby, ale hrává se aj ten. Tam je to tak vyvážené, že ten, čo má jakoby silnější Aganim, ten face, tak má zase slabší shard a naopak. Takisto jako ten Exortový, že tam máš jako Sunstrike shard úplně useless, že to spamne Fort Spirita, ale zase ten Aganim máš kataklizmu. Jo, potom tam máš zase jakoby shard s Včkom, že máš to přitěhovací EMP, čo je gigagood. Ale zase jakoby prostě tam máš vole tornádo vylepšené iba, jo, takže je to také, well. Top je over a odstranit Jakira z Doty.
Babička už brečí v koutku, že nepřijdeš.
Babička už brečí v koutu, že nepřijdeš. Je tomu tak. Je tomu tak. Ďakujem mamutíku krásy za 69. A já možno tam jakoby se pôjdem previesť autobusom, jakoby prostě potom, keď jako dokástím, by som to jako stihol jakože delaynutě, ale nevím. Uvidíme. Já budem teraz dúfať, že tu budeme minimálně ještě ďalšie 2 hodiny, protože to jdu Mauzovci otočit na 2-1. Yes, baby. That's the way. Já tu bude, prostě tu má vole celou waveu, tu bude mať free jako staknutou. Boy.
You're also not going to be able to do anything to dissuade your opponent from getting good farm either.
Yeah, that's a great move right there, because he grabs the double wave, pulls it all the way over, and then he's able to deny.
Čo to je neskutečně, by the way, ďakujem, že jsi zase prekonali znova 500 sabov. Zase máme pěkných 512. Já jsem si to ani jakoby předtím nevšiml, to byl ten hype train brutálny. Ještě raz za ně úplně neskutečně ďakujem. Nevím, či teda se nám tu jakoby podarí nějaké ty hype trainy ještě vytvořit, alebo nie. Ale Mauzovci, čas vyhrnout rukávy, chlapci. Jdeme bomby. No na midě už začíná jako BZM trošku trpět, ale tady jde prostě 2 nuláky, bandu, stat build na začátek a mida skůnět potom. Že to bude jako taká klasika Voukerovská. Dobre, Mid-One si tu dokonca príde zobrať ešte nejakú tú runu. Už je vyskenovaný.
All these frustrating spots, so that frees the camp back up. And we'll have to watch that big trample, as you were saying.
Dobrý D-Ward. Dobrý D-Ward pre Mid-One. Mal by mať skôr možno 6-ku, no.
I think we had like 6 kills last game. But Mid-One's almost ready to set things off here. He is in a 1-1-3 build, however, though. So, not the best for some aggression is pure.
Nikto nič nevidel, chat. Nikto nič nevidel. Chat, nikto nič nevidel. Ak ste si náhodou niekto mohli akoby všimnúť, že by tu nejaký ako offlaner z Českej republiky umrel na First Blood, ne. Nikto nič nevidel. Nikto nič nevidel, jasný? Nic sa nestalo, chat. Tak Boomič má už teraz tých 15, oni tam tie steky bude musieť ísť fakt ako farmiť, hlavne Mirek. Ale teraz môžu minimálne Weidmana odchytiť, OK. To je podstatný rotate, ako 4 hrdinovia. Celery to prišiel lázitnúť s tým Warlockom, no tak mňa jebne. On tam príde s tým Warlockom to lázitnúť, ten kill. Je dobré, že tam bude mať z toho tú tomu a skôr akoby viac menej nejaké tú 6-ku, ale ty goldy tak moc potrebuje Boomič. A má reálne Pure už skoro trojnásobok creepov teraz. Ojojoj. Boomič premýšľa nad tým. S chovaním by to malo byť celku OK, oni vedia. Pri tomu schovaniu tam ako nemôžeš úplne stáť. Takže obidva offlanery si zoberú teda šrajničku. Mu chýbajú 2 creepy do toho, aby mal Omni Slash. Pekný stuník od Booma, dobré. Pure fakt ako chce zabiť podľa mňa čo najskôr tie 2 creepy, on bude mať reálne Omni Slash hneď potom. Aj Stampede budú mať soon, no.
Just needs one more creep to die in the lane. There it is. Now Stampede's up.
So something to watch for. Yemich, Celery making the move over for BZM.
He's not the most inspiring support duo, I'm not gonna lie.
Kámo, Shadow Demon Warlock gangovací. Please, nech to není NA gang.
He only has 1 point in bolus.
OK.
Well, they get him there with the root. Now the banish.
No, dostane Stampede a odíde, ako to je...
That was a full fatal bonds too, like that. It's like we hit everything.
Yeah.
Stihol to nakliknúť. To stihol stilnúť. Ale ono zabije aj tak. Ono zabije aj tak. OK. OK, Weidman na to zaplatí. Close. OK. Tam mu ešte vyblokoval aj ten camp. Ja už teraz majú Tundráci 2K gold lead do pojebanej piči, ale no dobre, uvidíme, jo? Povedzme, že Warlock Shadow Demon není úplne to najlepšie support duo na gankovanie, jo? Jako tam proste, bohužel, jo? MOUZ musí robiť Ember, musí robiť Primal.
Díky za podporu československé Dota scény.
Dobre boom, dobre boom.
Ice path, easy, BZM.
Pepek lepek. 5 ďalších gifted sabov, podporenie tohoto tu celého našeho rodinného Dota členstva. No, zatiaľ uvidíme, či to tu teda ako pekne vybústia, aspoň trošku teda šance pre Mauzovcov, tu to potrebujú akoby trochu rozbiehať, ale tí nemajú proste to support duo také, aby tu mohli niečo ťahať výrly. Oh boy. To boom. Kámo, na koľko mal 10 HP, keď to stihol skillnúť? Close one. OK, Boomič konečne má priestor na to tu stylnúť aspoň, alebo teda zobrať tieto steky, to je veľmi podstatné. Veľmi podstatné. Jo, a Woodwinková tam zobrala niečo málo. Neskutočne ďakujem pánovi Pepkovi Lepkovi. Či už to predsa len akoby teraz ako spustíme možno ešte s niekým ďalším na nejaký ten poriadny hype train alebo niečo iné, možno to Mauzovci od nás potrebujú. No, možno ani to nepomôže, tam ako záleží. Zatiaľ to za 10 minút za laning phase vyzerá totálne horrible. 3000 gold lead proti MOUZovcom, ktorí majú, teraz nemajú zas také ako tempo draft, respektíve oni by chceli mať, ale tí supporti sú takí, že podržia tie kóry. Ale jak tie kóry nebudú akoby tu moc ahead. Veľmi poctivo tam ďakujete za tie gifted suby, tak sa mi to páči. Poctiví, dobre vychovaní gentlemani v čete. A dámy. Tak toto je ale prvýkrát v živote, čo tam niekto dal 5 gifted subov. A hneď za to sú tam 3 poďakovania, to je insane. To je insane, ale. No, golem na push akurát. To je OK, akoby.
So, for those of you that missed the group stage, this is the way that we've seen Warlocks use their
A jadro tam sa to akoby snowballo, akoby zlým smerom, no, s tým naturom. Zrazu, jak nie ste head a nemôžete robiť moves, tak hoci kde naportíš asi dead. Dobre, boomage, aspoň toto tu outrange ne. Ale môžu pušovať kľudne ďalej, no, to je ten problém. Oni vyhnali síce Bowkera akoby z toho midu, majú tam tú väžu. A, okej. Mid-one chce robiť moves, no, ale... Vyhnali z tej veže, ale... Tiež sa mi to moc nepáči, ako to. Jak když to giftnú, tak to dá úplne random lidem, to sem ani nechodí. A vidíš to? Pepek, lepek, ale má očividne nejaké lepivé suby tým správnym smerom. Dobre. Jediné killy, čo získavajú, je na Jakirovi zatiaľ. 4-2, fajn, ako... Ale jak vidím ten network, ja vidím, že sa to nevyvíja úplne tým najlepším smerom. Biziem to pôjde skúsiť ešte otočiť naspäť. Jemit z tejto šlamastiky neodíde nikde. A ešte bude aj Celery hotov, som tam nestihne ani ten Sunstrike doleteť. Ježi, Ari mu to stýl, nebylo, no. Od čeho sú asi zalepené? Toť otázka, no. To ti môže vysvetliť Pepek Lepčíček. Ja neskutočne ďakujem za tú podporu, za rozširovanie akoby túto subcountu už dokonca na 517 subov. Keď už ako vynechávam možno tú akoby babičkinu túto Calculated! Mirek to mal kalkulované, chat. Tam nebola ani nulová šanta, tam nebola vôbec šanta, že by umrel, jo? Pohoda. Pohoda.
Very good stuff there. But yeah, the person unhampered so far and with a couple kills in this game.
Kalku fucking late. Tam je ten problém, že oni budú s tou midaskou Jaggerom proste scalovať oveľa rýchlejšie. Tam ako Abaddon, bohužel. Abaddon fakt ako bohužel. Jemu to trvá, jemu začína farm game, jakmile má rádlo. A túto hru si myslím, že to skôr ako v 16. nebude mať už z toho, ako to vyzerá teraz. Ja teraz mu chýba litr, vole, do sakreditu, ako 16. ešte vravím, akoby ako veľmi pozitívne mysliaci túto caster, ako k tomu. Boj, 4000 gold lead už. OK, smoke, poďme. Poďme, myšáci. Musia niečo rozbehnúť, musím niečo výjsť, aspoň zabitou Kentaura by mohol byť OK move. Akurát dostal Stampede na cooldown. Golem na hlavu, zo Spirit Vesselom by to malo výjsť. Easy peasy, OK. OK, pre Krystalisa tých 345 goldov actually je huge. Jo, zrýchli to rádlo je teraz to najpodstatnejšie, čo potrebujú, podľa mňa. Bohužiaľ.
He's forced to go north up towards the Lotus Pool, but should be okay as he does.
Už má blinku doma.
The blink dagger while TPing home.
Ooh, doggy. If he knew.
Couple of sneaky TPs here.
EZM and Pure together, taking the stacks.
That is gross.
I mean, that is a lot of damage there. They're trying to move on in and see if they can get in time to catch up.
A healing Vardu. Krystalistu pofarmí, čo 2 creepy, čo tam ostali 3. Majú sakredu, no, že za litr by to mohli mať a 16. je bol ešte dobrý možno nápad. Čaká, free. Mid-one to zastavil dobre. Ale...
There is the kill.
Why, dude? I say this as a support player. Why, bro? Just leave.
Jo, prostě jako ten support tam přijdeš a pověš, že midlaner tě jde zachránit a skape za to a ty prežiješ, tak se cítíš jako největší kokot za toho supporta, podle mě. Hovoríš si, že do píči, ale... Ajajaj. Okay, to rádlo jako dobré, ta 16. je celku OK timing, ale... No... Come on, má 9100 network pure do píči. Jagger je totálně huge prostě. Jaggeríček je fucking huge.
He's coming mid. Great deep ward though in the mid here, spotting this maneuver by Boom.
Jo, tam je vidět Boomiča.
It is like the anti-timing too though, right? Because you got the blink dagger, but he's still kind
Mega dobrá varda. Nevím, kdo tam strčil, či to byl Ari, alebo to byl Weidmon, ale tam midová varda tam schovaná. Ta teraz urobila obrovský rozdíl, no.
Taking a little bit to get online, and you know it's not good when you're behind in gold. Shocker. Any saves? No saves.
Weidmon šetril ještě Icepad. On ještě šetril Icepad, by the way, jo.
5 to 6, but 6,000 gold leads. Radiant's done. They're kind of ready to fight now, but now Ember's dead.
No, jakože rádlo po 16. těsně, to je OK timing, celý Lotus Orb zrazu.
Especially versus Jug, but it's actually on Jug's team, and that's going to really help them versus mid-one's attempts to start these fights.
You know, honestly, I feel like they need to do something like steal a Roche with the Shadow Demon.
Potřebujeme tam normálně MOUZovcom poslat všetku energiu světa, ale nevyzerá to úplně krásně ani zdaleka. Tundráci prostě na tom mají návod a ten návod kurva funguje.
Because how are you gonna kill the Jug?
Oh, I don't know. They should have thought about that one though. That's alright.
Jo, možno teraz je trochu neskoro nad tím rozmýšlet, ale...
Kill enemy cores.
What is the pathway to that success?
It's, I mean, right now we have a case where BZM has just succeeded in what Mid-One was trying to do last game. When Mid-One tried to buy this Orchid to try and shut down the Ember Spirit, you have that successfully from BZM now, where he just has this Atos. And now Mid-One's sitting on 1150 gold. What do you do?
Ten Ember je
prostě
free kill.
You count on your Shadow Demon? Yeah?
Krystalis musí jakoby teraz step upnout s tím rádlom, no. Ale zase na druhou stranu mu začíná farm game, zase jako nechce být behind. To je prostě hrozně ťažká pozícia pre MOUZovcov. Jo, že jako... Oh boy.
It's all good. The game will start in just a moment here as he's queued up the butterfly, so going for that, has the Manta ready as well.
All right, he's ready. He's good to go. He's deciding he wants a butterfly after this. Okay.
That's what I just said. It's good.
Yep. Sorry, I was talking to production. Don't worry about it. Yeah.
This is sneaky.
Yep. Don't worry about it. And he's ready. Okay. Go when ready.
On si vzal jenom bundu.
Favorite in the chat. It's admin Dougie.
No. Bola mu zima asi.
He's always there. Probably. Oh, up top. Boom! He jumps in. It's the Blink Dagger lyrical.
Okay.
I mean, this is Radiant.
Pěkně
Ari. To the high ground, still burning a bit, but not quite there yet.
Oh, the squirrel's getting into the
forest fire.
And the rest of them are coming over too.
Weidmona zkusí a to my mali zabít toho Jackera. OK. Dobře zahrál Boomič, pojď! Poker Bobek, to nebylo, kurva! Jak se mi to do píči páči! Mirek, až to zrušil Purový port! Pojď sem! Pojď mi! Zabít je toho, bylo to, kurva! Nice! Triple kill, jeden, kurva, fix! Vyšáci, pičo! Pojďme! 6000 gold lead! Moje! Strčte mi ten gold lead do rici, vy hovna! Strčte si ho do prdele, jedem! Hráme Dotu! Kurva, fix! Poďme. Karma došla. Karma došla za pauzu, poďme. OK, free, ale možno bude ďalší. Ajajaj, free. Ajajaj, chlapče. No, Remko, poď mi ešte, Ari. Ty pičo, jaký shame feed. Tak sa mi to páči, kurva. Me Tundráci zabudli hrať do tú dvojku. Ty môj kokot, poďme všetci si to vygodli, piči! Kto iný dokáže na blaste comebacknúť proti Tundra Esports? Len náš český chlapec, kurva! Á, Mirku, naservírujem tam, ty vole, návnadu. Jak, ty vole, pri tvojom obľúbenom rybárčení, poďim! To je ono! Ty pičo.
Will it continue, right? You've still got some dangerous stuff that's coming out here. That was about as perfect as a fight as you could get.
Poď mi. Midvan, dobre, pohoda. Že bait it. Ak sa mi to páči. Poďte mi.
I mean, it is kind of horrifying, right? With the Shadow Demon on your team, trying to go for these saves, but you're versus the Jakiro.
Yeah, I know. It's like the Tusk snowball scenario as well.
Yeah, Jakiro.
A už vidím dokonca, že aj v kickchate nám pribudol niekto krásny a nádherný. Skřetík! Nazdárek, skřete. Ten kickchat bude nakonec pre všetkých, ktorí majú bandát do píči.
He's won me back.
Oh boy. Tak poďme. Poďme. Poďme.
As they're going in to take down the Tormentor.
Oh boy, oh boy.
Will be able to finish this one off. So a nice little win.
OK, Celerio Shard, celku podstatný. Na túto hru by sa im možno hodil viac ten ako Demonic Cleanse, ale to je jedno. Dobre, takto sa mi to ale páči. Konečne Tundráci dostali trošku náklad. Mali tú hru moc easy, MOUZovci sa prebudili, kurva fix. Fully awakened. Ďalší smoke idú. By mohli nájsť Pura. Nechce mu dávať ten ice pad. Golem na hlavu. No, má Omnislash, ale dá hovno! Kde si s tým Juggerom? Kde si s tým Juggerom, kurva, ha? Máš farmiť enemy enchanty? Damik máš! Ty mu dajte, to je ono! Kurva, takto sa to hrá do piči! Jeden Mirku! Oh boy! Oh boy!
He's just buying it for the Manta anyway, right? That's what you tell yourself.
Oj, konečne som sa tu trošku rozvášnil a vzrušil, tak sa mi to páči. Teraz normálne sa premieňam na jedného z vás, na hardcore fana. Jo? Poď sem, kam jdeš, kam to chceš. Jedno webso knedlo zelo, už sa tu servíruje. Poďme, nezastavovať. Máme kurva spoždení. Jedem, 1K Goldly, tlačíme. Pekne, katapultík, ten nemajú momentálne úplne čím zastavovať, oni nemajú ani glyf. Oni nemajú glyf. Ta veža je celku jako polo v hovnech, jako. OK.
The ferocity stacks are at dealing with the Jakiro though. Like you saw Whitemon, right? He's trying to ice path there to try and stop that, but he's just incapable at that moment. Ari is going for a Yules, which will be a quicker cancel on that, which is pretty nice. But the BKB is just such
a Ganem dokončený na tom Volkerovi. To mi přijde, že na tom Tornádě to není zas taky velký upgrade, ale jakoby stále mu to dá jakoby bonusové ty staty. Midvan nenechá mu tam ani ty krepáše. Nádhera. OK. Ty jsi hardcore fana.
His Omni slash targets is like primal, and you don't really want to Omni Abba.
Že vraj ne.
I'm just worried, but there's a lot of stacking disabled though, I feel like on Tundra, don't you think?
That's true, yeah.
You know, like I feel like the safety of the Lotus would be so nice, but again, I just...
It is on Yamich, right? He's going to need to get to a Blink Dagger, be able to come and save people in these moments. And then it's kind of like a game of chicken a little bit.
Dobrý stihol na tie slide of fisty, to nepôjde. Dobrý štít, Crystalis. Ale Sunstrike, pizdiem. Dobre von. Crystalis má ešte účko. Bude mať blinku v pohode, takže on by mal ako odblinkovať do prdeli. Ale keď ne, Pumičo ide ešte otočiť do nich. Do Stampedu, ale nedobehnú a Crystalis teraz neodíde. Omnislash zabíja supportov do pičnej mámy, kurva. Aj. 3-0. A teraz ještě, či to prežijete na badon. Dobre, vypol to rádlo, ale piči, kurva, kokot, jebem kundu, piču, jebem kokot. Nevadí. Bežíky? Kámo, Roš, ty vole. Skoro to ubešoval. Rošan je s nami, chat. Nevím, kdo podplatil Rošana, ale je s nami. Čo Boomič? Čo Boomič? Pojď, nějaký styl. Pekný icepad. Pekný icepad. Ne, OK, schovaníčko by mohlo stačiť. No, nedostal dosť ďaleko. Dobrý, asi by mal byť OK. Že Aegis na Purovi, zase 2000 gold lead. Drušejt podplatil jakoby Rošana. OK. To uvidíme jakoby ten replay. Miko Krystalis dokonale dispelou tým shieldom to, aby Midvana zachránil. Ale potom ten Sunstrike. Píčo, to bola... Jo. A tuto je presne také, že on mohol akoby blinknúť za čtvrt sekundy preč. Ale on free stihol stompnúť. Krystalis tam zostal úplne staknutý, teraz sa ten Omnislash odrazil. Jo, nie úplne podľa predstav, ale aj tak zabil obidvoch tých supportov. Boj.
And getting hit by the tornado on Invoker means that Sunstrike's gonna come in time, and it's really hard to time that, and just because of the cast time of disruption. Oh, they're hunting, but they guessed the wrong direction.
Tesne, nevadí. Dobrý, ale hráme ešte stále Dotu, pôjde. 25. 12-11. In Mirek we trust. Jo, to je iba tornádo a ono to umrie, no.
Just burn and down, throw the forward spirits out to finish off the rest. And that's all he does.
OK, to bude jako účko forsnuté asi, možno ne? OK, nice. Neforsli ani to účko, to je actually OK. Pure ale očividně se za Aegisem už jako nebojí ničoho, no. Je trošku problém, má tam nebojácného Rusáka. To jako je problém. Teraz pekně jich tam našel vzadu. Jako on tam išel Krystalis sice sám, on bude mať účko, aby to zdržal. No. Krystalis tam žije s jedným HP. Mě dostal nějaký Sunstrike vzadu. Mirek. Midvan je tam staknutý v tom Demonic Purge, ne. Že nebyl Demonic Purge. Byl tam jakoby ten cleanse, ale... A ještě připravený a Jemič, nemá schovaně. Krystalis, kámo, OK. Not bad. A Epic je mohl dobehne, on je rychlejší jako on. Dobre, neodhadol, ale správně ten pohyb. Good. Dobrý, Remko je v pohodě. No, až moc. Jaký great couple of minutes od Tundra do piči. Kurva, ale je to pravda. Dobrý. Zase chat, musíme to tu trochu prebudit. Pojďme, Míro, pojďme. Pojďme, Míro, pojďme. Ne.
Unfortunate. No, he's farming the illusions.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
He can't kill Jug anyway, right?
I mean, yeah, 30-second cooldown.
That's just logical.
That makes sense.
Yeah, intentional.
He might have Omni-slashed him if he actually got him.
No, yeah, you wouldn't want that.
Majú to rozhorané lepšie Tundráci, no, bohužel, ale nie je to nehrateľné. Je to ešte stále velice hrateľné. OK. Tady prišiel Obís. Nenajde.
Yeah, he cannot afford to just be caught by something as simple as an Atos, or he just dies.
Yeah. He's still a bit away from that BKB. Lowest of the cores. It is necessary for him to play pretty aggressively and try and farm in areas where nobody else can.
Nie ideál, no. Jako Orchida letí Krystalisovi, myslím.
Alright, that's a big item
To
though.
je jako actually celku big item.
This is the classic, like you can actually do stuff, get some kills, secure something. Because we've been talking about no defensive items some of these heroes. There is a Lotus on Tundra, but you gotta spread that love around right now. Because there's only one Lotus, so if he can manage to find BCM, right, no dispels on him.
Môže iba počkať presne, kto dostane tú orchidu a tomu dá ten Lotus. A krystaly sa už tam vidia, dobre, Boomič to začne. Jeden fucking stampede. A krystal, on ho skúsil vyblokovať. On ho skúsil vyblokovať o tie stromy, ale stampedu, no. Ó, ne. Ó, ne. Okej, Sunstruck netrafený, ešte bude mať aspoň to účko, ale on nemá manu. No, tu je free, chudák Celery, Mono, Thompson.
They're trying so hard to force the fight. There's like, oh, here we go, guys. Like, this will draw them back in to kill us, and then they kill you. I don't know.
It's really tough. They're definitely, and on the side of Tundra, I mean,
To je najhoršie, oni nesmú spať na Vavrínoch Mauzovci, ale majú support duo, ktoré tam nič nevytvorí. To musia vytvoriť tie kóry. To je proste no.
Meantime, as mid one, you've got to actually head out there to get that farm going on.
Jemu letí celý Aganem. On už má Butterfly, letí mu celý Agáč na Purovi. Už tam budú Swift slashe, Omni slashe. Boj, 9000 gold lead.
At this exact same place, last blast.
Na posledný blast vyzeral presne takisto, no.
Same prospect again. You're gonna have to pull something together here, find some pickoffs. Get a good team fight into their favor, because otherwise they're going to be
Tundráci proste z nejakého dôvodu sú doma na tých blastoch. Vyhrali posledné dva a vyzerá to, že pôjdu kľudne vyhrať tretí za sebou na nejaký hat-trick. Ale my stále veríme v myšákov. My stále dôverujeme, chat.
And it does not look like there's any potential effort here at all for MOUZ to make their way up here. I wouldn't recommend it. But yeah, much as the Tranquil's done, so I think this is where it turns
teoreticky by som mohol mať miesto toho, aby som išiel potom, akoby ešte do akoby autobusom za Gabčou a za rodinou. Ešte by som teoreticky dneska mohol odohrať nejaké Doty 2 pre vás tu, ale neviem, či tie víkendové sú dobrý nápad. Neviem, či ma dneska ešte budete akoby chcieť rozmaznávať, alebo nie. Rozmazávať, ma možno budú ako na publiku, tuto cápci a teammatei. Dobrá Manta, ale ako portí mu tam ten démon a Warlock. Bude mať Blinku out.
Díky za podporu Zrzka. Zraky!
Keep it coming! Hefo! Ďakujem krásne, že si ma vybral tuto ako svojho vyvoleného na Prime.
Keep it coming.
Ďakujem krásne na ten Prime sub, bro. Neviem, či sa nám tu podarí nejakými Primami alebo niečím podobným tuto, ako keby sme boli v Amerike, tak môžem povedať iba Prime! A prišlo by tu 400 subov, ale bohužiaľ, sme v Európe, takže to tak úplne fungovať nebude.
This would be a great time to try and find that Roche fight. Surely, that's the main thought here, right? I can't imagine wanting to fight the
Myšáci musia proste nejak skúsiť podľa mňa fightiť do ten Aegis, no ale...
They're gonna smoke up now. Go in with a couple, mid one following behind. The first point of contact looking to be 33.
Myslím, že videli,
Not a
akoby,
hero
alebo
that you
nevideli.
necessarily want to catch, but if you can kill him before Stampede, maybe the rest of his team can't get there in time.
Oni idú smoknúť a fightiť. Toto nebudú myšáci čakať, podľa mňa. Shit. Ok, mid one našiel akurát Jagera. No tu je Swift Slash.
Still has it at the ready. Boom, BKB out. Good damage.
No, Omni Slash na Booma, no. Pekné schovanie. Pekné schovanie. A tu je Storm.
This is not looking like nearly enough damage right here for MOUZ. Did they do any damage?
Nevyzerá vôbec dobre, do piči!
All I see is Tundra just taking them apart one by one.
That was so tough to battle into, and they're all just getting picked apart. They got Celery now too.
Celery hotový, ešte pôjdu do Embra.
He is gone. on Tundra. They are way too good.
On the whole situation. They knew exactly what was happening. Even though mid one, I feel like starts that decently well. Right? They get that catch from the jug.
Toto je jako kurva problém. Toto je kurva problém. Oh boj, to bude jedna strana easy. Glyph skončí tu jako 35 sekund bez Embra, ještě 15 bez toho, to bylo jedna strana istá. A popravdě můžu jít možno aj po dve, alebo ísť po toho Rošana. No ten tam bude až za 30 sekund teda, ale to oni nevedia. Majú tam creepa nachystaného od Freeho, aby to vedeli. Není tam Roš, tak pôjdu dve strany, no. Boj. Tundráci na bláste sú proste kurva too good. Celer, jak tam prišiel na ten Shadow Ward Pain. Jak tomu Kentaurovi nahodil ten Shadow Ward. Tu máš, bež preč, tu máš.
Yeah, I don't know if they're saying that right now. This is
despair
zone right now for MOUZ.
Je to despair zone, bohužel je to tak. Má celé skady na tom Jaggerovi, 27 000 net worth. Toto je všetko alebo nič, oni musia nejak skúsiť túto dobehnúť, tam ani nestíhnu prísť čas. Jagger to rozsekne za pár sekúnd, toto je problém. Toto je nie ani problém, toto je žumpa, toto je jako fakt takzvané v hovnech. Weidmon skúsil, čaká, aj späť tu skúsil, netrafil. No, jako Krystalis dostal 3 hity, ty vole, prostě. Boomič se snažil backlinke niečo porobiť. Jako skúsia. Pekná forska, ty píčo. Healing Warda ho tam bude držať aj tak. Pure by chcel. Do Healing Wardov sa dohealuje. Je myč. Pekný pulverizing, ale čo teraz? Trhá ich tam všetkých, jako golem dobrý, Krystalis skúsi aspoň ten prvý život. Ale to je len Aegis. To je za troch a bude to za 5. Toto nevyzerá vôbec dobre do skurvenej vyjebanej píči. Dneska to vyzerá, že tu nie je víkend pre československých hráčov Doty 2. Najprv dostal 0-2 Oliver a teraz dostal 0-2 náš Mirek Byčan. Oh, fucking shit, hell. GG. 0-7 posíláme našemu Mirkovi, ten nakonec teda výlet do Číny. Jak mi písal, že sa mu tam ani nechcelo ísť. Mal očividne feeling. Ale ten výsledok je stále jako dobrý, jako dostat sa tam jako medzi 4 najlepšie týmy. Skončiť na tej jako 3/4 priečke jako not bad. Ale Tundráci prostě sú na bláste fakt nezastaviteľní. Ty sú fakt ako nezastaviteľní a na tých blástoch z nejakého dôvodu sú proste kurva doma.
They function through his gameplay and then they just made a game plan to shut him down at every stage throughout both games.
Yeah, I think we go back to the draft that last track ban, man.
Miro,
like when they were best, it's mid one and we just do so much damage that the setup is okay, right? When the supports can give the setup, then the life looks good and they don't need that additional damage because of the Lesh. But the Lesh bans, I feel like
dobrý, dobrý. Mira už išiel domov, ty vole.
A very dominant display from Tundra that have proven to be
aspoň si užije Vánoce v poklidu. On má Dream League. Ďalšie 2 týždne, Lord Nelorde. Ten jeden deň navíc už by mu nevadil, podľa mňa.
You can fail before the horn at the bounty runes and then you don't even get to play the laning stage that you thought you were going to play. And then once you come out even in the lanes, if you can do that, you get outmaneuvered around the map and outfarmed. It just feels like at every stage they are so good and struggling to come up with answers. MOUZ will be eliminated here in the same spot that they did in the last tournament as we're going to head on over to Dove with the interview.
欢迎来到赛后采访 Welcome to the winner interview. We have BZM here from Tundra. 首先想问一下他们昨天的比赛 ，MOUZ 在我们看来简直是感觉发挥太好了，甚至有夺冠的希望。但是今天在他们面前似乎不堪一击。请问他们对于 MOUZ 是做了怎样的准备呢？Congratulations first from yesterday's match.
Tundrácké dresy mám asi 3, ty vole, alebo koľko, no, ale tieto nové nemám, jako samozrejme.
Unfortunately, they couldn't make it. What specific strategy you made for them?
I mean, we just know they want to get away with their lanes because they don't really pick strong lanes.
Si musel chytiť
So
ten
we
mikrofón
just have
úplne.
to punish them early on and not get stomped for 15 minutes because it's kind of like gaming gladiators from before. And yeah.
我们在针对他们的选择当中，其实就是发现他们在选人的时候有一点想要避开对线期，他们在对线期的时候选的不是很强势，所以在前15分钟的时候，我们尽量不跟他们进行一些不等价的兑换，然后在度过这个安全的对线期之后，我们就可以跟他们进行中后期的团战了。所以我觉得他们其实有一点点像之前 Gaming Glider 这个队伍的打法。那我们找到了他们的这个痛点之后、弱点之后，可以说我们今天的比赛就比较轻松了。Well, that was actually a very good strategy you prepared. For yourself, I'm gonna ask you about Invoker. This is kind of a hero you play really good, and it seems like you're the only one that still can make this hero work. Can you give us some tips that for the fans who still play this hero? 我想问问他关于卡尔这个英雄，因为现在已经说实话不是什么版本热门，没什么人玩了，可不可以给我们一些关于这个英雄的小窍门呢？
I mean, I don't sure I can give a tip, but because I'm playing the hero myself, and every game I feel like I make a different build to. Because even I don't understand, like there is like 10,000 different builds you can do, and even this game I'm not sure. I want to play Invoker, but I don't know which facet to take, not sure which items to take, but I know the hero is good here. I'm not sure I can give that much tips besides just hit your sun strikes. I don't know.
Hit your sun strikes.
Yeah, I mean, give a Wakrity, like, yeah.
Počujete, chat, ak chcete byť dobrý Invokerom,
这个英雄其实他的打法太多变了，
proste
他的
hitujte
出装也有
Sunstrike,
很
je
多
to
很多的选
simple,
择
ne?，
每一盘都可能有成千上万不同的可能。你如果问我给大家给玩家们什么建议的话，我觉得每一盘游戏都不一样，要根据当时的这个进入游戏之后，它甚至都是千变万化的，要根据当时的情况去决定。那我呢，就是根据我的队伍们，其实我选这个英雄也不是因为他有多强，而是我觉得这个英雄这一盘选出来它就会比较好用，可以说是比较适合我们队伍啦。所以，然后我问他说，那其实就是跟你的队伍打得比较好，靠队友了嘛。然后他说，哎，可以这样讲啦，跟队伍契合的比较好。
chceli by ste dneska ešte nejaké moje doty, alebo pôjdem pekne na oslavu.
What an incredible series from Tundra, 2-0ing MOUZ and showing once again that they're in dominant form. We are joined by Whitemon for an interview. It's going to be a quite interesting interview as we have 3 analysts and a player, so we'll see how this one will go. Anyways,
let's go,
why
Whitemon.
Is Tundra so good at Blast Slam? 2, 3,
Čo je ten
4,
dôvod?
you win all of them, another grand finals? Why are you so good at this format?
I don't know, maybe because we have 4 different carries, I think, every finals. Maybe that's why.
Are you going to have a new carry for the next final then? Oh no,
No, we're gonna keep it.
Okay, nice. In regards to supporting, right, you seem to be playing like the same 5 heroes. Do you feel like, do you wish you were able to play more, or are you happy just playing like Jakiro, Naga, Disruptor?
I mean, I think as long as I'm win, I'm happy, yeah.
Understandable.
I was curious how the communication works within game for y'all. Like, what percentage are you communicating? How does it shift? Is it different players at different points in the game, or is it like, you know, just sort of generally throughout the game?
What? Sorry, again?
Like, are you communicating? What percentage are you communicating, and does that shift based on how late into the game it is?
Sorry, what?
Ja rozumiem jeho otázke,
How
ale...
much are you leading the game, making the calls, stuff like that? And how much are other people? And does that change, like, the later the game goes?
Oh, yeah, I mean, usually it's from the landing stage. I think we talk how we want to play the lanes, and then after that, we talk about how we control the runes, something like that. And how we want to fight the wisdom, or how do we want to...
Celú dobu chcel spýtať, koľko callov robí on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Curious how much you guys scrim? Like you had a lot of free days now. How do you
Milujem to, keď musíš 3-krát opakovať otázku, ti aj tak odpovie niečo iné.
We usually always find the scrims, but if there is like no good teams to scrim, I think we just like play pubs, and maybe sometimes we like bonding, like we going out, eat something.
Okay. Have you gone out in China yet?
Yeah, I think we eat some noodles every day.
Am I right in saying, did you go to the Pandas without your coach? Did I hear that correctly?
I mean, it's should be part of the content with Pure, I think. They want to
okay.
interview Pure,
Yeah.
and then everyone's want to come to the Panda also. Everyone wanna see the Panda,
Yeah.
and yeah, we just come, and then I think we didn't know that Moon already arrived. Yeah.
Yeah, because when we went to see the Pandas, Moon was just there with us. We just was like, where's your team? But okay, all right. And in regards to, I forgot my question, but that's okay. Do you have any other questions, lads?
I think I'm good.
All right. Well, that was the easiest interview of our life. Great. You know what, Whitemon? Would you like to just go enjoy back in with your team, relish the...
Fungui.
Thank you.
No worries. All right. Again, Tundra in dominant form. Yeah, you're good, boss. In dominant form, they are crushing it. I'm now regretting the fact I forgot my question, but that's okay. I'm not the host. You know who is the host, though? Nat. Welcome back, Nat. Save us from that. Woohoo!
Well, I think you guys did a great job. Whitemon definitely has a bigger head than me. I'm trying to adjust my headset here, but look, Tundra coming in, having a great series for themselves. It feels like a week off is no issue at all for them. They're more than easy to be able to just jump straight back into a game of Dota here. And some good answers from Whitemon. I mean, Whitemon kept you in your place, Quinn, and honestly, that's all I could ask for someone taking my spot.
Yeah, he definitely did that, and he put them in their place too. To be honest, it was not close. They looked just way better. It was a complete outclassing. I think probably the biggest we've seen on the on the stage so far. It was just they just got shellacked.
They really did. There were some good moments for MOUZ in this game too. It felt like game one just ran away from them. Game two, it eventuated into that as well, and it felt like I wish there was just another oomph for MOUZ. Yesterday they had so much in the tank for them. They were so clean, and then this time around, Misery, it's just like game two is showing a little bit, but even then, not really.
I feel like they got put in a situation where they couldn't play their game or their heroes. I feel like game one.
Ten fokus na midwana. Fokus na midwana je efektiv prostě. Proti MOUZovcom je to prostě dobrý návod. Urobiť akoby to tak, aby nemohol mať mid-one dobrú hru a potom zrazu to celé to tempo zrazu jako neexistuje tak dobre.
I don't know, just uncharacteristic moves from them, I think. I mean, we have it here, actually. So, yeah, this one, they're actually up 2K. They doing pretty good, right? But look at where Warlock and Primal are. They're so far away from this fight.
Jo, to bola iba taká ako trojica, ktorá tu prišla na výlet proste, no. Celery tam odvardoval akurát, ale...
Full Yasha on his courier. He almost has full Manta in base, basically. And he starts running away here, and it's just... Yeah, I mean, from here, it's pretty much over. I mean, Primal is fighting this without mana as well is just a complete disaster, honestly, a fight here. So, yeah, this was uncharacteristic and
mega zlý nábeh.
Lost in the end, I think.
Jako keby sa videl seba na publiku.
Does that come down to greed? Is it just being a little over-eager after you were down so bad in the early game? Or, like, where exactly does a call and not realizing how close you are to finishing another item and wanting to engage come from?
I think they just felt uncomfortable in the game. I think they can feel that they're kind of getting outplayed. They're getting split on the map, right? They won a couple fights at that point. Tundra fed them like a bunch of kills after a pause, and then now they're kind of back in the game a little bit, but they're not able to connect on the map. They're blobbing around a little too much. They're not playing the map quite efficiently enough, and they can feel that pressure building.
To bola tá pauza, ktorá ich skoro grífla.
Yeah, it was like a little welfare pause, like he wanted to put the jacket on, has a bit of water. And after the pause, everything just went wrong. So maybe in the future, Pure, keep the jacket off, maintain that form, ensure that you can just close out the game in a clean fashion, because you get a 6,000 gold lead before you put that jacket on, boss.
Yeah, or keep the jacket on from the start, because after the pause, they feed like 7 dozen kills back-to-back, and they get the Tormentor, so not a great turn of events for them, but overall, like...
Toto bol ten moment, ktorý nás držal pri živote.
And I think for Yandex tomorrow, they're going to need to be absolutely on point, because Tundra in so many of their games throughout the group stage and now also the playoffs is just decided by Tundra just outplaying people in lanes and their supports just being next level good, playing great heroes, and they just always do well in lanes, always.
Yeah, they got great lanes. It feels like even when Whitemon was standing here, saying they've had different carries throughout it. Well, even in this series, in this game right now, they've had different carries that they can play through, or people, I should say, that they can play through to be able to carry the game. Yes, quickly, T.
I remember the question I was going to ask him.
Oh, yeah, you can
Why was the drop of form from Vlahia to now? Like, what happened in that time? But I
Like,
just
what
remembered,
did they do between the last?
Yeah, exactly. But
okay.
it took about 5 minutes for me to remember the question.
Well, write it down now. You might be able to ask them tomorrow because they are in the grand finals. But that means with Tundra advancing to the grand finals, unfortunately, MOUZ is now eliminated from Blast Slam 5. And whilst we did have Chrysalis on the panel yesterday after his win, he is now joined with Slacks. No words before we say goodbye.
Poďme, čo nám povie Crystallis?
Thank you very much. Yes, here with Crystallis. I'm just going to ask you straight up at the beginning, how does it feel after that series?
I mean, always sucks to lose, of course. But I will say, I think that coming to this tournament, we were not really playing like our best, I feel like. We were kind of a little bit sloppy. So I wasn't like too surprised that like we didn't get like too far, because I don't think we were playing at our best.
Top 4 je stále
Kind of a
good.
sad question, but losing in this way against this team at this position, did you really not want to go out like this? Did you want to, you know, anyone but them kind of situation? Because this is what happened last time.
Oh, it's fine. Now like zrzka can take his revenge, you know. Someone would get happy anyway, so it's fine.
All right, fantastic. Well, you guys, you know, obviously they were very prepared for you. In the last tournament, you were kind of underdogs. Now you're not so much underdogs. You know, you got big teams looking to get you specifically. Any thoughts on that? Did it feel like that in this tournament?
Not necessarily. I think, you know, we're still like not... We only got like one tournament win, you know. You need like a couple before you get there, right? Yeah.
All right, well, anyway, let's get rid of the sad stuff. You guys are still doing an incredible job. You're still growing fans every single day, and I know a lot of guys in this arena are huge MOUZ fans. So would you have anything to say to them and all the folks at home?
Zakývajte
Thanks for watching, I guess.
Remkovi.
Sorry for losing a bit too early, but that is what it is, you know. We got pretty far.
It is what it is.
Well,
It is what it is, Remko, je to v pohode, bráško. Do Holandska ubaliť a bude dobre.
We will head back to our panel.
Top 4 finish, whilst it might be devastating in the manner in which they are eliminated
tam jedna tá fotka, tam jak tam bol Míra, chat. Z toho treba urobiť normálne emote.
Tournament win just mere weeks ago. This one does sting a little bit for them.
Míra despair, takzvané.
No matter what,
Boom
no matter
despair.
what way you want to look at it, Misery.
For sure. I mean, they're definitely a top team, I think. There's no doubt about it. Yeah, I'm also looking forward to seeing them at Dream League.
Whatever. We're in Blast right now. Who cares about that? MOUZ, right? Look at them, right? They have great form. They're 5th, 6th at Fissure, 3rd, 4th at Blast Slam. Then they win a PGL event. Now they're 3rd, 4th here. Like, come on. To think about this team where they came from the open qualifiers, a freshly made stack, to play close qualifiers, all this game.
Je to v pohode, Mirku, my sme na teba hrdí aj tak. Mirečku, cajku.
Nothing to something quicker than any other team you could talk about. Like,
Mirečku,
they're not going to win every tournament. You know?
We are still with you.
They're still on that journey. So I think it's still very commendable they got this far.
2-0 to skončilo, áno, pane Locker.
But I feel like they are going to be able to understand
Obidve série dneska 2-0.
Yeah, and you have to remember, the team that they lost to, Tundra, we again, joking about the Blast Slam buff here for them, but it's true, they made it to every grand final so far, so why should it be any different this time around? Well, it's not at all. Whilst MOUZ had a good showing yesterday, they were able to get the 2-0 over Na'Vi, today they do unfortunately fall 0-2 to Tundra, who are going to be meeting Yandex, who were able to get the win earlier today.
To bolo to najväčšie prekvapko dneska, že Falconi proste boli dneska nezabudení.
We had Zuxer on the desk yesterday. We asked him,
Falconi minus 1K, Tundra 2K. Dobré lokere, ale vieš o tom, že akoby musíš odovzdať ako desiatok pôdy svojmu akoby streamerovi tu, akoby teraz, jo? To tak akoby beto funguje, akože to už ako dlhé roky.
And win a best of 5 against Tundra, way easier said than done.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone knows how to do it, it's him, though. He was on the team for a very long time. I think he knows 33 better than any other player in the world.
Saxa zajtra musí ty vole robiť veci.
He's a great finals player in of himself. We've seen him in numerous finals across the years, whether it be TI or other tournaments. He is an incredibly solid player, and he's got a new stack of, you know, followers behind him ready to, you know, follow his lead and his guidance, and hopefully all play well and put up, you know, great finals for us tomorrow against the very scary Blast Buff team in Tundra.
But he's going to have to pick up the spirit.
Hey, JD, ale ako v kanále si tu.
Bored of watching Tundra in a final, so they're going to have to do some morale boosting to make
sure
that he's
majú
happy
dosť,
for the finals for tomorrow.
Ja potrebujem chápeš, že...
Saxa, isn't there a little bit of a spice between Saxa and 33? Who knows? I mean, I think
we're a drama podcast now.
Yeah, there we go.
We'll find out.
That's the interview questions tomorrow. You know the little confessionals? We'll just do that.
Yeah.
Have those two just talk to each other.
And some people at home might be wondering when exactly that's going to be taking place. Well, luckily for you, we have our schedule, and you can see exactly that we are going to be having our grand finals at 3 p.m. local time. But let me tell you, you are going to want to watch this show match earlier in the day. We have Team Quinn up against Team Somnus, and they've revealed their team. By the way, they've got Somnus, Monet, JT, and then they got AA and Wind, who are 2 Chinese talent over on their side. And right now, your team, Quinn, is who exactly?
I believe it is you and T so far.
Yeah, with 2 yet to be determined players. So we're 3v5ing at the moment.
We'll see who our extra 2 players are, but
I mean, so far it's pretty easy, no? Like,
Show
we've
me
already got the win
that,
on the 3v5. I think it just makes the game a little bit easier when we lock in the extra 2 players. We might not even need to bring them, to be fair.
Wow!
Big words from T before the game even starts. Very big words from my... Not sure I like my teammates getting
za podporu Zrzka.
We'll pull the reins a little bit.
Yeah.
Come on, Quinn.
Yeah, Misery is going to have a lot of fun, though. But make sure you guys tune in bright and early. Do you have any words, any predictions about the grand
Tady
final
Tomáš,
and the show
zítra
match tomorrow,
pokračujeme.
Misery, before we say goodbye?
Díky, Lokere.
None at all.
No.
You have literally 0 words.
Any words?
I've made such
No.
predictions all day, so I'm just gonna...
No, you backed Yandex when the boys didn't.
I did, that's true. I'm actually the goat.
70-30.
You're actually the goat.
Does that count as backing?
So I'm gonna call Yandex to win tomorrow.
And what about the show match? The true grand
Saxos
final.
go.
Revenge arc.
Okay, so you think the Sucks Revenge and the show match?
Yep.
Come on.
Sure, Team China.
Delusional.
Well, look, it's going to be a show match or a shit show. I'm not really sure what exactly is going to come first, but we're going to have a lot of fun. Make sure you guys tune in early, 1:30 local time for the show match, 3 p.m. for the grand finals. We'll see you guys
Já myslím,
tomorrow
že
for
to
our
je
final
zajtra
day
o
of
6.
Fast
alebo
Lane
kedy?
5.
Či kedy to začíná? Už 6:30 zajtra začíná, ne? 6:30 začíná show match a o 8. grand finále, myslím, ne? Jo. Vyzerá to tam pěkně v tom Chengdu, jako, ne, že ne. Nemáte za čo, blástovci, nemáte za čo, mohli byste fixnout sice Dota servery, aby som sa tam jakoby dostal, ale jinak jsme dobrý. Doufám, že jste si teda spolu so mnou dneska užili chat. Další, nie úplně nějaký plně komentovací deň, ale o niečo podobné, ale spolu zase jakoby užíváme nějaké ty doty, takže viac menej jako podobná záležitosť. Nic sme tu nezmeškali pěkně. A teraz je iba tá väčšia otázka akoby na nás, momentálne. Či sa mi chce ešte hrať nejaké tie poriadne doty, alebo či pôjdem pozrieť Gabčinu rodinu. Ako to vidíme, chat? Ako to vidíme? Jako Switchi by samozrejme chcel vidieť do to mi je akoby jasné, ale je víkend, takže jako já... you know... Jako já, počkej, já si pozriem, kedy mi ide moment, já si pozriem, kedy mi ide autobus tam jako do tej prdele. Krásnej moment. Já si pozriem takto, moment. Jo, no je možné, že už jako my nestihnem ani tento, ono tam chodí každou hodinu prostě, takže to je jako celku na hovno. Jde mi 13:51. To by som jako stihol, no. To by som jako stihol. Já vidím, že musím za tatíkem měl na rozky. A dneska nám je deň oslav, to tak vyzerá. Jako, vy ste ma dneska jakoby krásně tuto hýčkali tím jedným hype trainom aj všetkým. Takže mne bolo jakoby fakt blbé povedať Gabči, že alebo teda povedať vám, že jakoby sa nepozrieme na tú druhú hru prostě, kde som mohol ísť jakoby s Gabčou, že jo, pred tou 3/4 hoďkou alebo kedy, ale bolo mi to jakoby prostě jako blbé, samozřejmě, keď to tu jako podporujete, chcete sa na to dívať a tak podobně, takže to je jako za mnou. Ale asi pôjdem jakoby pozrieť teda tú rodinu, chat. Ja tak jako čím viac rozmýšľam nad tými víkendovými dotami, tak tým viac nejak jako viem, ako to bude vyzerať asi. Čo myslíte? Jako skřet by ostalo očividně na pár dotičiek, to vidím. To je OK. Skřet si to tam dneska užil v kickchatě. Ja som sa skřete by the way, spätne som si robil analýzu na schvál. Skřete ohľadom toho, či akoby fakt si, jako je tam pravděpodobnost, že si fakt jako bol extrémně unlucky, alebo teda, zároveň si bol kokot, protože si ani nemáš akoby čo robiť srandu akoby so spoilami akoby vôbec, ale zároveň si akoby to bolo fakt v čase, keď som to kontroloval, keď ty si to ako urobil a nemusel si ani akoby vedieť úplne, ale napísal si to presne v ten moment, keď už to akoby tam bolo. Takže je to jako, v niečom to môže byť skřeté unlucky, akoby povedzme. Ale prostě aj tak, akoby si za to môžeš sám, takzvaně, no. Ale píše, že ti chýba, akoby Twitch chat, ale počkej, skřete. Normálně mi akoby posíláš úplnú píču, vole, posledné, vole, tu mesiace, ja ťa radšej nechám na tom kickchate only. Tam aspoň mám z teba akoby peniažky, keď už tam sedíš. Ja ťa prostě, chápeš, to jako odbanovat ťa jakoby na Twitchi, čo z toho potom mám? Potom už jako neprídeš ani na ten kick. To je jako, víš co, to je prostě, to sa to nevyplatí, jakoby takéto věci. Ale díval som sa jakoby fakt spätne na ten timing prostě. A bol jakoby... teoreticky unlucky, ale furt to nemení nič na tom, že... Jakoby musíš jakoby väčšinou premýšľať pred tým, ako ideš vymýšľať nejaký vtip. Čo viem, že ty nerobíš, jakoby, jo? Prostě tam jako rovno niečo napíšeš, čo ťa ako zrovna napadne a príde ti to vtipné v ten moment, ale... No. Zrzek mi nevěřil, rezignuji na funkci moda, odcházím. Ne, aj tričo bola náhoda celku, že som sa na to zrovna pozrel. Jako, keď som povedal, že som robil analýzu Hytrich, to jako neber, že som to tu jako hodinu, vole, študoval, to trvalo asi tak 30 sekund, že som sa pozrel na random. Já jsem unlucky celý svůj život, to je v pořádku. No skřete, tam ide skoro to, že jakoby, ty se jakoby nazývaš unlucky, ale ono to nie je unluck jakoby sám, ty si jakoby naběhaš na ten unluck, víš? Ty mu jdeš jako naproti a potom sa čuduješ, že si unlucky. Jo, to je ten jako hlavný issue prostě, jo, to je ten hlavný issue k tomu. Ale uvidíme, možno príde nejaký vianočný, jakoby tuto spirit, rozumíte? Bohužel je to tak, no. Tak jo, chat, já to nebudem predlžovat, nech stihnem ten autobus teda, mrdať. A idem pekne na nejaký rodinný obídeček a pozdraviť jakoby všetkých. Takže sa majte dneska krásne, veľmi rád som tu s vami akoby sedel pekne poctivo od 7 ráno, že sme sa spolu zobudili, strávili spolu prvú polku soboty a strávime spolu zajtra aj prvú polku nedele. Jo? Takže sa majte akoby dneska krásne, rád som vás videl, neskutočne ďakujem za tie suby, za tú podporu, jo, či už to boli akoby tam všetci možní, čo to tam jako dávali. Ďakujem nádherne, že sme tu akoby dokonca dneska na 518 suboch. A nás teda bude čakať Grand Finals. Nemáme tam ani Čecha, ani Slováka. Akorát som to možno jakoby trošku griefol ja, že som jakoby písal s chalanmi, že by to mohli teda jakoby kluci zabezpečiť tak, aby boli v Grand Finále aj jeden, aj druhý, ale no, it is what it is, takzvaně, jo, jako život niekedy nejde podľa predstav. Dúfam, že ste si to ale teda užili aj v YouTubeovom čete, aj v Kikovom čete a takisto pekne aj u nás doma na Twitch chatíčku. Ďakujem ešte raz za každú teda peknú podporu, dúfam, že si tu užívate nejakú tú dotu, aj keď tu teda nekomentuje možno úplne teda plne, pretože sa nemôžeme úplne dostať in-game, ale well, nebojte, potom to budú ako 2 týždne Dream League. A na Dream League mám pre vás akoby nejaké prekvápko nachystané už dopredu. Ale ešte vám akoby nepoviem, jaké. Ten showmatch, neviem, no, možno. Nepoviem to 100% úplne, ale možno to zapnem už na ten showmatch o 6:30 ráno. Jo? Takzvaně. 100% bude samozrejme to Grand Finals. Jako 6:30 by som hecnúť mohol, jako. Takže tak na 69 až 83,5% si dáme zajtra aj ten showmatch, aby sme videli, ako dostanú English castery totálne Kartágo a uvidíte aspoň hrať v hre. Protože to je podľa mňa akoby pre mnohých z vás normálne to, čo chcete vidieť. Teda, vy by ste všetci chceli vidieť asi všeličo iné ešte k tomu, ale dobre, o tom potom. Majte sa krásne, chat, milujem vás a vidíme sa pekne ďalšie dni. Užívajte celý deň, bacha na Doty, protože je víkend, chat, takže ak dneska to strávite akoby niečím poctivejším alebo nehraním Doty, bude to pre vaše mentálne zdravie pravdepodobne to lepšie, ale užite si pekne sobotu. Jo? Nazdárek, chat. Všetky 3 chaty. Nazdárek. Niekto by sme to tam mohli ešte hostnúť. Komu to tam hodíme, chat? Koho podporíme? Má to zase zapnuté Divine? Môžeme to asi hodiť zase Diviničovi, to je akoby sympatiák. Koho zaujíma PUBG, tak predsa len sa môžete pozrieť na PUBG, že... To podľa mňa není úplne zlý nápad. Dáme tu teda Lumenu...